Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today I'm going to be doing something special, something I don't think I've ever done before. I was really enamored with Black and with Wukong, which is a really fun game, by the way. If you haven't seen my playthrough of that, I do have all the live streams up. But this is something different, and every single one of the monsters, chiefs, kings, and even characters that you encounter throughout the game have these own special little stories and like folk tales. And I had so much fun reading them, but I didn't get a chance to read them all, nor did I get a chance to read them in order as I was going. And I thought, what would be more fun than just simply making a stream where I was reading all the stories to you guys. So sit back and relax, get yourself some popped corn and some drinks, and we're going to spend some time just simply reading all of the stories together. We're going to start with the lesser Yaoguais. We're going to move to the Yaoguai Chiefs. We're going to go to the Yaoguai Kings, and eventually the characters. If I'm not too lazy, I should timestamp all these as well eventually. So we'll get to work on that. So we're going to start out with the Wolf Scout. Immaculate skills, the wolf's lone aim, no price too high, his heart aflame. Yet wayward efforts brought no gain, a futile vision, all in vain. Among the wolf guais there was a young one, ambitious and always seeking rapid progression on the path of Tao. However, his time spent practicing was short, and his skills remained shallow. He couldn't yet grasp the deeper techniques of his clan, leaving him impatient. One day during his routine patrol, he carried a cask of fine wine. As he passed the mountain gate, he encountered the gatekeeper, Bullguard, who had a weakness for liquor. Eager to learn, the young wolf shared the wine with Bullguard and seized the opportunity to inquire about secret techniques. Partaken in the wine, feeling compelled, a Bullguard taught him a few tricks. Rejoicing, the young wolf hurried home to practice. 2 months passed, and having found little benefit from those teachings, he contemplated giving up. Recalling his previous success in bartering wine for knowledge, he retrieved a small golden statue and approached the snake patroller. Persuaded by gold, the greedy creature shared some of his techniques with him. Back at home, the young wolf practiced as instructed. Another month passed, and yet his gains remained minimal. Undeterred, he repeated his tactics with another Guai, exchanging valuables for teachings. Over time, he visited everyone in the mountain, amassing a repertoire of techniques, yet despite practicing one today and another the next, he made no progress. Eventually, a compassionate elder wolf offered guidance, yet the young wolf conversely started lecturing the kind old wolf with his strange mastery, leaving him speechless. From that point on, no one in the clan was willing to teach him. Wolf Swornsword. Meager of wit, in white attire, in sludge they crawl, yet yearn for higher. Bent to power, king's favor they seek, where even lowly fowls may peek. A white-robed wolf guai, patrolling the hills, seized a sword from a traveler. Jewels studded in its scabbard, its blade sharp and bright. Coveting it, he strapped the sword to his side, reveling in its splendor. Yet when it was time to give tribute, he hid it away. The other guais chided, without offering such treasures to the king, how will you earn his favor? Or do you fancy patrolling forever? The wolf guai scoffed, such treasures we cherish, the king barely notices. You offer scrap metal and dream of favor. You are fools. They dismissed his words, seeing them as mere excuses to shirk his duty. While they toiled on, the wolf guais indulged in peaches and drank wherever he could lay hands on them, keeping the very best for himself. The others knew his punishment would come, and waited. One day, the Black-Wind King held a lecture on Buddhism in the mountains, speaking of enlightenment and revival. His guardians spread paper talismans and were commanded to consume them before the chanting and prayers. Hours later, the king inquired about their enlightenment. A pause fell. Then the white-robed wolf guai stood, and there emerged others one by one. The next day, a decree was issued to the guardians. The wolf guai was promoted to a minor captain. All the other guais, puzzled, whispered among themselves, how had the wolf guai not only escaped punishment, but found himself rewarded? Wolf Soldier. Sun-swept hills they guard and tread, from glint of steel their daily bread. Far flung from their native land, at nights for home their souls shall stand. Ever since the Black Bear Guai returned from Guanyin and crowned himself king, he boasted of the arts he had learned. Tales of his newfound method of practice and power revival allured many a Guai to Black Mountain. Seeking the king's favor, these minions toiled with abandon. Among them, a wolf guai worked with tireless zeal. He rose before dawn, patrolling the mountains, and continued well into the night. All of the treasures he found were first laid at the king's feet. His life was one of labor. And yet, without a moment to make friends, despite his dedication, his presence barely stirred a whisper among the others, and his name was seldom uttered. His brother, seeing such unacknowledged dedication, spent his savings for a seat in the king's lecture. The wolf guai sat there, heavy with regret for the silver he had squandered both on the long journey here and the seat at the lecture. It could have been used to buy himself a shield or a blade. Had I a new blade, he mused, glory could have been mine. As he pondered this, golden-clad guardians scattered paper talismans before him, commanded to consume them. They then chanted in meditation for hours until the king sought signs of enlightenment. The white-robed wolf Guai stood first, claiming a fervor within and a clarity of mind. The diligent wolf Guai thought to himself, sweating fervently in the crowd is no marvel. Achieving clarity after chanting is no miracle. Just as he was lost in thought, the blue ox Guai rose next, followed by others. The diligent wolf Guai stayed seated, unsure, until the king gestured for them all to sit down. Later, treasures were doled out. The ox Guai received a golden pill. The white-robed wolf Guai a title, but the diligent one kept his old shield and dull blade. Patrolling the mountain still, only from then on, he did it all under the white-robed one's whims, ever obedient. The Wolf Stalwart. Neither sky cares, nor earth will hold. By liquor's laugh, bold spirits unfold. In drunken dreams, a cosmos wide, wake with worries cast aside. Rare was the revelry for minor guais who patrolled the mountain paths, their delights not granted but taken in human guise, thieving sustenance from unsuspecting townsfolk. The charade proved fleeting, for the villagers grew wise to their deceit, and the guais, often caught mid-bite, were met with the town's rugged justice deterring their mischief. Among them a wolf guai with a penchant for drink, who on a day of indolence lay beneath the ancient tree. Suddenly an elder wolf, cloaked in feathers of a crane, appeared to him, asking, "Why forsake your patrol for idleness?" The wolf guai sighed, "I long for drink, but the townsfolk see through me. I'm left to quench my thirst only in my dreams." The elder chuckled as he whispered in secret, "Seek the shrine, conceal yourself behind the curtains, and the sacred spirit's liquor shall be yours to drink." Then, with a shift of form, he vanished. Wavering in doubt, the wolf guai transformed and hurried to the town shrine. There, veiled behind the curtains, a sacred effigy stood, its origins unknown, the altar laden with delectable offerings and fine spirits. As advised, he nestled himself between the curtains, indulging in liquor until his belches betrayed him to the gathering crowd in the shrine. Trapped between the curtains, the wolf guai listened as a voice rang out. "The wine jar I offered is empty. Our tributes were received." A chorus of prayers erupted, beseeching favor from the immortals. From that day forth, folks from miles around flocked to the shrine, affording the demon endless drink. But as days passed, the once delightful treat turned bitter, and those prayers, be them pious or greedy, weighed heavily upon him with helplessness. One day, unable to endure the bitterness any longer, the wolf guai burst from behind the curtains, hoisting the jar and smashing it on the altar amidst the screams of onlookers. With a deafening crash, he suddenly awoke beneath the tree. No shrine, no incense, no crowd. With a tired sigh, he took up his axe and set off to patrol the mountains once more. Next is the Wolf Archer. A master archer none can compare. Timid when danger fills the air. Never brave when faced with fear. Escape his choice. He stays clear. The Black Wind King hosted a banquet in the temple to celebrate his birthday, and all the Guais attended. During the feast, the king hung a lucky ornament on a tree branch, declaring that anyone who could shoot it would receive a rare fortifying gold pill as the reward. The Yaoguais were eager to try, but the fierce wind hampered all their attempts. Among the guests was an old wolf known for his remarkable archery skills. He was cautious, unassuming, and kept to himself in a corner. Nursing his drink, a few eager Yaoguais asked him to try, and though he declined, they persisted with their teasing until he reluctantly agreed. Slowly, the wizened old wolf stood up and moved to the position. Some youngsters laughed at him, deeming him incapable. Unperturbed, he calmly strung his bow and let loose an arrow. He struck the target dead center, causing a commotion among the crowd. The old wolf received the award, and admiration followed suit as others toasted him. Among them was a youngster who commented on the bolus intoxicated. How generous our king is, he remarked, far better than that of Lingzhu, who was good at making pills but never shared them with his underlings. What a tightwad. The youngster's words cast shadow across the old wolf's face, and he silently took his leave. He had roamed the mountains with Lingzhu long before our king's reign, yet you judged his deceased former master in front of him. Loyal as he is, you are in trouble now, warned an elder Guai. However, the young Guai shrugged off his warning. The next day, the old wolf returned the golden pill to the king, citing its value too high to be possessed by an archer. Hearing the news, the other Yaoguais urged the young one to apologize and seek forgiveness, but he remained defiant. Within a few days, while venturing outside, the youngster was killed by several arrows, each piercing his heart. Many said that even the golden pill could not have saved the youngster from his fate. Brazen and bold. His words got him into trouble. My throat gets dry while I'm reading these. Wolf Sentinel. With his axe as both weapon and cane, his brows bushy, his hair white as snow, who claims the twilight years are in vain, for learning late can still make one grow. Long ago, the Wolf Sentinels were the personal guards of old Lingzhu. They were masters of the long-hafted axe, and their name was spoken in awe among the Yaoguais. When the Black Wind returned from Guanyin and rebuilt the garrison in the mountain, he took in many wolf guais who had wandered here from Shito Ridge. This angered the wolf guais native to Black Wind Mountain. To appease them, the Black Bear Guai pledged to revive old Lingzhu. The wolf guais then had no choice but to endure in silence. Yet mere days after the awakening, the old wolf vanished, and no one had seen him since. Upon learning of this, the Black Bear did not look into the matter, but allowed a senior gray wolf guai from the kingdom of Shitu to take old Lingzhu's seat and even his name. This roused the local wolf guais to fury and launched protest after protest. To their surprise, the wolf sentinels at the Black Bear Guai's behest seized the lesser guais who led the unrest. The new Lingzhu flew into a rage at these guais, threatening to devour them whole. They were spared this fate only by the timely arrival of Guanzi, the Fireblade Wolf. Thereafter, under the new Lingzhu's command, the wolf sentinels led every patrol of lesser guais on the mountains. Never did anyone dare rise against Lingzhu again. Wolf Assassin. Hills and rivers, nature's way, kindness grows like grass and wood. Plants may fade, then bloom in May, all shall still stand where they stood. Once upon a time, a young wolf followed a gray elder wolf to learn the art of hunting. Despite his cleverness and diligence, the young wolf struggled to catch any prey. One day, the pale elder commanded him to find food alone or face hunger. Then the young wolf, hiding in the shadows of the mountains, finally managed to catch a rabbit. However, instead of eating the rabbit alive, he gently licked the rabbit's wounds as if to heal them. The rabbit took the chance and fled into a pond, struggling to swim to safety, but the young wolf in pursuit forced it back into the water. Just as the rabbit was about to drown, the young wolf rescued it, softly nudging its head and helping it breathe. The rabbit woke up conscious but bewildered. Suddenly, the distant howl of the gray wolf elder startled them both, and in his panic, the young wolf accidentally crushed the rabbit under his paw. Heartbroken, the young wolf wept bitterly. As the elder approached and inquired, it became clear that the young wolf couldn't bring himself to kill the rabbit, so he repeatedly spared its life. Yet he also feared his own hunger, and that is why he refused to let go. Acknowledging the gray elder then advised, "Your false kindness brought misery. Instead of hesitation, both of you would have been better off with a swift end." The gray elder's words seemed to have dawned upon the young wolf, and later it honed a lethal technique of hurling whirling blades from afar for stealth kills, believing this to be the ultimate form of mercy towards its adversaries. Croaky. In pools they dwell, forms unrefined, ugly and odd, voices entwined, bellies swell with raucous tune, in death they burst, an angry boom. Two frog guais practiced in the marches. The smaller frog was often bullied, yet the bigger one stood up for him, and soon they forged a strong friendship. One day, amid a contest held by Lingzhiling to appoint a sergeant among all the frogs, turmoil stirred and rippled through the ranks. Finally, the choice was narrowed down to the two, the brawny big frog and the quick-witted small frog. Though the other frogs were discontented, they dared not voice their dissent. The two then were assigned to guard the dwelling of Lingzhiling. On their duty, a valuable amber glass was found broken. Unable to identify the culprit, all the frogs began clamoring for punishment against the two instead. The big frog attempted to reason with them, but got antagonized by their words and soon escalated the argument into a brawl. The frogs interpreted this as his reaction out of embarrassment, hence evidence of guilt. The small frog, meanwhile, remained silent beside them. Seeing this, the big frog chided him for not speaking up in his defense, and even began to suspect him his smaller companion. Hesitated for a while, the small frog then admitted to breaking the glass. However, the other frogs dismissed his confession, arguing that one of them had committed premeditated vandalization, while the other had neglected his duty, and both deserved punishment by death. The small frog grew anxious and could not help but engage in the argument. As their voice grew louder and louder, their bellies inflated larger and larger until some of them finally burst, splattering blood and flesh all over the place, leaving none unsoiled. Crow Diviner. He knows the world's fate through divination, yet cannot secure his own salvation. In what he thought was a place of peace, fate's tangles threads never cease. It is said that the crows gathering in temples have listened to sutras and teachings every day, developed a spiritual nature, and could predict fortune and misfortune. Thus, some fortune tellers who called themselves crow diviners like to set up stalls in front of temples, using crows to pick fortune sticks for divination. They always lit sandalwood incense, which symbolizes the temple, at their stalls, and claimed that their crows were the spiritually enlightened ones from the temple. One such crow diviner had a crow he had raised from a chick, which could communicate with him using specially made fortune sticks. Every day, he sent a crow to various parts of the city to observe people's lives. When the clients came to seek fortunes, he would always use the fortune sticks to inquire information from the crows. He mixed this information with his own understanding of human affairs, weaving prophecies that were half true, which often managed to deceive. One day, an official came seeking a fortune, offering a large sum of money. The crow diviner told him that his official career would be prosperous and that he would reach a high position. Unexpectedly, the official not only failed to get promoted that year, but was demoted instead. Enraged, the official brought his household servants to demand an explanation. The crow diviner used the information gathered by the crows to explain that the official had not spent enough money on temple renovation, which magically convinced him. The official deeply believed in his abilities and even introduced the crow diviner to his colleagues. The crow diviner amassed a considerable fortune through this, but he knew too many secrets of the officials and feared for his life. He decided to change his career. One day he attempted to drive all the crows away, but they refused to leave. The crow diviner tried various means to get rid of them, but the crows, unable to endure his mistreats any longer, attacked and pecked him to death. Afterward, the crows transformed into a human form, donned the attire of the fortune teller, and continued to sell fortunes around the temple, deceiving people as the crow diviner had done. Huh. Some of these stories are crazy. I hope you guys are enjoying them as much as I am. The Bandit Chief. From humble start to seek revenge claim, paths may differ yet burn with the same flame. In bygone days there lived a youth in the town, the son of a martial arts master. His father's fondness for drink led to a foolish act that landed the old man in jail, leaving only the youth and his mother struggling to survive. As their situation grew dire, the young man took on any work to make ends meet. The villagers praised him for caring for his mother, deeming him a dutiful son. In an unlucky year of crop failure, the mother and son set out to seek refuge with relatives. Along the way, a gang of bandits emerged, eyes fierce and faces scarred. They brandished their blades, demanding nothing but gold. The mother and son, destitute, resorted to begging for mercy, but the bandits showed no mercy and were intent on killing them. The young man, believing their death was imminent, seized a bandit's knife with a resolute heart, and he ended his own mother's life and pledged himself to the bandits. And so he joined their ranks. News of the incident spread, and people condemned him as a coward, a truly cursed son. Years passed. One day, the entire gang of bandits was wiped out, leaving no trace. Some said a hero had come to rid the land of evil and uphold justice. Others claimed a Guai had emerged in the mountains, bringing a long-delayed reckoning. Debates raged on, but eventually the topic faded from memory. One day, a man covered in blood stumbled down from the mountains, recounting an encounter with a towering bandit, neither human nor Guai, wielding a massive blade to rob the roads. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to that cursed youth, yet he spoke of freeing humanity from its burdens. Okay. The Skeletal Snake. A noble faith's vengeful breath binds the bones of snakes in death. A soul mistreated here to stay, resentful will blown astray. In the village of Shaded Heights there lived a young man, orphaned and impoverished, constantly mistreated by his fellow villagers. One day, hunters from the village discovered a strange cave in the mountains emitting an eerie sounds that sent shivers down their spines. Too afraid to enter themselves, the villagers pushed a young man to investigate. Lost in the darkness, he stumbled and fell from a cliff, crying out in agony. Believing the cave harbored a fearsome Guai, the villagers abandoned him and fled in terror. Sitting at the bottom, the young man wept bitterly. Amidst his tears, he heard the sound of bones snapping and the rustling of movement. Startled, he fell silent, only to hear footsteps approaching. Filled with fear, he yelled, "Stay away! I am an orphan and burdened with misery. My flesh is lean. Feasting on me won't do you any good." Surprisingly, as soon as he spoke, the footsteps stopped. Time passed, and within the darkness, hunger gnawed at the man's senses. Despairingly, he pleaded, "There's no one coming for me. Devour me quickly, so I may have a merciful death." Then the footsteps resumed. Inching closer, terrified, he assumed his end was imminent. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt a piece of cloth gently brush against his face. Reaching out, he realized it was a sleeve, which he grasped firmly. The sleeve guided him to stand, and led him through the darkness until they found the cave's entrance. As daylight bathed them, the young man finally saw what had been guiding him, a skeletal serpent Guai. Seeing the young man startled, the Guai suddenly extended its neck and swept him out of the cave. Afterwards, the young man was saved by passing merchants and departed from the village with them. From then on, his life gradually improved and prospered. As the saying goes, misfortune may be the harbinger of fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. While not the absolute truth, when events reach their peak, change becomes inevitable. From change, opportunities arise, and the lowest valleys often reveal the clearest paths. Snake Patroller. Gotta raise the pinky. Gotta keep my throat moist. Be drying out. Snake Patroller. As seasons turn from slumber, it parts. Hidden in green, a hunter with arts. Small in shape, it devours the grand, or strikes a pain no cure can stand. In the kingdom of Ha-Mi, a small city stood against the mountainside. Its lush grasses and dense forests a haven for serpents, much to the townfolk's constant dismay. There lived in this city a snake hunter, a masterful in his craft, who had freed the people from many serpents' threat, earning a fair share of silver in the process. He boasted not of his wealth. Instead, he often dispensed porridge to the needy and prayed for all. So revered was he that the magistrate awarded him a dwelling for all his family to live within the town walls. One day, a ragged monk, seemingly delusional, came begging at his door. The snake hunter's kind-hearted wife offered clothes and food, but the monk, unsatisfied, demanded liquor. The crowd scorned his impudence, their complaints growing loud until the snake hunter's return. His silence and the clamor and He silenced the clamor and instructed his wife to bring the monk a gourd of spirits. Touched by the gesture, the monk warned, "A serpent Guai lurks in your home. Ignore it not, or your family shall perish." The snake hunter scoffed at such mad ramblings and dismissed him promptly. Yet his wife heeded the monk's words and urged her husband to search for the Guai. He, however, brushed aside her concerns. In her persistence, the wife fetched the mad monk once more to banish the evil. Indeed, with raw meat and an iron hook, the monk drew from their home a massive serpent taller than a man, clearly a creature of power. 4 limbs it sprouts, and venom deadly, the monk declared. A mere touch is death. With those words, he slew the serpent Guai for the woman. Strangely thence, the town remained untouched for further snake scourges. As if by the mad monk's hand, peace was restored. Now we're on to the Fungling. We did do the Fungling. I don't know what the Fungling is. As mountain rains kiss the ground, youthful green is all around. In her virtue quiet display, even Guai's in the woods repay. In the highland bounds there lived a widow and her girl, left to fend against the harsh days alone. The mother sold pancakes in nearby village. The girl gathered firewood, ground grain, and cooked meals, shouldering her share of the family's responsibility. Ceaseless rains had worn down the woodshed, long neglected without a man's hand. The beams rotted, the roof caved in, and one day the girl found atop the ruins a gleaming mushroom, vibrant and capped like a bowl. Dew dancing on its surface, a spark of life too precious to pluck. She sheltered it with straw, letting it thrive in peace. Laden with tasks, the girl had no time to play with other children. All her secrets and dreams she whispered to the mushroom, as if it were a dear friend. The toils of life led the widow into illness, urgently needing money for medicine. After discussing it, the widow and her daughter decided to sell their house. A wealthy neighbor who had once been close to the widow's late husband expressed interest in buying the house. However, this neighbor was very stingy and tried to exploit the widow's illness to lower the price. They spread various rumors to scare away other potential buyers, bullying the helpless widow and her daughter. Worried and anxious, the girl often hid in the woodshed to cry. The mushroom witnessed all of her grievances. The next day, something strange happened at the neighbor's house. Overnight, mushrooms had sprouted all over their property. When the neighbors ordered their servants to clear them away, they discovered a large eerie mushroom about a foot tall, neither green nor yellow, growing on the main beam. When they tried to cut down the mushroom with long-handled sickles, it suddenly rose into the air, opened its cap like a fishing net, and floated above them. It shook itself, and then fell onto the man of the house, crushing him to death. The air was filled with countless spores the creature released, knocking everyone to the ground. Afterward, the mushrooms crawled out of the ground, transforming into many Guais. They helped the widow and her daughter pack their belongings and leave the village, disappearing into the mountains. Ginsengling. Inherent gifts in these mythical sprouts reside, walking forth from the earth, spirits untied. Roots serve as limbs, nourishing body and mind. Beware excessive gatherings, brings hardships unkind. It was written in ancient records that consuming ginseng could bestow longevity, leading many to develop a fervent passion for devouring this precious tuber, especially aged ones. However, some scholars dismiss this notion, viewing ginseng as both a tonic and a poison. Its elevated status stemmed from its humanoid appearance, they said. Nonetheless, those who made their living by harvesting ginseng always found eager buyers. Deep within the valley, the younglings of ginseng shoots trembled with fear at the unmistakable sound of footsteps. It was a dreaded rhythm of ginseng harvesters, mountain shoes crushing the thick layers of decaying leaves and rocky earth, and with every eerie resonance the siblings of the ginseng plants vanished, disappearing one by one. Only the tiniest survivors managed to evade this grim fate, their diminutive size providing a fleeting reprieve. Yet even they bore the mark of fate, a crimson thread, marking them and restraining them. Who knew when harvesters would return to dig them up once they grew into their full potential? Time raced by, swift and unyielding, and on that day the familiar footsteps resurfaced. With the years that had passed, it was likely the offspring of the harvesters who were generations younger than those who came before. Then a quickened pace, a sense of anticipation. The crimson's threads had surely been spotted. But oh, what ill fortune! As the ginseng harvester reached for the thread, it led him to a grim sight, the entwined remains of a skeleton. A curse gathered on the tip of his tongue, but before he could spit it out, the group behind him rumbled with the sound of scattered dirt. He turned his head, and the shifting soil unleashed a monstrous creature, towering and menacing, fear gripping the harvester, urging him to flee, his frantic screams piercing the air, shouting of man-devouring guais. The Rat Archer. An army of bows carved with lung, the roars of shafts a frightening song. Warring on, their archery glows, and with tactics their glory flows. In the days when the kingdom of flowing sands warred against the Fuban, there was a company of warriors known as the Four-Feathered Army. Skilled archers they were, one and all, armed with repeating crossbows and great shafts fletched with 4 feathers, capable of piercing even the strongest iron. Great was the joy of these soldiers when the weapons were placed into their hands, for they believed that with their hard-earned skills, such mighty tools of war, victory would be swiftly theirs. As darkness fell, the soldiers gathered to discuss the strategies they would employ. A veteran said, "Shoot its eyes to blind it, and the bug won't be able to hit us." A young one said, "Shoot its heart to stop its breath, and the creature will perish." A brave one said, "Shoot its legs to cripple it, and let it wait for death." Long they debated, each seeking to sway the others, but none could be swayed. At last they resolved to each follow their own strategy and see which would prevail on the field. The next day, the Four-Feathered Army lined up in neat rows. At the given signal, a storm of arrows was released, yet each archer aimed as they judged best, and not a single shaft found its mark in the same place as another. The hide of the Fuban was so thick that the rain of arrows served only to vex the creature, and in the end the valiant soldiers were scattered and put to flight. Alas, minds divided need not always agree, yet the strength of one alone has its limits. In unity lies true strength, and only with a single purpose can the greatest deeds be accomplished. A fellowship divided against itself cannot endure, but is ever doomed to ruin. The Rat Soldier. Helmets bright and halberds keen, marching where the war banners lean. To the border's drum they march in time, behind their shields their courage climbs. The Sandgate village, a rat widow, grieved her husband devoured by the tiger vanguard, had left nothing behind but his sand shield. A royal reward, her husbands born after their father's demise, were her last hope. Pointing to the shield, she decreed to her growing sons, "If you don't slay that tiger, you're no sons of mine." And so they trained, and with the second prince vowing to take vengeance on the tiger vanguard. Among them, one boy, frail and ill-suited for combat, loved ink and paper over spear and shield. His mother, scolding and punishments were frequent, forcing him to commit to martial arts. He did try hard, and yet his efforts only left him feeble and trembling. The same skill that took only a few days to acquire for his peers could take him weeks with no noticeable progress. Even the prince urged him to explore a different path, therefore the boy's enthusiasm for martial waned further. As his brothers donned red armor and golden shields, he stood alone, enduring more beatings and scorn. Once his mother went too far with her harsh words. Better to be eaten by the tiger than remain useless at home, which drove him to steal his father's shield and spear to fulfill his mother's wish. The tiger vanguard knocked him down in 2 moves, mouth opened for a gulp. But stones were hurled, striking the tiger in his head. Startled, the tiger vanguard gazed around for the culprit. Some of the rats seized the moment, dragging away their kin for the tiger's grip. The vanguard turned to chase, but there stood the rat soldiers, those who had never ventured from the dunes. Now spears pointed, shields hoisted in a line of defiance so fierce they dared the tiger to challenge them. The tiger hesitated, and the rats left safely. That boy did later forsake the warrior's way, but he took up his bow alongside the rat archers. With a sharp mind and a truer aim, he even saved his kin in turn. The Rat Governor. What is that, Master Splinter? Through omens he sensed impending blight, yet he turned away, veering from the light. Unaware the days of plenty ceased to flow, the nation infested with rodents lost its glow. In the same year that Kingdom Sahali was renamed the Kingdom of the Flowing Sands, the Rodent Reverence Edict was proclaimed throughout the country. The edict declared rats as celestial beings protected by the king's law, making it illegal to harm them. Whosoever breached this commandment would be facing the king's judgment. Hence, rat guais from across the land flocked to the kingdom. Although strife ensued between commoners and guais, none dared to defy the king's decree. For the well-being of people, the scholars of Royal Academy planned to petition to implore the segregation of rat guais to the southwest corner of the capital. Among these scholars, there was an elder who was deeply skilled in divination. On the day of the petition, right before the scholars were to meet the king, the elder divined for his career, which came out as a grave omen, not an auspicious time for it. He told his students the omen in secret, "I advise you to take sick leave with me today." However, his students, faithful and young, heeded him not and went forth gallantly. Just as the elder stepped outside the palace, the royal guards encircled the hall. Shouts of agony then filled the air, unfolding with bloodshed within. Hands covering his trembling ears, the elder slowly made his way home. After the three kingless assemblies and major court reshuffle, he was promoted to Grand Governor, a rank that bestowed him years of wealth and glory. But one day, as he peered into his bronze mirror, he noticed that his nose was elongated and bristles had sprouted on both sides. Henceforth he forsook mirrors, knowing he would always bear a rat's visage, like all those absented from that petition. The Rat Captain. A visage strained with shoulders wide, two heads upon them side by side. Before the royal grace be repaid, my steadfast heart will never fade. In the kingdom of Zuzi, a woman gave birth to a two-headed child, causing a great horror throughout the cities. People lamented the unfortunate fate of the woman and her child, predicting that the child would be difficult to raise. Contrary to their expectations, the child not only survived past infancy, but also grew stronger and healthier than most others. The folks then again speculated that while the child might grow up, he would surely be a fool. However, as the child matured, he proved to be quite intelligent. His two heads gave him a unique perspective, allowing him to come up with ideas that others could not. Disappointed by their failed predictions, the folks declared the child to be an ill omen, foretelling future disasters. The constant rumors eventually drove the two-headed youth to leave his hometown. Years later, a beetle with a stone-carved Buddha head attacked the border of the kingdom of Salih. The king dispatched his army to defend the city, but they suffered repeated defeats. Morale plummeted, and as thoughts of retreat began to plague the soldiers' hearts, a tall two-headed man in the army stood out and volunteered to lead an elite squad in a raid against the Yao Guai. On the day of the battle, he arranged his elite soldiers in a line. When the Yao Guai attacked, they threw coal dust on it and then sprayed strong liquor from their mouths to create pillars of fire that detonated the coal dust. Terrified by the fire, the Yao Guai quickly withdrew into the desert. Seeing that the tactic could temporarily repel the Yao Guai, the king, greatly relieved, and appointed the two-headed man as a captain. Learning that his children were also two-headed, the king decreed that the position of captain would be hereditary in his family, encouraging his children to join the army and strengthen the forces. One can only wonder what folks from his hometown would say upon hearing such news. The Rat Imperial Guard. Yin prevails, Yang's essence fades, adorned in finery, blades parade. Once malice stirs within the heart, words become weapons, tearing apart. Since the Yellow Wind King had sequestered himself within the valley, his hoarded treasures were left to the care of his trusted minions. One day, when purple gold incensory vanished from the half-emptied storeroom, the rumor of theft, once a mere murmur, built into a raucous clamor until the rat Guai who guarded the storeroom was finally accused of pilfering from his own charge. The tale reached the ears of the Rat Imperial Guards. Clad in crimson, they were the secret Imperial enforcers. They went to interrogate the Rat Guai, hoping for a share of the spoils, but the humiliated guard was found lifeless, his neck wedged in a noose, dangling in his cell. With his death, the gossip mongers painted the Imperial Guards as vilifiers of the innocent, coercing false confessions with no means to defend themselves. The Imperial Guards launched a thorough inquiry, desperate to clear their names, fortune struck when they unearthed the incensory within the nest of the Rat Guard's apprentice. The crowd's scorn shifted, branding the young apprentice a betrayer and an avaricious soul. Yet, in the face of the Imperial Guard's iron grip, the apprentice unfurled a new thread of the story. The incensory had been pilfered by the Civet Sergeant as a tribute to the Tiger Vanguard. It was the apprentice who, learning of his master's unjust fate, dared to retrieve it in secret. Verified by the Imperial Guards, the tale swayed public sentiment once more, from jeers to praise, but whispers are like a fickle breeze. Soon it was murmured that the thieving chief acted not out of greed, but out of a son's duty to rescue his mother from the bowels of the tiger's temple. The crowds murmured anew, their judgment shifting as the sands. Alas, what is a grain of truth in a desert of tales? Actions taken in the cloak of shadows are often proclaimed in light as something else entirely. Perhaps it is the angle from which we plead our case, our cause, that crafts a different truth. And when a truth finds the light, it is often because some prefer an audience blind to the rest of the story. Pitstone. The mystic art breathes life into stone, a servant bestowed, but caution be shown. A nature fierce, beware its provocation, for crossing its path brings fatal devastation. Once upon a time there lived a pretentious scholar who took great pride in a paperweight that he had collected. Whenever his guests commented that it was merely an ordinary stone with no notable features, the scholar would respond by sharing a peculiar tale. During his adventurous youth, the scholar embarked on a treacherous journey. Exhausted and seeking respite, he leaned against a massive stone for a snooze. Suddenly, he felt the stone come alive. Skeletons emerged from its crevices, and the stone sprouted limbs. Resembling a grotesque creature, terrified, the scholar ran for his life until he stumbled upon a desolate valley, where he noticed a gaunt monk meditating atop a boulder. Struck by the peculiar sight, he contemplated fleeing once more, yet to his astonishment he sensed the restless pursuit of the stone creature from behind. Just as he stood on the verge of being crushed, the very boulder beneath the monk unexpectedly rose, revealing two mighty arms that pummeled and shattered the pursuing creature. Amidst this terrifying clash, the scholar barely managed to escape, and the paperweight, as he claimed, was a remnant of that cataclysmic fight. The guests erupted into laughter upon hearing the tale, mocking the scholar for spicing up his wild dream to impress them. The scorned scholar, though indignant, began to doubt the truth of his tale himself and lost interest in the paperweight. Eventually, he banished it to a forgotten corner, never to be shown again. The Pale Stone. Mighty and strong, its presence grand, with secret quartz like shimmering sand, chosen for the righteous, a sacred embrace, nature's justice reflected in its grace. In a small kingdom west of the Blackwind Mountain, the aging king lived in constant fear of his dwindling lifespan. Desperate to find the elixir of longevity, he embarked on a frantic search for a solution. One day, an immortalist informed the king that consuming quartz could extend his life and bestow eternal youth. Upon hearing this, the king immediately issued a royal decree, commanding his subjects to scour the lands in search of quartz. Eager to claim their reward, the stone miners ventured deep into the desolate Yellow Wind Ridge. There they came across a stone being with an enormous head adorned with a brilliant white mineral quartz. News of the discovery reached the king, who promptly dispatched his crown prince with an army to collect the precious quartz. Little did they know that as they ventured into the ridge, they would be enveloped by swirling dust and relentless yellow winds. Cunning and treacherous, the stone beings lurked beneath the earth, lying in wait, and whenever someone would approach, they would swarm out in a coordinated ambush, ensnaring their unsuspecting prey from both sides. The army suffered heavy casualties before obtaining even a trace of the coveted quartz. In a state of desperation, a messenger was dispatched to the capital, bearing a plea of withdrawal that detailed their perilous expedition and the dreadful calamities befalling the men. However, the aged king remained steadfast in his resolve, insistent on obtaining a substantial amount of quartz. Eventually, the crown prince returned with the coveted quartz, and an army halved, and requested to present the precious mineral to his father in the royal chamber. Seizing the opportunity, he initiated a coup and plunged a knife into the king's heart, leaving him to die, holding his cherished quartz of longevity on his bed. The Poisestone. Agile and extraordinary, with strength untold, delicate in form, light as a feather's hold, pure beauty untouched by mortal's trace, proud as a frost-kissed maiden's grace. Before obtaining the stone essence, the mother of stones was originally a blue quartz in the shape of a woman. The blue quartz had the unique ability to absorb the essence of the moon. Through ages of absorption, she attained enlightenment earlier than the other stone Guais and was honored as the mountain deity. When the Buddha head stone Guai appeared, the other stone Guais convened and decided to expel the Guai from the mountain. They sought the help of the Mother of Stones, however she refused, fearing the possibility of her blue quartz to be shattered in the battle. Yet on the day of the battle, seeing that the stone Guais were on the verge of defeat, she could no longer bear to stand by and decided to join the fight. Noticing the pale stones launching their quartz like a barrage of arrows to sneak attack the Buddha head Guai, she imitated their actions despite her deep attachment to her precious quartz. Despite their best efforts, they were still losing. When her blue quartz was shattered by a punch, the Mother of Stones fell to the ground in despair. Unexpectedly, a yellow-furred leading a group of Yao Guais came to their aid. Seeing her grievance, the rat persuaded, "What is broken is destined not to return. If we let the Guais escape, wouldn't it be an even greater loss?" Hearing this, the Mother of Stones regained her strength and rose up. Together they subdued the Buddha head stone Guai. As compensation for her loss, the yellow-furred rat gifted her the stone essence. With the essence stone bestowed, the Mother of Stones gained great powers. Yet as her form grew less mobile, she crafted Poisestones from her blue quartz, reflections of her former self, to watch over the mountain's happenings. Perhaps she did this to glimpse what she once was, what she could never return to. Blazebone is the next one. On the road, bare bones on display, flesh rotted, decayed, and faded away. Long gone, forgotten in name, his homeland lost in death's claim. In the land of the yellow wind ridge, where relentless winds raged day and night, the tomb mounds were often ravaged by mighty gusts, revealing the exposed bones, a sight all too familiar. One day, a hurried merchant found himself passing through Yellow Wind Ridge on an urgent matter. However, the villagers warned him of terrible danger and refused to be his guide. After walking alone for hours, the merchant rested by the roadside, eating his rations. It was then that he noticed a set of skeletal remains in the withered grass. The bones were incomplete due to greedy vultures and wolves. Were you slain by bandits, lying here in this desolate place, or like me, did you find no joy in life and choose to end it yourself? Overwhelmed with sorrow, the merchant sighed as he looked upon the skull and wondered aloud, "You now lie uncovered in the wilderness, and I can only imagine the sorrow your family must feel." Moved by compassion, he untied his bundle, and weeping as he began to dig a grave to bury the remains. Suddenly the skeleton sat up, startling the merchant, who fell to the ground and scrambled backwards in fear. Using bony hands to support itself, the skeleton approached the merchant and pushed the bundle towards him. Astonished, the merchant cautiously accepted the bundle and resumed his journey. The skeleton followed him from a distance, and together they traveled peacefully for hours. Gradually the merchant let his guard down and removed his inner shirt to drape it over the skeleton's frame. From that moment on, whenever strange noises arose, the skeleton would guide the merchant to take cover behind the rocks. With furtive glances, the merchant would then witness Guais passing by the path. For several days they continued on this way until the merchant finally reached the main road again. That was the moment the skeleton ceased to move. Grateful for his companionship, the merchant offered to transport the skeletal remains back to its homeland. However, a moment's hesitation, the skeleton turned and walked back into the swirling sands of the ridge. Perhaps it had already forgotten where it had come from. Spearbone. In a world where paths are never clear, where directions are oft lost in fear, in the spear tip a mighty and noble stand, behind the shield a pride so grand. The priests of Windrest were proud warriors. Their shields were emblazoned with the tiger, and they danced with crescent-shaped spears, commanding a presence that frightened off Guais. During funerals, they would lead the procession, striking their shields and proclaiming themselves as leading generals. The priests held a high status in Windrest. Even the minor Guais in the mountains would frequently offer them rare and delicacies, hoping to ensure their peace and avoid being banished. One day, a settler, noticing an increase in the mountain's Guai population, sought the advice of the sorcerers. Dismissive, the priest responded that the Guais and us, we inhabit the same mountain, and encounters would be inevitable. Since they present us with tributes, we might as well spare them. A few years later, strange winds began to sweep across the valley, stirring up chaos. The Guais ran wild, causing trouble frequently. Dressed in their warrior attire, the priests raised their shields and ventured out of the settlement to confront the unruly Guais. However, the Guais did not fear them. The priests' spears and shield, which were once their pride, could only repel a few minor ones before they were surrounded. The leader, a red-robed rat, sneered, We had peace only because of the Bodhisattva meditating up in these mountains. You mortals surely didn't think you could actually defeat us, did you?" Seeing the priests unable to repel the Guais, instead of provoking their anger, the settlers locked the gate of Windiest, demanding that the Guais be expelled before they could return. The priests met their end on the mountains, remaining in their battle stances, serving as ominous omens to those who passed by. Swift Bat. In shadows deep the Bat Guai lies, far from clamor under the skies. In moonlit hues blood it sips, as through the yellow wind it slips. After the harvest, the rent man arrived in the village. A villager's cleaned and long-abandoned manor for his stay and treated him to a sumptuous feast. Full from food and drink, the villager chief spoke directly. "The rent is heavy burden on us. Is there any possibility to reduce it?" The rent collector replied, "The rent has been determined by your lord. I am but a paid man, tasked with taking what is due. I have no power to change it." The talk turned into an unending argument. As dusk approached, the villagers hastily left. An old widower lingered, offering a suggestion to the rentman. "Our village offers little amusement, but on that hill there is a pavilion fine for moon-gazing, should you grow weary. 'Tis a place to ease your mind." With these words, he too departed. That night, the rentman, lantern in hand, pondered his ledgers and the day's disputes ahead. Seeking solace, he walked toward the pavilion, but as he stepped into the courtyard, a figure descended with wings of flesh, claws for hands, and maws of pointed teeth. Terrified, he fled, only to be ambushed by a similar creature lurking in the trees. The Bat Guais squabbled over him for the first bite, chittering and chattering. Seeing them locked in a stalemate, the rentman drew a blade from his belt and beheaded one. The other sprang, fangs bared toward him, but he dodged it with a struggled roll. That night, the rentman and the bat dog fought. Fangs and blade clashed until dawn. Come morning, the villagers come to the manor, prepare the rentman his morning meal, only to find him sitting by the door, a blade at his side, pinning two headless bat corpses to the earth. In the days that followed, they paid their full rent and hosted another rich feast, sending the rentman back to the town with due respect. Because he killed the bats? Withered Corpse. In my lowly life, the end is here. Soul adrift, my body lingers there. Once suffered the wicked wind's cruel sting, no peace shall wandering ever bring. In the shadow of Yellow Wind Ridge, where gusts weave labyrinths of sand, trades seldom reach here, save for a lone hamlet downhill, the only bazaar in the land. Among the market stands an ever-life shop stood, as the sole purveyor of coffins. On that fateful day, the shopkeeper idled inside when a man lumbering gait entered. Garbed like a beggar, as the shopkeeper rose to shoo him away, the man spoke, "Hold, sir, I've come not to beg, but to buy coffins." With quiet words he told of his village, laid to ruin by bandits, and his need for 4 coffins to lay the dead to rest. Suspicious but intrigued, the shopkeeper agreed to trade in their native herbs, soyang and congrong. The shopkeeper gathered his lads and followed the man, with 4 coffins on an ox cart. Laboring through sand and wind, they reached the village at dusk, and here, the man muttered, all life ends and returns to the earth. These winds can do harm, and if our bodies are not properly buried, our souls might be twisted. Please, sir, bury my family with these coffins. We had Suyang and Kongran in our hearth. Take as much as you like, and with that he vanished. Entering the village, the shopkeeper found all living things slaughtered, not a soul left alive. There, before a grand dwelling, lay the man and his kin, long dead. Hurriedly, they entombed the 4 corpses atop a scenic cliff and took nothing and fled for their lives. Fled for their lives. Flee for your lives. A little bit of Lord of the Rings in there. The Weasel Captain. Wise in the Guai's ways, wayward hearts, yet shuns the lonely monkish arts. On the yellow ridge of desolation ends a tale by separation. Ever since the strange winds stirred at Yellow Wind Ridge, life had grown harsh for the lesser Guais. Tiger Vanguard and the King of Flowing Sands fought for dominance. Troubling the Weasel Kin caught between the 2 powers. One day, the Weasel Captain sat by the sandfield brooding over years of humiliation. Thoughts of death took hold in him, and he found a withered tree. He hung his belt, stepped on a pile of stones, and slipped his head through the noose. Regret came as he kicked away the stones. In agony and dizziness, he struggled, but freedom eluded him. Just then, someone held his feet, and a gleaming sickle sliced through the air, cutting the noose. The Weasel Captain collapsed, gasping for air, and saw a gaunt crone with her medicine basket. If you loathe to die, live well, she said, and left, unbothered by his nature. Transforming into a weasel, the Weasel Captain followed her home, a dwelling with crumbling walls and an empty barn. She lived alone after the death of her husband and son, foraging for herbs to trade in order to survive. The captain, moved by their shared misfortunes, decided to stay and help. Disguised as an old man fleeing famine, he claimed to be alone and found shelter with the crone. By day, he hunted Yellow Wind Ridge, and by night he enlisted stone sprites to mend the house. Together they thrived, much to the villagers' envy. One day, 2 villagers trailed the captain, curious about his hunting prowess. Little did they know, as they watched him, that he would suddenly transform back into his original form, a clothed Weasel Guai. With a gleaming curved blade at his waist, feeling threatened by a non-human, the villagers spread their tale, and a Taoist was summoned to slay the Weasel Captain. Not long after the Weasel Guai was killed, the crone passed away. The villagers, deeming the house cursed, divided the hides and herbs before setting the place ablaze. Well, that's rude. The Civet Sergeant. Neglecting work, indulging in ease, in quiet comfort, seeking to please. When children misbehave and play, they turn fierce like wolves in disarray. Once there was a rich landlord who had built many houses. Among them there was a court where none lived. It had a clear pond, an old elm, and a swing. The village children longed to play there. The landlord, however, ordered his servants to guard the court and allow no one near. As days passed, the children grew bolder. They began to throw pebbles to draw the guards away, hoping to sneak in. The day soon came when one of the servants was struck in the eye by a pebble they threw. Enraged, the landlord decided to dismiss the guardians of the court and simply lock the gate, posting a notice that read, "Beware, the Civet Guai within. Enter at your own risk." The young ones dismissed the warning as nothing but an empty threat. They scaled the walls, gathered the elm seeds, played on the swing, and caught fish in the clear waters of the pond. Their laughter echoed through the court. All of a sudden, tiles from the roof came hurtling down, landing near the children. Startled, they cried out loud and drew their parents to the court. The adults arrived, shouting for the owner of the place and demanding recompense for the peril that had befallen their children. After much shouting, a sharp voice rang from the near rear roof, "Begone, mortals, lest you seek your doom." At those words, two blades whirled out from nowhere, spinning in a deadly dance, and left wounds upon many. In terror, the crowd turned and fled. Lingzhiling. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Deep in the woods, beneath the trees, where mountains green and waters please, it guards its friends with gentle ease, but gathers strength when threats it sees. In the highland bounds of famed wine state, thrived renowned for the medicinal brews. These beverages, with their enchanting aroma and exquisite flavor, were beloved by the people, and the business flourished. The master of the estate had two sons coming of age, noble in their aspirations, yet prideful in their hearts, cared not for the art of brewing. They spent their time seeking the company of heroes, heedless of their father's admonishments. It was at this time that a bereaved family in the village uncovered a disturbing incident, the desecration of their loved one's grave. The villagers gathered there, only to discover the shattered coffin lid and clusters of fungi where the corpse should have lain. Such sporadic incidents had occurred before, yet remained unsolved, prompting the brothers to uncover the truth. Day after day, they scoured the mountains until one fateful night the two stealthily returned home in the darkest hour. They caught glimpse of a figure disappearing into the brewery cellar. They pursued the presumed thief, only to discover a monstrous creature capped with a blood-red Lingzi mushroom. Without hesitation, the brothers lunged forward, slaying the creature on the spot. The sounds startled the master, who arrived only to find the Lingzi creature lying dead. Filled with a mix of anger and frustration, he revealed that the creature was in fact the brewer of the finest beverages of the estate. His sons, who had been intent on showcasing their conquest, were filled with shame and regret, and dared not utter another word. Their business dwindled in the years that followed, a once grand manor in disarray. Unable to endure the situation any longer, the brothers resolved to leave home in search of a new life. Prior to their departure, the aged master hosted a grand feast, bidding farewell to them alongside relatives and friends. Curiously, after their departure, the business suddenly flourished. Once more, only the master knew the reason behind it. Every midnight, two monstrous beings, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his sons, with Lingzi mushrooms atop their heads, would toil to craft the finest brews in the brewery. A boy sacrificed his own sons just to get more wine. Supporter Monk, strength unused with no place due, lifting stones a task askew. Eyes so bright, yet lost in haze, an empty gaze, lost in self's maze. In the past, the craftsmen building the Grand Hall in the New West frequently encountered strange occurrences, leading many to quit. Curious, one craftsman sought to one curious, one craftsman sought out the abbot, reputed to be a high monk, for answers. The abbot, without hesitation, led him to the great pagoda, where he revealed the lantern warden. The craftsmen were terrified, having heard tales of Yao Guais in their youth, but never having seen one. At that moment, a wondrous sound echoed through the great pagoda, and the lantern warden emitted a blinding light, causing the craftsmen to lose their sight. They cried out in despair. The abbot smiled and said, "To see the truth, one must be willing to sacrifice even sight. You might as well stay here in this temple and practice the path to ultimate bliss with me. Perhaps you will have the chance to transcend and reach the Buddha's realm." Realizing they were now blind and unable to find work, the craftsmen decided to abandon their secular life and join the temple. They asked the abbot how they should practice, and he replied, "With whatever you are skilled at, practice that." The craftsmen, known for their great strength, decided to pursue enlightenment through martial arts. Despite their blindness, they trained under the temple's overseeing monks. They tied large stones to iron chains and attached them to their waists, lifting them daily. They also conveniently prepared the stones needed for the temple's construction, and the abbot was pleased and appointed them as supporter monks, saving a considerable amount in labor costs. That story's messed up. He blinded them, turned them into monks, used them for free labor. It's awful. The Blade Monk. A foolish monk hears a wise voice divine, beheading seen as practice, and evil so refined. Crooked paths lead ever to twisted ways. The wicked blade awakens, yet the mind still strays. The Akashas who sought refuge in the New West were mostly unwilling to sever their old grudges and thus served as lay disciples in the temple. Some yakshas, however, aspired to attain enlightenment and shaved their hair to become inner disciples. They had promised their master to sever 1,000 heads to prove their resolve. Yellowbrow was pleased and bestowed upon them special abilities, calling them blade monks, and allowed them to practice in the pagoda realm. If they truly managed to behead 1,000 foes, they could become arhats in the main hall. Initially, the Blade Monks thought this task would be easy, as the pagoda realm was filled with newcomers on the path of enlightenment. However, the path grew more challenging as they found the remaining inhabitants of the pagoda realm to be all formidable adversaries, agile and elusive, starved abominations whom they couldn't catch. The long-limbed lantern wardens whom they dared not provoke, the temperamental enslaved yakshas whose cruel vengeance they feared, and even the weakest Yaksha's archers, who had become mad and terrifying after practicing the closed-eye meditation technique. Seeing that the red-haired Yakshas often sat quietly alone, appearing very docile, they decided to target them. Although the red-haired Yakshas believed all beings deserved to live, he harbored a deep hatred for those who beheaded others due to the war that destroyed their nation and their own fate. Thus he showed no mercy and promptly beheaded the Blade Monks who attempted to do so. After this lesson, the Blade Monks became subdued, but remained resentful. They often hid in corners, ambushing passers-by to add their count of beheading through their treacherous means. Rude. Censor Holder. Incense sticks break, the iron censers cold. Frost cuts, winds slash, thin are the monk's robes. Bitter be the path of cultivation's quests, elusive bliss, elusive bliss, hidden truths, the soul dreams oppressed. Years ago, a merchant sought to cross the New West to conduct business. He should have taken the official road around the mountain, but due to a limited budget and dwindling supplies, he decided to take a shortcut over the mountain. Not long after venturing upon the mountain, he lost his way. The path was blocked by snow, and the cold was biting. The merchant, both freezing and frightened, was at a loss. When he saw an ascetic monk, bare-chested and carrying a censer, passing by on a nearby slope in the mountain, at a moment of desperation, the merchant hurriedly dragged his goods and followed the monk. The monk walked slowly, but the merchant, burdened by his goods, moved even slower, and could never quite catch up. In this manner, the two of them, one leading and one following, climbed the mountain's peak, where a grand temple stood. Overjoyed, the merchant planned to rest there and hire some monks to help carry his goods over the mountain. But as he approached the temple gate, he became wary. There were many monks standing like statues in the snow, completely motionless. The merchant was alarmed and frantically searched for the monk who had led him. Suddenly he heard footsteps and saw several monks carrying censers walking among the frozen bodies. They surrounded the merchant, and just as he was about to plead for his life, a cold mist rose from the censers, freezing him in place among the snow-covered corpses. Oh, dang. I guess he followed the wrong person. Through hoops they leap and somersault. With drums and tricks their skills exalt. The wicked stride with fearless ease. The kind are burdened, souls aggrieved. Circus Monkey. Years ago, after Mount Huago was destroyed, the Macaw chief led his followers away, seeking a new place to practice. They trekked to the Flaming Mountains, hoping to settle there. However, a plague soon broke out among the monkeys, and the Macaw chief ordered the sick monkeys to be thrown into a deep valley. This action instilled fear among the monkeys, causing them to abandon him and wander aimlessly. They traveled through mortal cities, disguising themselves as circus monkeys to earn a living. However, after each performance, the audience would disperse, leaving them with meager earnings and empty bellies. One day, a monkey had a sudden idea. Why not use their performances to gather people together and then rob them? With that thought, they beat their drums and gongs, performing energetically to attract a crowd. Once the audience had gathered, they killed them, stripped them of their clothes and valuables, and fled to the next city. It was in this manner that they eventually reached the New West, and upon hearing that the Macaw chief was also practicing there, they decided to become monks. Feeling the weight of his guilt toward his kin, the Macaw chief avoided them, which only fueled their resentment. Knowing they were no match for the Macaw chief, they took on the role of welcoming guests, so that by striking a gong they could summon other Guais patrolling the area. They waited every day for the chance to see the Macaw chief, planning to summon the local Guais and give him a good beating when the time came. The Overseeing Monk. With closed eyes, he practices through mere fist. In silence, discerns the loyal from the twist. Cutting thoughts, he seeks the pure domain. Desires quelled, new bonds are slain. In the temple, all monks could seek guidance from those more skilled. Among them, the monks who were passionate about fist martial arts always followed the second senior disciple, non-able, to practice and train. Their temperament was also similar to non-ables, as they were most inclined to fight for justice, earning them the title of overseeing monks. Since the non-able was punished by the master and sent to the towers of karma to reflect on his mistakes, the overseeing monks lost their protector. As a result, they often suffered greatly when standing up for others. Troubled, the overseeing monks went to ask the master the solution. The master smiled and said, "If you do not see, your mind will be free from obstacles. The greatest affliction of men is weakness. Close your eyes and focus on your own cultivation." Initially, the overseeing monks covered their eyes with cloth, but when they removed the cloth, they could not ignore what they saw and heard. Then Yellow Brow suggested, why not try gouging out your eyes? From then on, the temple had a new skill named Blind Zen. Practitioners of this art nurtured their mind to be as serene as still waters by turning a blind eye to the distractions of the world. But can they truly attain stillness? Perhaps any slight sound would only further agitate their restless hearts. The Dual-Bladed Monk. Clad in red attire, with twin blades in hand, his pristine edges dance and gleam. Their spirit bold and grand, within each blade resides a hidden art concealed. Midlife brings true wisdom, the balance path revealed. In days past, a monk wielding twin blades sought out New Thunderclap Temple, hoping to learn more advanced techniques there. His blades were plain in appearance. Thus, upon entering the New West and seeing the dazzling and peculiar weapons of the Yakshas, he was filled with envy. His childhood had once admired a pair of ornate blades, but his master had scolded him for his vanity. Focusing on the beauty of your weapon will only lead you astray in martial arts. The monk had taken these words to heart, but now seeing that the others did not adhere to this principle, he began to waver. He approached the Yakshas inquiring about the aesthetics of their swords, and the Yakshas were puzzled and replied, "The more beautiful the blade, the more I want to practice with them. How could that be a hindrance?" Still uncertain, the monk sought advice from his senior, Non-Pure, who was skilled with a monk's spade. Non-Pure replied, "Since you have already mastered your techniques, why cling to the past?" Taking this to heart, the monk abandoned his old blades and, inspired by the Yaksha's ornate designs, forged himself a pair of new, elaborate blades, hoping to fulfill his childhood dream. However, despite their striking appearance, the new ones were not the familiar plain ones he had used for years, and with these new weapons, new flaws were revealed in the techniques he had honed over so many years. Alas, spring gives birth, summer nurtures, autumn harvests, and winter stores. All things have their seasons. Gaining something out of season, even if obtained, is still a loss. Understanding the right moment for all things is indeed a difficult lesson to learn. The Cyan Bat. Iron-forked spear in hand, clothed in simple garb, humble did he stand. Deep woods of world of white, a perfect hunting land in sight. In the past, there was a butcher named Wang in Changguang village. Orphaned at a young age, his mother couldn't support him, so he sent him to apprentice with a butcher at the foot of the mountain, where he honed his skills. One day, a wealthy family in town was celebrating a birthday and invited Wang to slaughter pigs and sheep. Pleased with his work, the host rewarded him with a leg of pork. Wang decided to bring the pork leg back to his mother and set off for the village that night. Halfway there, he saw a man by the roadside holding a hunting spear and wearing an old cloth shirt. The man called out, "Brother, I'm a hunter from the village, trapping rabbits down this slope. I'm afraid of ghosts at night. May I walk with you?" Wang nodded in agreement, and they continued on their way. After a while, the hunter started a conversation. "Brother, have you heard? There have been reports of Yaoguais on this mountain path recently." Wang laughed. "What's there to fear about Yaoguais? I have a butcher's knife at my waist and a pork leg on my shoulder. If I encounter a Yaoguai, I will swing the pork leg at it and chop it with my knife." The hunter forced a smile. After walking a bit further, the hunter said, "Brother, you must be very skilled if you're not afraid of Yaoguais." Wang laughed again. "I've been slaughtering animals since I was a child. One strike can hit vital spots, and one chop can break bones and tendons." The hunter, annoyed, said, "How can you compare Yaoguais to animals?" Wang replied seriously, "There are no Yaoguais in this world. Those who uphold justice are heroes. Those who bully the innocent are simply foul beasts." The hunter, unsure how to respond, walked on in silence. As the village came into view, the hunter hesitated and said, "Since you're not afraid, why not turn around and look at me?" Wang had already suspected that the hunter was a Yaoguai. He swung the pork leg, knocking the hunter to the ground, and raised his knife to strike. The Yaoguai, losing its composure, quickly spread its wings and flew into the air, spitting. "Today I met a tough one. Bad luck, bad luck." With that, it fled immediately. "Ah, they say the soft persimmons are easy to squeeze, hence it's better to be strong. Stand firm, and even Yaoguais will fear you a bit."
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
And that was the Cyan Bat. Now we're on to the Frozen Corpse. Wisdom's lamp lights seasons span. Time flows like water through our hands. Snow and wind obscure the way. Achievement drifts like bubbles grand. The temple rules state new monks entering the temple may receive a new kasaya. One day, Master Non-Void joyfully welcomed the new disciple and personally led him to the storeroom to fetch a kasaya. The young disciple found that the kasaya was made of a single layer of cloth, hardly adequate for the snowy mountains. He asked Master, "This thin kasaya seems suitable for summer. Could I exchange it for a woolen one?" Non-Void shook his own kasaya and said, "The one I wear is the same one in your hands, only more ornate. With the Buddha's wisdom in your heart, you shall fear the cold no more." The young disciple, still doubtful, asked, "Master, I saw many seniors frozen to death by the roadside." Non-Void kindly replied, "Their understanding was shallow and their minds unsteady, yet you are different. I can see that you have the potential to comprehend Buddha's wisdom." The young disciple, feeling proud, happily followed his master back with the kasaya. Not long after that, another frozen corpse appeared outside the temple gate. As Non-Void led his new disciple past it, the young disciple asked, "Master, did these seniors all freeze to death?" Non-Void continued walking slowly and said, "Fear not, my disciple. They lacked piety and wisdom, but you are different." Yaksha Patroller. In the mountains high above, a fiend blocks the way, with a hideous visage and a crooked blade in sway. As the wind howls wildly, souls seem to fade. For life's last salvation, be swift and do evade. The Yakshas who migrated from the west had great fondness for meat. Fortunately, New Thunderclap Temple did not uphold a strict rule against eating meat, which delighted the Yakshas who sought refuge there. All the Yakshas in the mountain aspired to become patrollers, not only because of the uniquely designed large sword that looked particularly imposing and could fly back to its owner with great precision, but also because the patrollers guarded the outer mountains and always had access to fresh meat. One day the Yakshas gathered together, drinking blood, eating meat, and reveling in their merriment. Their raucous behavior soon became known throughout the temple. The overseeing monks, who adhered to the ascetic practices and only ate food, not flesh, were displeased. They carried a large pot to the Yakshas. When the Yakshas peered into the pot, they saw only radishes and greens, and their appetite waned. One Yaksha derided them. Do you think eating this will help you gain a deeper understanding of Dharma? How shallow. Another added. Our master said that to achieve ultimate bliss, one should not restrain from one's desires. Hearing this, the supervising monk replied, My desire is to promote virtue. If I cannot persuade you, I too shall be unable to achieve ultimate bliss. Thus both sides argued heatedly without reaching any conclusion. Alas, eating what one likes and saying what one wants are not inherently wrong. However, one's happiness should not disturb others, and one should never derive pleasure from judging those perceived to have transgressed. In this case, both sides were at fault. Yaksha Archer. The bow's stark snap doth kindle fright, the arrow's tip doth chaos incite. Blind eyes traded for an enlightened heart, fate's ear deaf to a beneficent start. In the past, the Yaksha king was betrayed by the celestial beings, leading to the massacre of the royal family and the downfall of the Yaksha kingdom. After the kingdom's collapse, the Yakshas were forced into exile. The ceremonial archers, who once guarded the royal entourage, clung to their former glory and refused to shed their ornate armor. Despite their lack of exceptional archery skills, their slow shooting speed and lack of close combat prowess made their exile particularly harsh. Due to their inadequate strength, they resorted to ambushes from the shadows. The abbot assigned them to the pagoda realm for rigorous training. They endured daily torment there, especially when the Mani wheel played its beguiling chants, driving everyone mad. During these times, the blade monks would seize the opportunity to behead the archers with their large blades, leaving Yaksha archers desperate for a way to fight back. They sought guidance from the various sources and frequently challenged the blade monks, only to be defeated repeatedly. One day, some blind monks came to oversee the pagoda realm. They had blinded themselves to pursue the path to ultimate bliss, yet their martial arts were incredibly refined. The Yaksha archers asked for their advice, and the monks replied, Aim too carefully, and you will lose the initiative. Learn from me, gouge out your eyes, and you will shoot from the heart, never missing your mark. With the only other option available to them being annihilation, the archers adopted the drastic measure, gouging out their own eyes. After this, the blade monks rarely targeted them. When asked why, a blade monk replied, Who would want to go up against a madman? It is safer to just find another opponent. Starved Abomination. Abominations do roam the frosty, chilling path, with swollen, rumbling bellies, necks adorned in wrath. They spread their malice freely, cunning and so sly, a fearsome presence to behold, loathsome to the eye. In the past, at the foot of the New West, there was a village called Changguan. In this village lived a young man who had pledged his life to a childhood sweetheart, giving her a white jade pendant as a token of their love, and vowing to propose once he had become successful. The young man was a peddler, making a living by trading grain in the surrounding areas, and one day a luxurious ferry sailed down the river near the village. More splendid than anything the villagers had ever seen, at the bow stood a plump monk in a yellow robe radiating golden light. The villagers believed he must have been enlightened. After the arrival of the ferry, the temple in the mountains grew larger and larger, and the young man's grain trade flourished. One day the young man went to trade grain and did not return for over a month. The girl, worried, inquired about the temple's location and went there to find him. When the young man finally returned to the village, they missed each other, and the girl disappeared. The young man gathered some brave villagers to search for her in the mountains, and they found no trace of her, but came across a towering pagoda by the riverbank. The young man led them there to rest. As they approached the pagoda, the door suddenly opened. Curious, someone peeked inside and screamed. Behind the door was a dungeon extending deep underground, seemingly holding many people. The villagers, filled with righteous anger, stormed into the pagoda, and after few steps they heard a loud bang. The door vanished. Strange-looking Yaoguais with scythes and huge bellies emerged from the prison, laughing wickedly. One of them threw bags of silvers at the young man, and then eagerly leapt forward, swinging his scythe and cutting the nearest villager to pieces. Realizing they had been deceived by the young man, The villagers fled deeper into the prison. The young man watched them and murmured, "Having lost my love, I cannot afford to lose my wealth." Well, dang. He sold the villagers out for a bag of silver? What is he, Judas? Got Judas over here. Red-haired Yaksha. With sword in hand, the foe's chest pierced, blood-soaked hair in battle fierce. Endless sorrow for a fallen land. East wind sighs as west winds stand. In the kingdom of Yaksha, there were 8 great generals, one of whom was named Miyan. He had once practiced under the Golden Summit mortal at the Yuzan Temple, located at the foot of Mount Lingshan. Having fought countless battles, he possessed the valor of a warrior who could face 10,000 enemies. When a formidable enemy attacked, the Yaksha king appointed Miyan as the vanguard general. Miyan set up a large camp at the border and addressed his soldiers. "If any of you fear battle, walk away now, and I won't hold it against you. But know that if we lose this foothold, the kingdom will fall, our elders, children, and all of our wealth will become the property of our enemies." With these words, he and the entire army swore a blood oath to advance and never retreat. The Yaksha army, isolated and outnumbered, faced an enemy surrounding them on all sides, their banners blotting out the sky. Wave after wave of enemies' forces attacked relentlessly. Miyan and his troops fought fiercely and suffering heavy casualties. Ultimately, Miyan was surrounded by numerous Arhats and was beheaded. The soldiers, countless among them having sacrificed their lives, retrieved their general's head, placing Miyan's head in his coffin. They witnessed his body slowly sit up and lament, "If we lose our homeland, what difference does it make whether I have a head or not?" With these words, he closed his eyes and fell back down, finally passing away as blood gushed from his neck, staining his hair red. Later, his subordinates, in a display of loyalty and bravery, poured the blood of their enemies over their heads, emulating Miyan. Despite their valor, the kingdom of Yaksha was ultimately destroyed, but not a single soldier from Miyan's army deserted. Lantern Warden. Ancient temple trees reach high, in dungeon shadows life threads lie. In darkness light appears, most vivid at the abyss near. The ancient temple of the mountain peak, weathered by the passage of time, had gradually fallen into disrepair. When the abbot returned after many years and saw the temple in such state of ruin, he was filled with sorrow. Determined to restore the temple to its former glory, he spent a large amount of gold and silver to fund its reconstruction, hoping to showcase his path to this ultimate bliss. The abbot selected a towering forest in the mountains, intending to use the ancient trees there as beams for the new temple. The craftsmen responsible for the timber set up their shelters at the edge of the forest and began felling trees according to the abbot's instructions. Everything proceeded smoothly, and within half a year all the necessary timber was prepared. The craftsmen received their wages and packed up, ready to send the mountain the next day. That night, a craftsman on watch was patrolling the area carrying a lantern. Suddenly, rustling sounds from the forest set his nerves on edge. Terrified, he woke everyone up. With their lanterns lit and axes in hand, all the craftsmen treaded into the forest to locate the sources of the sound. As they ventured deeper into the forest, someone let out a scream and was abruptly dragged into the darkness along with his lantern by an unknown force. Then, one by one, despite their attempts to hide and flee, all the craftsmen were dragged away. Only one clever craftsman quickly extinguished his lantern. Trembling with fear, he groped his way through the forest. Fortunately, a faint light appeared in the distance. The sun was about to rise. With this faint light, he found his way back and hurried towards the shelters. As he reached the edge of the forest, the sunlight suddenly became blindingly bright, filling his eyes with a white glare. Enduring the pain, he looked closer and realized the light was not from the rising sun, but was from his companions' lanterns. These lanterns were held up by vines that had replaced his companions' heads propping up their corpses. A chubby boy with a pale face, dressed in yellow robe, rode a tall four-legged beast whose head emitted strange sounds. Just as the craftsman was about to plead for mercy, he felt a chill on his back. Then he felt himself being lifted higher and higher until he was level with the lanterns. The chubby child patted the beast's head, the sound ceased, and the lanterns went out, and the night returned to its eerie stillness. The chubby boy laughed and said good materials should be used to their fullest. I don't like that one. That one's mean. Enslaved Yaksha. O true kindness, how pure and bright, yet karma binds in depths of blight. With halberd in hand, I fear their gaze. From humble roots, my sorrow stays. In the northwest borderlands of the kingdom of Yutu, there was a small village where an elderly couple had been childless for many years. One day, the old man went into the mountains to chop wood and discovered a young child under an ancient tree. The child's skin was dark and his appearance frightening, quite different from the village children. Seeing his frail limbs and body covered in scars, the old man assumed he was a refugee and brought him home. The old woman also found the child unusual and initially wanted to send him away. However, after washing, dressing, and feeding him, she couldn't help but feel some affection for him. After some discussion, the couple decided to keep him. At first, the couple treated the child very well, but within half a year, due to his strange appearance, the villagers began to gossip and called him ugly slave. The old couple, feeling ashamed, also started to treat him less kindly and even called him the same way as the villagers did. Within 2 years, his skin turned a dark green, and the couple made him wear thick clothes to cover his entire body, forbidding him to take them off even in the scorching heat. 3 years later, the ugly slave grew more robust, and horns began to sprout from his head. The old man, increasingly fearful, confined him to the woodshed. Whenever he was angry, he would enter and whip the child, sometimes even using a hatchet to cut off his horns, leaving him covered in blood. The old woman, disgusted by the sight, blamed everything on the child. She would beat him when upset and even burn him with fire when she felt ashamed. The ugly slave endured this torment in the woodshed for another 5 years. One day, a group of wandering Yakshas passed by and heard curses in the Yaksha tongue coming from the woodshed. They broke in and found their tormented kin. They gave the ugly slave a long halberd, and in his fury he stormed into the house and repaid the couple for all they had done to him. Years later, the ugly slave's resentment still simmers, and only by tormenting his prey can he find any semblance of joy. The Falcon Fan-Maker. Swan soars high, its plumage lush and grand. The sparrow flits low with feathers light and bland. The noble cherish wings, not swayed by gain or loss. The wise foresee afar, their strength endures across. Feathered birds are masters of riding the wind. Among them, the Guai falcons, living on the snowy peaks, are particularly skilled in crafting magical items that control frigid gales. They use their down feathers to create fans, which are highly prized by the wind-making mother deity and cloud-making boy deity. According to their clan rules, every Guai falcon must learn the art of crafting these vessels. Those who refuse are stripped of their titles and exiled from the clan to encourage innovation. The clan holds an annual competition where the quality of vessels produced determines one's status within the clan. One Guai falcon, whose ancestors were all commoners, dreamt of creating a treasure fan to elevate his status to nobility. He spared no feathers to enhance the power of his vessel. After much hardship, he finally crafted a fan and won the competition, becoming the clan leader. However, he had plucked all of his feathers and could no longer fly, eventually resorting to wearing clothes to cover his baldness. On the day of his succession, the celestial crane immortal, head of the feathered tribe in the upper realm, came to bestow a celestial registry tablet upon him. Proud of his fan, the new leader boasted to the crane immortal. The crane immortal then lent him the plantain fan, saying, "This is a failed creation of Lord Lao. Since you also make fans, I gift it to you." After the crane immortal left, the clan leader tried the fan and was immediately disheartened by the immense power. He no longer wanted clan members to use their feathers to make fans. He led his followers away from the snowy peaks to search for plantain leaves. Eventually, they found some near the New West, imitating the crane immortal's methods, and created many replicas and regained his ability to fly. The Wolf Guardian. The wolf's heart was once kind and sound, misled, however, consumed by desire. The path to return was once easily found, yet fate was sealed by the words of a liar. There was a year when a young wolf followed a gray elder wolf to learn the art of hunting. The master taught him that a great hunter strikes swiftly and surely, sparing the prey from suffering. The young wolf pondered this long and hard, and after years of training, he devised his own killing technique. He thought his master would be pleased with his progress, but instead the elder scolded him for disrupting the circle of karma and told him to repent. The young wolf's mind swam with confusion at his master's seeming contradiction. And so the young wolf left Blackwood Mountain and wandered the lands on his travels. He heard folks whisper that wolves, though hardy and loyal to each other, were brutal, vicious, and treacherous. The wolf Guai grew more perplexed. It seemed his years of training went against the ways of the world. One day he passed through the New West, and he heard tales of a dharma of ecstasy in that place that could free a troubled mind. He sought an audience with the abbot. The abbot was a chubby monk in yellow robes who loved to transform. He heard out the wolf Guai's woes and counseled. Wolves are born to hunt, to slay. It is the way of your kind. Men are not the same. They are born to plow and plant, to reap and sow. Frail and feeble, such is their lot, they seek to leash you wolves with false preempts, for they hope to escape your fangs and claws. But heed me, wolf. Each kind must follow the call of their blood, the song of their soul. Why should you bow to the mewling of men? These words lit the wolf Guai's mind up. At that moment, he knew his path lay within the halls of New Thunderclap Temple, where he could walk the road to ecstasy. The chubby monk laughed. In my temple, we bow to none save our own hearts. Beware, for those who fear death have no place here. The wolf Guai gladly accepted and became the monk's most loyal guardian. Armed with a scythe, he is now bound by no code save his own savage joy. Heed not a word from his tongue. Turtle Treasure. The human heart swings good and ill. With wealth and treasure, freedom's thrill. Riding a hammer to the sky, tell me, is it strange or nigh? Years ago, in the village of Chen, a villager went out one day and saw a peculiar man standing by the roadside, holding a rope tied to a white, soft-shelled turtle. Passers-by came and went, but no one paid any attention to his strange sight. The villager pretended not to notice and tried to hurry past, but the white turtle at his feet let out a pitiful cry. In his compassion, he argued with the peculiar man and eventually bought the white turtle, releasing it back into the water. That night, the villager had a dream in which the white turtle vomited out a tiny person with blue-purple skin and an ugly face. The tiny person ran towards the villager, startling him awake. After that, the villager began to change. His eyes could see occasional glimmers of light in the mountains and fields, and his appetite grew immensely along with his strength. One day, he took a shovel and dug into the ground, discovering a coffin filled with valuable artifacts. This unexpected find bestowed his great wealth. One night, the white turtle appeared in his dream again, letting out a cry, and the villager felt his stomach churn and vomited out the tiny person with blue-purple skin. The tiny person fell to the ground and hurried toward the white turtle, realizing something that the villager grabbed the tiny person and swallowed him back down. The white turtle called out a few more times, but the villager covered his mouth, refusing to let the tiny person out. After the tense standoff, the villager woke up again. Over time, the villager's appearance became increasingly abnormal, forcing him to wear an iron mask to hide his face. Eventually, his skin turned blue-purple, and he fled into the mountains carrying specially made tools to search for more treasures. Interestingly, on his treasure hunting journey, he discovered that he was not the only one with such an experience, which brought him some comfort. The Thunder Rhino Master. Green pines hold the lingering snow, emerald flames guard the dim light's glow. Wandering beyond that sacred hill, true nature lies in temperance will. Along with the fall of the Yaksha kingdom, the Rakasha kingdom, due to their kinship with the Yakshas, also met its end. Thunder Rhino Masters was a descendant of the Rakashas. Among his relatives, many followed Princess Rakashi after her eastward migration. Rakashi had a Taoist master in the Celestial Court practicing Taoism in Buddhism's stead. Rakashi marked a departure from her past. Thunder Rhino Masters, unwilling to accept this change, heard that a branch of the Yakashas was seeking a Buddhist teaching in the New West and decided to come here. Unlike the Yakasha's free-spirited practice, Thunder Rhino Masters thought an outer disciple held their master in high regard and strictly adhered to the temple's rules. Reaching the ultimate bliss was not their ultimate goal, it was simply their nature to strive with all their efforts in everything they do. Even when guarding the temple, they were relentless. If anyone disturbed the temple's peace, the lightning they summoned would pursue and strike without mercy. Such individuals could sometimes inspire admiration, but they could also be quite troublesome. Dark-faced Overlord. Majestic stands the mountain's frame, its golden peak an enlightening flame. Winds and clouds by will are swayed, heart remains clear night and day. The grand hall was filled with pious devotees attending the ceremony. This was the fourth ceremony organized by Yellowbrow for his mortal believers. A devotee had attended 3 times, witnessing numerous miracles on each occasion. However, it was the first time for his acquaintance from their hometown to attend such a ceremony, and the acquaintance harbored deep suspicions. Before long, 2 blind monks carried in a statue of wrathful Vajra. The devotee introduced it to his acquaintances, saying, "This Vajra can discern a person's goodness or evil." As he finished speaking, 2 men approached the statue, accusing each other of over some grievances. In no time, they were reduced to ashes by the Vajra. The acquaintance was shocked by the abruptness of it all. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps outside the hall. Looking out through the window, he saw a giant with blue skin draped in a golden spiked robe, walking slowly towards them. The devotee introduced again, "This guardian can judge a person's sincerity." After saying this, the monks led the crowd to present their offerings to the guardian one by one. He reminded, "Make sure to give away all your money." The acquaintance, deeply distrustful of the devotee's words, said, "You've been deceived by them. These monks are all frauds." The devotee retorted angrily, "How can you speak so recklessly? Why would I deceive you, being from the same hometown? Who knows if you're in cahoots with them?" Their argument grew louder and louder, and the Vajra, seeing their quarrel, raised its steel fork and charged them. The acquaintance quickly fled, but the devotee shouted, "Don't be afraid, I will prove my sincerity," and the Vajra showed no hesitance. Just when the acquaintance thought his fellow townsman was doomed, the blue-skinned giant raised his hand to block the Vajra, saving the devotee's life. From then on, the acquaintance became a regular at the ceremonies, always making sure to give away all his money before leaving, just like his fellow townsmen. Clay Vajra. With an iron trident, a wrathful Vajra stands, angry eyes blazing, a fiery, fearsome brand. All beings bear their sins, for that is what they say. Burn them guilty all, for peace to truly stay. The Buddhist scriptures describe the Vajra as a guardian warrior of the Buddha, tasked with upholding justice and eradicating sin. Since the fat monk in yellow took back the New Thunderclap Temple, magnificent new pavilions and pagodas were built to hold gatherings of his devotees and attract more believers. During one such gathering, 2 devotees met for the first time in the main hall, and upon seeing each other, they immediately felt a surge of suspicion and wariness. At that moment, the abbot had a statue of Vajra carried in. The statue stood on 4 legs, wielding a steel trident with a wrathful expression, but it had a peculiar hole in its chest. The abbot introduced the statue, explaining that it was a newly crafted and imbued with particular spiritual power that could discern right from wrong. One of the devotees hurried to the Vajra and said, "May the Vajra eradicate all deceitful swindlers in the world and grant me justice." This man was known for being gullible and often fell victim to ruses, yet he never dared to seek retribution. The other devotee quickly followed, saying, "May the Vajra eradicate those who gain unfair advantages and then complain incessantly, granting me peace." This man was a dishonest merchant who frequently sold substandard goods and was often persecuted and cursed by his customers. Hearing each other's wishes, the two began to argue fiercely in front of the statue, and the Vajra's eyes suddenly moved, and with a swift motion of its trident, it killed both men. Flames then erupted from its four legs, incinerating their bodies completely. News of this event spread quickly, shocking the folks around the temple. Some accused the abbot of using sorcery to deceive people, while others praised the profound Buddhist's wisdom and extraordinary powers. Regardless, no one dared to disrespect him. The Golden Lotus Guai. That's the one that looks like a wiener. Auspicious clouds above, unaware of worldly strife, the descendants scattered far, seeking out a better life. Ancient texts state that whenever bodhisattvas or Buddhas manifest their divine presence, golden lotuses bloom from the earth, radiating brilliance. As time passed, these golden lotuses grew increasingly discontent, and they saw the rat of Mount Lingshan, who became a king by stealing lamp oil, the carp of southern sea, who became a great lord by stealing guanyin lotus flowers, and even the scorpion that stung the Buddha, gaining the power and became a powerful Yao Guai. In contrast, despite their diligent service, the golden lotuses received nothing. After careful consideration, they decided to entrust the burden of greatness to their descendants. They scattered their seeds across the mortal realm, hoping they would become Yao Guais of power and eventually earn a title in the upper realm. However, the golden lotuses did not anticipate the path to greatness to be that arduous in the mortal world. With many intelligent and brave mortal beings also seeking enlightenment, the completion was fierce and brutal. The golden lotuses then tried various methods, transforming into women to deceive men and steal their vital essence, only to be recognized and slain by Taoists, transforming into old men to use their wits to deceive and devour scholars, only to be seen through and mocked. Such attempts were numerous and often futile. Trials and tribulations made the gold lotuses gradually realize that their original form, the auspicious flowers indicating the Buddha's presence, had a better chance of success. Hence, they went to the temples using the auspiciousness to lure people into picking them, only to devour them afterward. Alas, if one seeks to perceive the world solely in pursuit of quick success, how complex the world becomes. Cause and effect are intertwined, and fate is mysterious. Every step taken is predestined. Wushan Lesser Guai. Gaping mouth, round belly, born incomplete, bulky form, craving and chasing tasty treats. Greedy for flavors, it longs for delight, wagging its tongue, it speaks in spite. One spring, the Webbed Ridge hosted a grand banquet to mark the blossoming of flowers. A young Guai from Mount Wushan, having presented the gift, saw the ladies chatting and laughing at the feast, and decided to join the other Guais in the cave for drinks and merriment. A few cups in, the Guais began to jest with each other. A pig Guai remarked, "I'd rather live in this rich hollow of yours, with banquets for every season and festival. Back in our place, the lady is too strict to allow any fun." A proud insect Guai responded, "Our ladies in the cave often host banquets to keep the mistress company. We may not compare to the halls of the celestial court, but our second lady has some business in the mortal world, so we're not short on silver. It's tough, though. If she didn't find ways to bring in money, we wouldn't have made it this far." Another pig Guai added, "Beautiful and elegant are all your ladies. I wonder which celestial mountain is fortunate enough to be where they might start their new families." The insect Guai laughed, "Our ladies can't leave this place. The business outside are managed by carefully chosen people, since we only take bridegrooms who marry into the family. The talented ones don't want to come, and the ladies don't fancy those who do. Look over there, those 4 scorpions. Their family is in decline, and their descendants are unworthy. Only one is somewhat acceptable, but not one of our ladies would marry him. Whoever gets unlucky will marry him on a fateful day, so they say." The Guais laughed heartily, enjoying themselves, when suddenly there was a shout, "Oh no, the ladies are quarreling." A panting pig Guai in charge ran over, shouting, "The mistress in the cave has lost her mind. She got into a fight with Our Lady over a few words from a maid, and even smashed the very gift that was brought." The Guais were all startled. The clever ones quickly wrapped some food in lotus leaves and handed it to the pig Guais as an apology. "Next time, we'll make sure there's no misunderstandings. Sorry for spoiling the fun." All right, all right. The pig Guais took the food and hurriedly followed the steward out, asking what exactly happened. Who knows? It's all too odd. Every time we come, there's a commotion. I've heard that their mistress is always quite muddle-headed. Hmm. The Puppet Spider. Bad nose, crooked mouth, sharp fangs, poisonous and thick. Check the ears, cut the forehead, and the face has 8 eyes, an ugly appearance. Long ago, a woodcutter lived deep in the hills. One day he went down to the market fair and saw a puppet show. He loved it and yearned to see it again. One day he cut wood, he heard shouts of glee in the mountains, he followed the sounds and saw a mob of Yaoguais reveling together. Despite his fear, curiosity urged him to climb a rock to watch them from afar. The Guais were gathered in a circle, watching an acrobat show. Too far from to see well, the woodcutter could only discern a red-clad Guai twirling twin blades and dazzling spin flips. Entranced, the woodcutter crept closer. He saw acrobatic Guai had legs tied behind its back, strings dangling from its feet. In a flash, he knew it was a puppetry trick. He climbed a large tree for a clearer view. The Guai had an ugly, comical face to the woodcutter, and this spectacle was even more amusing than the finest plays at the market fair. He watched spellbound. A chill on his neck jolted him out of the reverie. Reaching up to check, he found his fingers coated in green spittle. Looking up in horror, he was greeted by a myriad of eyes staring down at him. There in the treetop dangled a violet spider, its legs threaded with silk tugging the distant puppet Guai to and fro. The woodcutter yelped and fell down from the tree, and at that the spider paused, and gathering the Yaoguais turned as one to glare at him. Stricken with terror, the woodcutter fled, and upon returning home fell gravely ill. No remedy could ease his suffering, and he soon wasted away and died. The Puppet Tick. Can you discern the outer guise? Who cares when hidden from our eyes? When hung up high, we use what use retains, a puppet's dance, its fleeting gains. Tales told Zhu's estate in the Webbed Ridge, the ancestral home of the wealthy textile family in the kingdom of Zhu. Rumors claim the estate housed vast amounts of gold and jewels, but those riches were never found. In the kingdom of Zhu lived 2 thieves who called each other brothers. The elder, a broad and forthright soul, the younger, a handsome and clever spirit. Fleeing a warrant, they sought Zhu's estate in the mountains as their next target as well as hideout. For days they scoured the hills, their rations spent and their hope lost. Weary and famished, they chanced upon a tea hut. The young thief called out, "Let's rest here, brother." The elder replied, "We've seen no one for days. How could there be a tea hut?" But driven by hunger, the young one hastened toward it. The elder chased after him, pleading. They tussled until they entered the hut, crude and dirty. It had rough log tables and stone stools. There were no patrons inside, only a hunchback old man with a cane brewing tea. The young thief asked, "How do you sell tea here when no one is around, old man?" The old man pointed to a dim village behind the hut. "This humble one lives in the hilltop village. This hut serves but to eke out my living." He then served 2 bowls of thick, strange-smelling brew, and the young thief reached for one, but the elder stopped him and asked the old man, "Do you know of Zhu Estate?" The old man grinned. "It lies within the village. Drink your tea, and I shall guide you there." The young thief beamed, and the elder grew wearier. He snatched the bowl from the young one. "I shall try it first." With that, he downed it in one gulp. No sooner had the tea hit his belly than he collapsed, writhing in agony. The young thief turned to the old man, only to witness his true form revealed as a hunchback with a cane-wielding creature, its body entangled in silk. Lifting his eyes, he saw a colossal spider perch in the rafters, tugging the strands to prompt the bug to tap its cane with a resonant ting-ting. At the signal, the stone stools shifted and unfurled their legs. They became little stone spiders. They spat silk at the elder thief to entangle him, and at this sight the younger thief turned and fled, as if he had not heard his brother's pleas for help. The Lantern Holder. When night falls deep, his lights shine down. Summoned is the yin, suppressed is the yang. Like harvesters hastening before the dawn, he reaps with his blade, and souls are gone. The insect Guais loathed patrolling after dusk, as their instinct to chase after light made the nighttime perilous for them. But luck favored them when a tribe of paleface yakshas from the west of the palace, having traversed the world, chose to settle at the Webbed Ridge and volunteered for night watch, a task the insect guais were only too happy to relinquish to these newcomers. The Yakshas are proud and fierce by nature, turned into feral Yao guais, yet still clung to their old ways in the days they were revered. They kept to their own with lanterns lit from dusk till dawn, and rarely mingled with the insect guais. To the latter, they were a curious sight with their merriment and banter, paid no heed to the hierarchy or status. Yet what puzzled the insect guais the most was the Yaksha's bond, close-knit in joy, yet they'd often erupt in disputes and hurl sharp words with no restraint. One night, a quarrel broke out during an idle chatter among 4 Yakshas on patrol, and their raucous noise woke the insect guais. Why must you carry on as this? The insect guais rushed to mediate, persuading them. Arguing one moment, chummy the next, why not treat each other with proper respect like we do? In an instant, the quarrel ceased, and in unison the Yakshas retorted, "You are mistaken. One spat only through open discourse we grow." Another chimed in, "Exactly. When we air out our disagreements, it only makes our bond stronger." A third added, "Indeed, by having each other's backs, we've made it through a lot of tough times. Our harsh words don't mean any harm." The last concluded, "Unlike you insect guais, we hide no secret grievances under the guise of harmony." With that, arm in arm, they departed, leaving the insect guais to dismiss the exchange with bemused eye rolls. Grasshopper Guai. Slender legs of verdant sheen, each arm wields a sickle keen. Misty woods are his home so true, he cares for youth like me and you. During the reign of the greatest emperor of Han, there was a village called Bath. From within its mountains, a hot spring flowed, reputed to preserve youth and vitality. Nobles flocked to it from far and wide. One day, the Marquis Leshang came to visit with his 6-year-old son. The young lord caught a little grasshopper and wanted to keep it as a pet. So he tore off its wings and trapped it in a teacup. Frickin' brutal. That night, the Marquis was visited in his dreams by a man clad in green. "Your child has imprisoned mine," he pleaded. "We are both fathers. I beseech you to help my little one." The next morning, the Marquis summoned his son and inquired about what happened. The boy, who feared his stern father, only provided vague replies. Thus, the full story remained elusive to both. That night, the green-clad man revisited the Marquis' dreams, his twin swords at his waist. He warned, "If you don't return my son, you'll never see yours again." The Marquis woke with a start and rushed to his son's bed, only to find it empty. Servants scoured the village, but found no trace. Only the young lord's page remembered the bug catching. He rushed to the study, found the overturned teacup, and gently released the grasshopper onto the grass. By noon, the young lord returned home safely, yet his hands were red and swollen. He could not stop weeping. When questioned about the events of the previous night, he sobbed, "I dreamt of a man in green, a great jumper. He carried me on his back and hopped a few times. Then I didn't know where I was. He scolded me for harming others and struck my palms with his swords 20 times. When asked how he came back, he was unable to answer, overwhelmed by fear. Alas, it is said that all beings love their young, a truth that spans the world. Even Yaoguais, it seems, are no different. In the late years of the Han, the hot springs in Bath suddenly dried up, and the insect guais sprouted in the hills, so the villagers moved down the mountain. A decade or two later, the area became known as the Webbed Ridge. Dragonfly Guai. Fly through the flowers and willows to shoot hidden arrows, flap your wings and ride the crooked wind. It is difficult to achieve good deeds with small wisdom, and 2s and 3s block the way. There was a Dragonfly Guai who loved archery. His mother saw his gift and used her connections for an opportunity to have him train under the Yao Guai king of the land. To the king, the Dragonfly Guai seemed like a diligent and talented student. He drilled hard each day and served his master with great respect, always at his master's beck and call. At times, he'd be practicing outside, but at a single command from his teacher, he'd appear at once. The king had doubts, but considered the dragonfly's swift wings. The king dismissed his suspicions. One day the king taught him how to imbue his bolts with great power. Wait for the arrowhead to glow, then release. The Guai swore he'd remember, but when tested that afternoon, he couldn't recall anything. The king assumed that he just hadn't grasped the lesson and explained it once more, but the next day he had forgotten again. This pattern continued, and the Yao Guai king flew into a rage and set to punish the Guai. The Guai fell to his knees and pleaded, "Mercy, master, I have brothers. Each of us knows only a portion of the lessons. That's why I can't answer." At this, scores of identical Dragonfly Guais emerged, all kneeling and bowing nonstop. Offended yet tickled by this revelation, the king demoted them all to a lowly patrol guard and taught them no more. Alas, while petty schemes might seem perfect at first, earning praise and favor, they also sow the seeds of trouble. When the truth is revealed, and one faces ridicule and brings ruin upon themselves. The Wasp Guai. When the victory comes, it flies low, and when the power is exhausted, it flees far away. Work hard and wash away the die, and use the powers to soar into the sky. A young man once lived in the webbed hollow. You may wonder how he found himself living among Yaoguais. The tale begun in the kingdom of Zuzi, where he was born into a family of weavers, their craft passed down through generations. One day his father left home in search of a jade shuttle, but never returned. His mother searched for him only to be told that he had abandoned them to marry into the Zhu family. Consumed by grief and convinced that the Yaguai had ensnared her husband, she wept day after day. Thus, in his boyhood, the son vowed to slay the Yaguais and avenge his father. Years later, he heard merchants speak of Zhu's estate on the webbed ridge, home to women of unearthly beauty. He ventured there alone to exact vengeance, but as soon as he entered the mountain, lesser Yaoguais captured him. Terrified he was before a little girl in yellow rescued him by commanding the Yaoguais to stop. The girl, barely 10, had a sweet rosy face, hardly an evil Yaoguai, as he imagined. The young man was at a loss. To his surprise, the young girl, lonely with few companions her age, brought him to the webbed hollow to play. He stayed, and he visited often to lift her spirits. Conflicted, he spent nights vowing by lamplight to slay the Yaguais and avenge his father. Come morning, one night a small wasp flew in and heard his oath, but he paid it no mind. The next day the girl didn't come. Instead, a woman in green, adorned with an elaborate bun and possessing a fierce yet beautiful face, arrived with an entourage of insect guards. Among them, a wasp Yaoguai who, with practiced ease, deftly searched the young man's trunk, pulling out his hidden stash of travel money and the dagger he intended for murder hidden within his porcelain pillow. Before relaying his nightly vow of vengeance to its mistress, the green-clad woman addressed the young man. "No mortal shall reside in Webbed Hollow, yet we spared you to be a companion for my younger sister. But in return, you plot to harm her, and you shall be punished for this. That being said, your quest for vengeance is understandable, which is why I shall leave your fate to the Bone Vault." At her command, the guards seized him and cast him into the abyss, his face uncertain in the darkness below. The Beetle Captain. Summer turns to winter, spring returns to autumn. My body is wasting time and gradually becoming old and ugly. I know that my white hair has been exchanged for fame, and my stubborn and arrogant character has burdened your life. Unlike the bee, wasp, hornet, katydid, cockroach, grasshopper, and dragonfly, the adopted sons of the spider ladies, the Beetle Captain, earned his rank through his own valor. Perhaps this was what made him stubborn, quick to anger over slights to his status. He often quarreled with lesser Guais over matters of words and etiquette. They called him arrogant and overbearing, and behind his back, disliking him all the more. One day, a petty dispute drove him to brandish his twin sabers at the lesser guards. Beetle Commander chanced by and pulled him aside. "You think your deeds and skills command their respect, but know this, rank has no bearing on the actions of others. What would happen if you measured your worth by the regard of everyone? When stone spiders show you disrespect, you'd think that makes you their inferior?" The captain retorted, "You're a commander, thus none dare offend you, but I am a minor officer, and if I don't assert myself, those lesser ones will scorn me even more." The commander shook his head. "If they treated you with great deference, then me, would that make you my superior in practice and skill? Nay, for I have observed that those who clamor for the most for respect often receive the least of it." What became of the Beetle Captain? Alas, he remained as he ever was, as one natures could not be easily altered. It was said that he continued to contend with all those who crossed his path until at last he was never to be seen again. Stone Spider. Small and humble a spider I be, yet in stone I adorn with comrades in peril beside me. In the olden days, a lesser Beetle Guai in the webbed hollow rose to the rank of captain through sheer prowess. But the promotion swelled his ego, and he lorded it over others till they shunned him, much to his ire. Upon a day of rest, the Beetle Captain found himself bereft of friends to squander the hours with, and thus roam the caves alone. He beheld a stone form, from which long and slender legs sprouted forth, and as it turned out, the stone held a spider stirring from slumber. These spiders, burdened with stones upon their backs, moved in a slow, clumsy manner. The captain, beset by a foul mood, kicked one over and laughed at its plight as it flailed and struggled to right itself. With each attempt it made to stand, he flicked it down again, guffawing. After the who knows how long, crisp raps echoed from the depths of the cavern. Soon hordes of stone spiders marched out of the dark. Seeing the threat, the captain drew his weapon and charged into their midst. The spiders showed no fear. They hurled stones, spat silk and venom, rammed and butted. They drove the captain into a rage, and he spun his twin blades in a killing frenzy amidst the spiders. As he cut them down with zeal, a flicker of lantern light neared, followed by a playful voice. "You fool, you think you can slay every spider in the webbed hollow alone? Come with me, I'll take you to play under the peach blossoms." The Beetle Captain lifted his gaze to behold a maiden of unsurpassed beauty. His heart stirred, and he followed her at once. Henceforth he was seen no more. One old Guai mused, "To slay spiders within their lair is to but seek death itself." Minor Armor Worm. In foreign lands it toils and spins, weaving cocoons its work begins. Unable to transform and soar, it falls into the net once more. From the southern slopes of Mount Huai, one can gaze upon the radiant splendor of Mount Kunlun, its brilliance stretching for miles, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Of Mount Kunlun there exists a creature called the Tuluo. It resembles a sheep, but has 4 horns and is known to devour humans. Another creature, known as the Quinyuan, looks like a bee, but is as large as the mandarin duck. Its sting is lethal to birds and beasts, and can wither trees with a mere touch of its venom. King Mu Zhao once had the fortune to visit Mount Kunlun. He toured its magnificent palaces, tasted various celestial herbs and delicacies, listened to sweet music performed by beautiful celestial maidens, and saw many wondrous mythical beasts. When the celestial maidens presented gifts to King Mu, he refused, but pointed to the mythical beasts in the garden and asked, "May I take one of these extraordinary creatures back with me?" The celestial maidens replied, "The beings of Kunlun drink from the celestial moat and feed on celestial herbs. Even if you take them to the mortal realm, they would lose their form and abilities. It is better not to take them away, for if they transform, we cannot predict what calamities that they might cause." Clawed Cocoon. The world is full of hustle and bustle. How much money can you make from all the hustle and bustle? Will you be caught in the trap of heaven and earth and be entangled by the thread of chance? In the kingdom of Zuzi, a curious tale prevailed. No matter how many kings came and went, the Zhu family of the royal weaving office never relocated. They wove a fabric known as celestial silk, gleaming as moonlight, light as clouds. Nobility and merchants alike clamored for it. The city weavers seethed with jealousy, but none could replicate it. Over time, whispers spread that the Zhus owed their silk to a jade shuttle bestowed by the red-clad immortal. That's what the other guy was looking for, the one that disappeared. One weaver was convinced that obtaining the shuttle would also secure his fortune. On a deep, dark night, he sneaked into the Zhu's workshop outside the city walls during the second watch. I think this is the story of the weaver that disappeared. One weaver was convinced that obtaining the shuttle would also secure his fortune. On a deep, dark night, he sneaked into the Zhu's workshop outside of the city walls during the second watch. The zoos were rich enough to have their workshops sprawled wide and vast. In the dead of night, not a soul was in sight. The weaver crept through the yards of draping silks when a pure white light fell upon the center of the drying racks. The moon dimmed, and the darkness swallowed all but that single shining pillar joining earth and sky. The weaver stumbled toward it and discovered the pillar of light was made of countless strands of silk. The two monstrous silkworms were spinning these strands into cocoons and hanging them on the drying racks. The cocoons' hooked feet grabbed the silk strands and passed a jade shuttle back and forth, weaving the exquisite fabric. Dazed, the weaver became fixated on the shuttle, convinced that owning it would endow him with the same power. But the cocoons impaled him with their sharp hooks, and in a blink of eye, as he lay dying, he saw the worms crawling toward him. They carried him into the pillar of light and wrapped him in a luminous cocoon. The Scorpion Prince. Silent it hides with venomous claws, barbed hooks laced with deadly flaws. It arrives with fierce, bold show, but in defeat it tucks tails and go. The four sons of the Scorpion House often secretly inquired about each other's recent activities. This was not out of brotherly affection, but rather due to competitive spirit, fearing that one of them might be chosen by one of the sisters in the cave before the others. Not only did they spy on each other's whereabouts, but they also felt compelled to comment on them afterward. If they heard that a brother had achieved something recently, they would make sarcastic remarks and express jealousy. Conversely, if a brother had made a mistake, they would mock him and ridicule him, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Confused by such behavior, the lesser Yaguais in the cave approached the Beetle Commander to seek an explanation. The Beetle Commander explained their fear isn't about failing to marry a lady, it's about their brother's promotion. It's about that their brother's promotion will cut into their own benefits. Hearing this, the lesser Yaguais were even more perplexed. Beetle Commander continued, the 100-eyed Taoist master will not permit the Scorpion family to amass excessive power. Thus, if one of the four brothers ascends to the position of Prince Consort, the prospects for the others inevitably wane. This principle extends to the official roles within the cave that take the Scorpion eldest. For instance, having gained the favor of the second madam, he faces the most exclusion from his brothers. But the eldest one is indeed more capable, while the others are not as competent. One lesser Yaguai chimed in. Exactly. Because he has some skill, his brothers only talk behind his back and don't dare to confront him directly. Were it someone else less skilled, it might not be the same. The Sword Taoist. To seek the Tao, he journeys far. With steadfast heart, he finds the gate. In the depths of sword skills, he glimpses roots of ascensions innate. Every 10 years, the Temple of Yellow Flowers opens its doors to recruit disciples. One day, a newly admitted young Taoist discovers that the disciples focused on the innate practice were divided into 3 different groups based on their skills. One group used staffs, another used flying whisks, and the third used swords. The young Taoist observed them closely and noticed that the disciples who used staffs and fly whisks were also responsible for various chores around the temple and had less favorable living conditions. In contrast, the disciples who used swords only needed to focus on their training, and they were even privileged to receive daily guidance from their masters. The young Taoist secretly consulted the senior disciples and found out that the sword disciples were also the quickest to achieve enlightenment and ascension. However, becoming a disciple of the sword group was no easy task. It required passing a rigorous examination by the master, and only those deemed to have the highest potential were given the opportunity. The young Taoist visited each senior disciple, noting the questions the master had asked them in the past, and made thorough preparations. Eventually, he succeeded in his endeavor, winning first place. The master personally tied his hair into a top knot and bestowed upon him a sword. From that moment, he joined the sword group, and he woke up early every day to train under the supervision of the Beetle Commander. In the afternoons, he strengthened his ki under the master's guidance. Though the life was monotonous and arduous, he was very content. After more than a decade of rigorous cultivation, the disciples of the sword group finally earned the master's approval. The master informed them that their skills were now proficient enough for them to enter the mountain for secluded meditation. If they were fortunate enough, they could achieve their ascension. The Fly Whisk Taoist. The Wide robe and crane cloak flutter in the breeze. Why compare the righteous with the unrighteous, please? Praising virtues and merits disturbs the sweet dream. Whisking dusk and sweeping earth disrupts the serene theme. In Petalfall Hamlet lived a Taoist. He had taken his vows last and was the youngest, and thus the Grandmaster doted on him. He too was glad to wait on the Grandmaster at all times. If the Grandmaster extended a hand, he served tea. If the Grandmaster lifted a foot, he removed his shoe. He swatted flies, fanned the breeze, made the bed, and tidied the covers quick, and through his duties the Grandmaster favored him greatly. His fellow disciples burned with jealousy, but they couldn't stoop to do such fawning. They could only speak ill of him behind his back and bully him to vent their ire. One day the Grandmaster held a test to assess his disciples' learning, and when it was the turn of the youngest, he decided to be lenient with him. He only asked him to recite a passage from the scripture of Tao Te Ching. The young disciple put on a smug face and chanted in a loud, clear voice. The Tao produced one, one produced two, two produced three, three produced all things. The other disciples had long awaited this moment, and their wish had finally been granted. They roared with laughter and even stole glances at the Grand Master to see his reaction. The Grand Master, furious, stormed off in a huff, and the other disciples then warned the young one. You've committed a grave blunder and incited his anger today. Don't dream of learning any solid skills from him now. After the incitement, the incident, the Grand Master shunned the young disciple, but then he found he had no one to wait on him properly. Over time, he reminisced about the young disciple's attentiveness, and before long the disciple was summoned to serve him again. But when he saw the disciple's disinterest in the Taoist learnings, his aversion returned. One day the young disciple implored the Grand Master to teach him some skills, and the Grand Master took the fly-swatting fan, waving motions the boy did each day, and made them into a set of moves. Who knows if it was meant as sarcasm? In the end, he taught the boy those moves and wind-wielding techniques, and that was all the boy could hope for. The Staff Taoist. Fairy mountains, clouds, and waters are connected to the horizon, and home is nowhere to be seen. Holding a stick, I walk far into the dangerous nests and enjoy the white snow and yellow buds. Long ago, a mountain village sat on a ridge teeming with insects. Strange things happened there, so the villagers all moved out, leaving it deserted. A deserted village. In the village below lived a young man. His mother had died, and his father was a poor wastrel who paid him no mind. The villagers looked down on him and often abused him. He felt he couldn't endure such disdain, so he fled to live in an abandoned village. Little did he know that the village was claimed by a swarm of insect guais. As soon as the young man reached the ridge, the Yaguais seized him, didn't fight back, as a deep-rooted death wish stemming from a life without attachments had long infested his heart. Seeing his resignation, the insects didn't harm him. Instead, they provided him shelter in a dilapidated shack. That night, a middle-aged Taoist brought him food and clothing. I heard you have nowhere to go, so I brought you some things for daily use. If you don't mind, take me as your master and stay here. I can teach you practices for ascension. The youth hadn't been cared for in so long. He eagerly donned the Taoist robe and performed the rites to acknowledge his master. From then on, he lived and trained with the insect guais, and they spent their days dining and walking together, and at night they slept side by side. One day, a scholar barged into the young man's room. I've just escaped from the Yaguai's lair. They had trapped me in a cocoon sack, and I'm unsure of their intentions. I'm fleeing this place. You're human. You should come with me. The young man shook his head. I am content here. Why should I leave? The scholar grew angry. Because they're Yaguais and you're human. Even if they don't harm you, staying with them long enough will turn you into a Yaguai as well. You're right, the young man said as he grabbed his staff and knocked the scholar to the ground. But even if I turn into a Yaguai, I'll do so gladly. The scholar deemed that the young man was past saving. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled out the door and fled alone. The Snake Herbalist. Pine, bamboo, plum grant him a blue hue, yet hearts of jackals, tigers, and leopards he possesses true. Collecting herbs from mountains and streams, no desire to aid the world, lost in selfish dreams. In the old days, there was a Taoist temple at the foot of Purple Cloud Mountain. An ascetic Taoist nun, worn from her long travels, sought shelter there one night. The temple nuns, moved by her devotion, offered her hot water and fresh clothes. As she bathed, the nun heard a sound above from the rafters. Without showing a sign of alarm, she put on her robe and nonchalantly picked up her fly whisk. With a gentle flick, the whisk stretched and coiled with her motion, snaking up to the rafters and seizing a Yao Guai. Alerted by the commotion, the temple nuns rushed into the room to investigate, and on the ground crouched a snake Guai with green scales, unfazed by its capture. It seemed the nuns had been its prior victims. Now, taking turns to scold it, the Snake Guai looked at them with contempt and puffed out its cheeks to spew green venom in every direction. Anyone struck by even a drop collapsed at once, writhing in pain. As the Guai had no remorse, the nun took out a wispy golden needle and prepared to destroy it. Only then did the snake show fear. It pleaded at once, "I am just a lesser herbalist Guai from the mountain. In my basket outside is an antidote for them. Please, will you spare my life, immortal lady?" Hearing its sincere plea, the nun granted it mercy. The Guai rummaged in its basket and handed her some small white petals. "These are the leaves of the pearl tree. They are rare in the mortal world and can cure all venoms." It fed one to each Taoist nun, and they recovered at once. After that, the temple always had tree pearls on hand, and many afflicted by venom came here to seek aid. But the high cost of the tree pearl meant many unable to afford it had to face the toxin's fatal outcome. Snake Sheriff. Sheriff in these here woods. A head so large, a tail so thin, 7 feet long, a patterned form, electric eyes, fierce and strong. With tiger stripes it boasts with pride, yet beneath its head a strange guise hides. In the mountain there was a tiger with a strong desire for the Tao. He traveled across the mountain and great rivers seeking a Taoist temple to practice. However, his Taoist affinity was thin, and he couldn't find a master willing to accept him until he reached the Webbed Ridge, hoping to become a disciple under an accomplished immortal. At first, the immortal master disdained him for being a mere tiger, unlike his other disciples, and refused to meet him. The tiger knelt outside the mountain gate for several days without rising. The immortal master, sensing his sincerity, gave him a chance and accepted him as an outer disciple. Unexpectedly, the tiger had no steadfastness, and after the initial fervor, he didn't put in the effort. The immortal master advised him one's practice relies on oneself, not the master, but the tiger couldn't grasp this and was punished to guard the mountain at Forest of Ferocity. Feeling resentful, the tiger became even lazier, and spending his days lying idly under a tree and cursing his master to pass the time. One day, while half asleep under the tree, complaining about his master, he suddenly heard a soft sigh and felt something slip into his mouth. Startled, he sat up, but there was no one around. He retched for a long time, but could not expel anything, thinking it was just a dream. After some time, the tiger's neck became long and thin, and he could no longer speak. He diligently patrolled the Forest of Ferocity every day. People whispered among themselves. He started his Taoist practice with enthusiasm, but ended poorly. The master must have punished him, which is why he looks like this now. From now on, we'd best be careful. The Worm Practitioner. Swallowing pills to hasten flight, in tainted streams he shares the blight. Better to seek the straight and true than in the crooked paths pursue. The disciples who practiced swordsmanship in the temple had been training under their master for a long time. Since joining the group, they had all harbored the wish to attain ascension. Diligently practicing their skills with great perseverance, one day the master finally informed the disciples that after years of rigorous training, their skills had become proficient. He told them that they could now follow him into the mountains for secluded meditation. If they were fortunate, they might achieve ascension and become immortals. The disciples were overjoyed and eagerly packed their belongings to follow their master into the mountains. The master led them using teleportation technique to a breathtakingly beautiful mountain. The mountain was rustling golden leaves and presenting a scene of crisp, refreshing autumn weather. At the mountain's peak, there was a hamlet where they set down their belongings, and the master then led them along a path behind the hamlet to the summit. There they saw strands of silk hanging in the air, with one end suspended in the mountain mist and the other reaching high into the clouds. Destination unknown, the master said. This is the celestial ladder to the immortal kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, your senior brother ascended to immortality from this very spot. With that, he handed each of them a peculiar object of violet color and said, "This is a pill to aid your ascension. Quickly, my disciples, consume it." The disciples, filled with excitement, and immediately swallowed the larva-like objects. A few hesitated, only to see a terrifying and disgusting scene. The disciples that had taken the pills had transformed into a flat-headed, fleshy worms. Horrified, they questioned their master, shaking. The master shook his head and sighed, "When the opportunity arises, your courage fails, which makes you unfit to become immortals." Before his sigh had ended, the disciples who had transformed into worms lunged at them. So that's the we were reading that earlier about the sword. Which one was it? The sword Taoist. So that was where the sword Taoists went. It's interesting how these actually do tie together. Lush Leaf is the next one. Amidst the lush leaves' embrace, free from the dust of life's race, branches side by side they stand, their pursuits as firm as the land. Once a wealthy scion, seeking the path of the immortals, abandoned his family fortune and retreated to the mountains for solitary practice. Accustomed to being served, he struggled alone and often faltered in basic chores. One day, while washing clothes, his basin drifted away. He sat by the river and wailed aloud. Suddenly, from the rustling trees, a young, beautiful woman glided down to him. She landed before him, inquired about his plight, and consoled him, saying, "Your devotion has moved a spirit of these cypresses such as me. You have my aid." She would prepare his meals and launder his clothes, and always leave as silently as she came. Yet the boy's heart harbored other thoughts. He said to her, "Since you care for me so, why not join me in practice as Taoist partners and harmonize yin with yang?" Enraged by his audacity, the woman sharply rebuked him. "Our practices take on different paths. Mine has been kept for a millennium. Why would I risk this practice because of you?" She left swiftly, but after many tearful pleas by the river, the boy was forgiven. However, within a half a year, he broached her with the proposal again, persisting in his deluded fantasy. The woman, after pondering, said, "How can you speak of the practice of yin and yang with me before you see my true form? Follow me, and you shall see." She led him deep into the woods and revealed a massive, gnarled cypress tree. She gilded onto its canopy and disappeared. The cypress let out a mighty roar and rose from the ground. With a flick of power, it summoned the surrounding shrubs. Together they encircled the boy, intending to teach him a lesson. Overcome with fear, he fled back to his home and abandoned his pursuit of Tao. So she was actually a tree? Like a legitimate tree? Revenant Stalwart. Endless toil, no rest in view, joy of nature, never ours to pursue. Serving others, in vain we strive, lamenting years, centuries alive. The stalwarts summoned from the underworld by the keepers were the lowest-ranking soldiers back there. With their daily duties to maintain the flow of the underworld, being sent to the mortal realm was akin to the days of rest, a break from the relentless toil. One day, as they patrolled the flaming mountains, 4 stalwarts shared their stories. One pointed to the Furnace Valley and remarked, "This lava here makes me think of my task back underground. Those who committed arson in life are sentenced to the embrace of searing hot copper pillars naked in our copper depth. We had to fuel the fire and scrape off burnt flesh once again. If we had a firefall like it here, it would surely make things easier." Another added, "True, and those who broke families in life go to our iron depth. We plant an edge of the blade tree into their back and hang them on the tree. Our endless days are spent sharpening the blades and trimming the trees. Sometimes the blade cuts through their flesh and they fall with wounds wide open. That's when we stitch them up, carry them from the ground, and hang them on the blade again. A giant iron ball like the one ahead would make the job much simpler." The third one chimed in, If you have it easy, those who torture animals go to our bull depth. There they are trampled and gored by lava bulls. We must tend the bulls, fit them with iron hooves, and sharpen their horns. The crushed corpses must be dug out occasionally, lest they clog the path of the bulls. A flaming cart would be much a better solution. The last stalwart, gazing at the landscape of the flaming mountains, exclaimed, "This place is better than any of our depths, don't you see? This is the best depth with state-of-the-art torturing tools. I am now living in my dream." Hearing this, all his companions spat in disdain and left. Revenant Archer. He who brings tales of fault and flame is often caught in the very same game. Trust not the one who seems most fair, and in their goodness be aware. In the southern camp of the kingdom of Yutu, I don't even know how to pronounce that, near the western side of the Flaming Mountains, a cook in the army was tasked with delivering food to the soldiers each and every day. During his routine, he often noticed a shadowy figure trailing him. When his courage led him to confront it, he discovered it was a pottery figurine armed with an arrowless bow, a truly peculiar sight. It is known that the guilty are haunted. The cook, assured of his clear conscience, demanded, "Why do you always follow me?" The figurine, faceless yet speaking from within, replied, "In my past life, we were from the same town and served together in the army. I was wounded by an enemy, an arrow, and you abandoned me. I was left to succumb to an infection and die. My resentment prevented me from reincarnation, and Yama, the king of the underworld, made me a revenant. I have now come for your life." Puzzled, the cook asked, "Then why not kill me?" The figurine raised its bow, replying, "This bow shoots only arrows of punishment, and you've been reasonably upright in this life, so I find no arrows to strike you. My only choice now is to linger aimlessly." The cook asked if there was anything he could do to stop its wandering, but the figurine spat back, "It was your fault. You should atone, not help me. Your debt will clear once you've recited Buddha's name for me 10,000 times and kneeled to each. Then I may find peace." Enraged by such entitlement, the cook argued, Your fall in enemy hands wasn't my arrow. Your failure to avoid wasn't my push. Leaving you was a choice, not a crime. Why blame me?" With that, he smashed the pottery figurine with his meal lid. The figurine shattered and turned into dust in the wind. Alas, even ghosts dread violence. Reflecting on one's actions is essential, and kindness is a virtue. But beware of being exploited for your good heart, lest the accused becomes the accuser. Lava Bull Revenant. They just talked about the Lava Bull Revenants in the Revenant Stalwart. So we're getting some more backstory on the Lava Bull Revenants. High and mighty in the finest attire, yet a twist of fate from life to mire. The underworld trials are no mere lore, they know it all when they see your core. In the kingdom of pure joy there dwelled a high official from the lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, has passed recently. Not long after, the official himself met a sudden death. His soul, bewildered, found itself in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by terrifying sights. He came to a halt before a colossal stone gate and peered inside. There he saw charred corpses on their knees, twisted and shrunken from the relentless flames, their faces erased under chains and shackles. Among them, one scorched figure struggled to rise, shouting, "Zerong, my son, it's me, your father." Better, the official's childhood name resonated with truth. He hastily asked, "Father, why are you here?" "I held so many rituals made for your passage." The charred spirit replied, "They're futile. Virtues in life bring fortune in the next, but wrongdoings must be paid now. My misdeeds caused many deaths, and Yama condemned me to the ceaseless depths, to burn eternally, my son. Do not follow my path." Then 5 more charred spirits emerged, his ancestors going back to his great-great-grandfather, all echoing the same warning. Suddenly a chilling wind blew, and the stone gate slammed shut, and the official woke back among the living. For a time he lived modestly, and yet the hardships of simplicity soon wore him down. Convincing himself that it was nothing more than a dream, he slipped back into his lavish ways. Revenant Charbone. Seek not with greed what life can give. By harming others, how can one live? Evil deeds their judgment due. In the nether world, their fate they rue. In the kingdom of pure joy, there dwelled a high official from the lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, has passed recently, not long after the official himself met a sudden death. His soul, bewildered, found itself in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by terrifying sights. He came to a halt before a colossal stone gate and peered inside. There he saw charred corpses on their knees and twisted and shrunk from the relentless flames, their faces erased under the chains and shackles. Among them, one scorched figure struggled to rise, shouting, "Zerong, my son, it's me, your father." This sounds exactly the same as the other one, doesn't it? Did I Charbone, Charface? I think I'm reading the same one. Hold on. Let me take a look real quick. No, Lovable Revenant is also Zerong. It's me, your father. Revenant Charbone is also Zerong. Unless it's the same one. Let's read the story and let's see if it has a different tale. Zerong, my son, it's me, your father. Better the official's childhood name resonated with truth. He asked, "Father, why are you here? I held so many rituals for your passage." The charged spirit replied, "They're futile. The virtues of life bring fortune in the next, but wrongdoings must be paid now." This is the same story. "My misdeeds caused my deaths, and Yama condemned me to the ceaseless depths to burn eternally. My son, do not follow my path." Yeah, it's the same exact story as the Lava Bull Revenants. Perhaps there's a glitch in the Matrix here, and we've got two of the same story. Revenant Charface. Time gallops like a horse so fair, here and there, seeming without care. Past flows like water in its course, dreams buried deep without remorse. The gates of the city of injustice are guarded by the Charfaces. Unlike soul reapers, they wield blades of karmic flames, burning lost souls to ash, hence their perpetually smoking visages. One day, two Charfaces at the gate caught a soul trying to sneak out. As one raised his flaming blade to strike, the desperate soul pleaded, "Spare me, kind sirs. Should I revive, I'll burn 10,000 houses of paper ingots in your honor." The other Charface restrained his companion and proposed, "Let's have a wager then. If you win, you go free. If you lose, blame your own luck." The soul asked, "What would the wager be?" And he answered, "If half the souls entering the city today wish to return to life like you, then you win." With that, he handed over paper and ink and tasked the soul with recording the names and earthly obsessions of those newly deceased. As the gate closed for the day, the soul hurried to the Charfaces and declared, I've won indeed." The Charfaces presented the list to the gate master, who found that it matched perfectly in both numbers and names, and even included details the deceased themselves hadn't revealed. Satisfied, the gate master held the soul in high regard, generously rewarding him, and said, "I know you seek to leave the city, but the gates are shut for today. Perhaps you could come again tomorrow." Months passed, with the soul returning daily, and each day a similar bet was made. Over time, the soul ceased longing for a return to life, and took up the role as the scribe under the gate master. Alas, it makes one wonder, should we look ahead and accept whatever future awaits us, or stay committed to a steadfast goal? Perhaps there's no right answer. What matters is the willingness to make your choice. The Lava Bat. In flames that leap and kiss the sky, down to the earth their fiery flight. Forged in flames they rise once more, braving trials for powers pure. Flaming mountains harbored numerous caves, yet most were filled with flowing lava, unfit for dwelling or practice. Finding a cool cavern was a prized rarity. However, as adept flyers in the mountains, the lesser bat guais often discovered comfortable caves on sheer cliffs. Unfortunately, the larger guais followed suit and claimed these caves for themselves. Angered by the constant displacements, the bats were resolute in moving to Furnace Valley, a place of towering firefalls and rivers of molten rock. No other guais would dare venture there, and all advised them to leave. The bats, undeterred, dismissed the warnings and retorted, "We can never secure a comfortable hideout when you're around. That's why we've chosen the most dangerous and treacherous place in our spiritual practice here. It's a matter of life or death. We're done being victims and pushed around." Fortune favored their resolve and rewarded their practice. Though the scorching lava burnt them time and again, it forged fiery skins, and dodging the spewing magma honed their agility. Alas, no path is set in life. While well-trodden roads may offer smoother travel, striking out anew invites trials and derision, yet the fruits of such journey are uniquely gratifying. The Bull Sergeant. Near fiery peaks in robes so fine, guarding jade doors with gold's radiant shine, tangled in those worldly gains, all splendor fades like dust it wanes. Through the ages, those seeking rain from the plantain fan often presented gifts and tribute as the chief guard of the Rakshasi court. The Bull Sergeant was in charge of collecting these offerings. The quality of the tributes greatly affected the well-being of the mountain's Yaguais throughout the year, thus the Bull Sergeant always schemed to influence the tributes toward his own preferences. One day, leaning on the doorframe and sighing deeply, he noticed the smoke from his nose resembling his beloved chicken, and devised a plan. He told the tribute bearers that the shape of the smoke rising from the flaming mountains at dusk indicated what the plantain fan desired as their offerings. Believing this to be a divine sign, the people, despite their hardships, started contributing exactly as the smoke sizzle suggested. The Bull Sergeant received many of his desired items and reveled in contented life. However, over time, this led to growing discontent among the villagers toward Rakshasi and her reigns. One day, Lady Rakshasi had to leave for a lecture by Lord Lao in the Celestial Court and was unable to bring rain for the people. In panic, the Bull Sergeant confessed his wrongdoings and begged for forgiveness. It turned out she never required any tributes. She naturally provided rain for the villagers, though the seasons for planting and growing, the whole tribute scheme was a fabrication. Lady Rakshasi didn't punish the Bull Sergeant, but ordered him to return the goods and tell the truth to the villagers. But they refused to take back their offerings. Instead, they urged the sergeant to convince the plantain fan for more rain. Caught between the villagers and the lady, the sergeant ended up berated by both sides, the bull scorned by all. Bull Soldier. Strong of body, skilled in fight, shield and spear, a valorous sight. Heart ablaze with fervent zeal, loves disdain, the pain he feels. 3 centuries ago, when the Bull King's skill graced the Celestial Court and the Red Boy practiced under Guan Yin, peace reigned over the Flaming Mountains. One day, Bishu Beast promoted a captain among the Bull soldiers, and the captain moved into the night duty chamber of the Rakshasa Palace to accommodate his increased responsibilities. He occupied the adjoining room for the rest of the main west chamber. For hosting guests, one morning he found the guest room had been tidily arranged overnight, dustless furniture, washed fruits on plates, and freshly brewed tea. Perplexed, he thought of the Fury Celestial maidens serving the lady and the fox maidens attending the king's daughter. Recalling how the other guards often teased him for being more handsome than the rest, now as the new captain, he couldn't help but feel elated. Surely there must be a secret admirer. For over a month, this mysterious, kind-hearted maiden visited nightly, yet never revealed herself. Growing impatient, the captain resolved to wait outside the chamber one night. Around the 4th watch, he heard heavy steps, quite unlike that of the gentle maidens, furred or fox. Regardless, he lunged at the figure as soon as the door opened and secured a tight hold on it. The figure was muscular and sturdy, too large for his arms. Muffled grunts followed, and the voice of the Bull Sergeant emerged. I like things tidy, and your room is always messy. That's why I clean it up after my night duty. You don't have to act so grateful. The Bull Stalwart. In remote corners, evil shows its face, yet the good seeks the divine embrace. Evil's end is found in fire's relentless glow, while the good is shielded, be it high or low. In the village beneath the flaming mountains, the impoverished residents subsisted solely on rice cakes and wore nothing but coarse linen clothes to appease the Yaguais in the mountains for rain. They had a grim custom, sending elders over 60 as offerings. Old Zhu, a Dao aspirant in his youth, only grew stronger with age, and his vitality hinted at long life. Yet, on his 60th birthday, in the midst of lavish celebration, the villagers placed him on a ceremonial altar and carried him to a stone temple in the mountains. to be sacrificed. Confined in the temple, old Zhu grew weak from hunger and thirst. At the brink of death, the temple doors swung open and the two enormous figures entered. Another old one of them said, and the other followed. He's still breathing. Go, let's check on him. He was then approached by the two bull guais clad in armor, each wielding a pair of hammers. Frozen in fear, he remained voiceless. However, the guais, instead of harming him, handed him a sack of water and shared their dried food. They instructed him, leave the temple and follow the path marked by bamboo stakes to find the main road. From there, the west leads to the kingdom of sacrifice and the east to the kingdom of women. Choose your way. Recovering his senses, old Zhu asked why they spared him, and one of the guais replied, you mortals underestimate us. If we were to feast on humans, we wouldn't choose the elderly. Our Lady has often sent the old back, but everyone she sent back ended up murdered. Now we guide you old ones to seek life elsewhere. Eat quickly and be on your way. With that, the bull guais left old Zhu alone and resumed their patrol with their hammers swinging. Searing Fire. Eternal life, a simple dream. True ascent, a distant gleam. The world seeks shortcuts, lost in their quest. With countless sacrifices, they never rest. Outside the walls of the Kingdom of Sacrifice, atop the mountains, stood the Fume Fire Temple, renowned for its ability to reform wayward youths from fallen households. The temple was spoken highly of for guiding lost souls toward righteous paths. This tale, as told by a landowner, is about one such disciple, Zhao San. Zhao San was a vagabond. He beguiled guests of brothels into lavish spending, and one of his patrons turned out to be the landowner Wang's son. He soon found himself pursued by the authorities, and facing a trial against Wang, a Taoist from the Fume Fire Temple happened upon him and offered sanctuary. From that point forward, Zhao San immersed himself in the pursuit of wisdom, practiced diligently and dutifully, undertook tasks assigned by his master, and one day he descended the mountain on an errand. He came across Meniang. Mine-Yang? I don't know how to pronounce that. A concubine, being mistreated by the wife of a household during their journey to the temple. Without hesitation, Zhao San intervened and rescued her and brought her to the temple to shield her from cruelty of that family. With nowhere else to turn, she was welcomed into the temple by master and became a disciple. Filled with gratitude, Zhao San saving her life, she tended to the temple's chores. Over time, she repeatedly sought to become Zhao San's spiritual partner, yet her advances were always rebutted. Years later, having made significant spiritual progress, Zhao San underwent ascension ceremony organized by his master, with her invited as a witness. They were taken to the mountain peak with a river of fire flowing down, and Zhao San received a talisman from his master, courageously leaped into the fire. Filled with a longing to practice alongside him, she followed suit amidst cheers and blessings. As the smoke rose, they were reborn from the blazing flames as the eternal guardians of the river of lava. Thus, in the fiery embrace, they found immortality and everlasting life, forever part of the river's endless flow. Scorching Fire. Ignorance ignites a fool's fire, daily anguish in a somber mire. Enduring a life of ceaseless pain, they yearn for death, not celestial gain. Legend has it that during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, an official of the pottery named Ning Fengzi learned the art of fire with 5 colored fumes from mortals, and tried to ascend by roasting himself over the flames. Some say he achieved ascension, others claim he burned himself to death. No one knows the truth. The tale we have here is recounted by a runaway disciple from the Fume Fire Temple in the Kingdom of Sacrifice, a place rooted in the art of the 5-color fume fire. The master of the disciple served as the abbot of the temple. One day the disciple accompanied his master for some liquor in town. They came across a fugitive being pursued by officers. As the temple was short on help and the fugitive was a wealthy one, they offered him shelter. This man, Zhao San, was a mere wastrel who lured patrons of brothels into extravagant spending and the temple was already home to various robbers and bandits. It proved to be a corrupting influence on Zhao San. In the company of fellow criminals every day, he soon became 10 times more villainous than before. One day, Zhao San set off to rob travelers to fund his own lavish lifestyle, and he targeted a wealthy family returning from their monthly worship. In an act driven by greed and lust, he abducted the family's concubine, Menyang. Imprisoned within the temple walls, Menyang endured daily chores and beatings. Despite her deep resentment towards Zhao San, she was powerless against his violence. She could only grit her teeth and bide her time, hoping for an escape. Years later, a ceremony for ascension was announced in the temple, and the disciple who tells the story was tasked with escorting her to the event held atop the cliff overlooking the river of lava. Zhao San had already prepared to leap into the fire for ascension with a talisman from his master. He insisted that she accompany him amidst the frenzied cheers of the followers and the terrified cries of Menyang. The disciple pushed the girl off the cliff as ordered. Charred in the river of lava, their bodies swelled grotesquely as lava guided by the talisman seeped into their skulls. Their distorted new forms staggered up, writhing in agony, and ran towards the depths of the Black Mountains. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, the disciple renounced his belief in the temple's teachings, no matter how vehemently their master rationalized it as a transcendent metamorphosis. So, it's very interesting. So there are two different versions of the same story, essentially, the Searing Fire and the Scorching Fire. One paints Zhao San as a hero and Menyang as his lover. The other one paints him as a villain and Menyang as apparently someone who hated him because she was abducted and beaten. It's very interesting. A lot of the times I've noticed that there are two stories that are almost identical, just like these, but often have completely different meanings, or like narratives, essentially, to, the story. The next one is Flameling. Amidst joy and gentle spirit gleams, in anger darkness sows its schemes. Beneath the earth a silent foe, flames within slyly aglow. Ancient text speaks of flame ore, bearing a resemblance to cinnabar ore, but being non-toxic and more potent for pill refinement. Its sought-after properties for enhancing both yin and yang energies attracted many pill crafters, yet this rare substance of the mountain spirits remain elusive and priceless. Then there was Chang Ming, a man obsessed with oddities, scorned by his family for his poverty. Learning that flame ores were formed within flamelings, he set out to profit from it. Selling all he had, he plunged into the mountains, fixated on capturing a flameling. Days turned to weeks with no news, save that his makeshift shelter mysteriously burned down. Raging at his misfortune, he saw a large red worm emerge from the ground before him, half buried, half exposed. With innocent face of a child, much like a disciple of Guanyin, startled by Chen Ming's fury, it wept. Cheng Ming shouted to scare and silence it, but it only angered the flameling, who swiftly burrowed away. It was only then that Cheng Ming realized it was a flameling. He leaped about, hoping to lure it out again. Finally, the Guai, annoyed, perhaps burrowed out and struck him with a fireball. The clothes and skin of Cheng Ming caught fire, and he rolled on the ground in pain and despair. He broke down in tears and realized that he couldn't seize the flame orb by himself. Then, amused and curious, the flameling drew near him. For this one time, Cheng Ming chose to be brutal and resolute. He smashed its head with a rock until it was completely shattered. Cheng Ming continued this merciless act and harvested plenty of flame ores, but he kept his methods a secret. His growing sales of the ores eventually earned him fame as a renowned medicine gatherer far and wide. Tenor. Within the gloom, the monkeys roam far away from their lauded home, ensnared in traps as troubles brew. In revenge journey, what cause, what's due. Centuries ago, the troops of court raised Mount Huago once more. Upon hearing the great sage's death, many monkeys left their home in sorrow and began searching for new sanctuaries for their practice. Given the great sage's past association with the Bull King, many sought his protection at the Flaming Mountains. The Bull King hated monkeys, as the great sage had betrayed him, yet he offered shelter to these distressed refugees. But life in the Flaming Mountains was harsh, afflicted with scorching heat, frequent harassment from outer Yaoguais. Fortunately, the keeper of the land treated them kindly. providing food and support earned the trust of the monkeys. Soon, however, a plague struck. The monkeys' fur began to fall out, and their skin festered with sores, large black boils. Horrifying infections sprouted on their backs, and the plague spread rapidly, leaving many in such agony that death seemed a preferable fate. The Macaw chief, their leader, ordered the infected to be cast into the scorching furnace valley to fend for themselves there. Abandoned and dying, these monkeys cursed their former kin. As death neared, the keeper came and saved them with astounding cures. In weeks, their skin healed. In months, their boils burst and revealed dark wings. The keeper taught them to fly, accepted their loyalty, and listed them as his 10th ranked minions, named Tenors. Their first task was to purge the camp of the Macaw chief ruthlessly. They slaughtered their kin, sparing only the cunning Macaw chief, who managed to escape to an unknown fate. Next is the Earth Rakshasa. Round eyes that gleam so bright, a body dreamt in blood's light, with a 7-treasured hat adorned, a sincere heart, though face is scorned. The Earth Rakshasas were descendants of the Sea Rakshasas, born during their exile due to the different will of their new home. They did not grow to the enormous size of their ancestors. Despite this, their loyalty to the Princess Rakashi remained as steadfast as that of their forebears. They strictly adhered to precepts set by Rakashi, diligently and practicing their arts, shedding many of their old vices. There were many folk tales about the Rakshasas being fond of eating human flesh, which was why villages near the Flaming Mountain often sent their elderly to stone temples as offerings. In truth, the Rakshasas of Flaming Mountains did not eat humans. On the contrary, because their immense strength could easily harm mortals, Rakshasi gave them specially crafted heavy shields and instructed them to focus more on defense than attack. However, if pushed to their limit, they would still unleash their fire-breathing abilities. Even though the Earth Rakshasas had made many changes, people still screamed and fled in terror at the sight of their fearsome appearance. But from the perspective of the Earth Rakshasas, weren't those screaming mortals just as terrifying? Sea Rakshasas. My land is harsh and my look stern, yet at their scorn I never turn. True valor looks not on the skin. I should have known who is my kin. Lore tells of the great kingdom of Rakshasa beyond the western seas, where the sea Rakshasas call home. Renowned for their peculiar features, they differ starkly from those on the land. One year, sea Yaguais were reported troubling a temple by the sea. The princess of the kingdom was tasked with expulsion of the Yaguais, a devout practitioner of Buddhism with formidable powers. She dismissed her entourage and resolved to confront the Yaguais alone. As she recited scriptures loudly in the temple that night, she saw several towering figures kneel at the door, grotesque in form, lumpy heads, twisted mouths, 3-holed noses, and eyes upon their foreheads. Startled by their hideousness, the princess fell to the ground in fright, and the figures, too, pointed at her face, screaming in terror, hastily fled. Intrigued by their unexpected reaction, she called out to them. The fear drove them to run was quenched only after the princess resumed her chanting. They cautiously returned and conversed with her after she learned what they were, sea Rakshasas seeking spiritual practice. The princess welcomed them in. To avoid alarming people, she fashioned gold gem-studded masks for them. Soon the Rakshasas' king granted them massive shields and appointed them as royal guards of the princess. 100 years later, after the kingdom of Rakshasa fell, the sea Rakshasas extorted the princess eastward to the Flaming Mountain. Faced with hardships, they learned to consume fire to better protect their princess, which turned their blue skin crimson. Now they reside in the river of lava, mastering the tides of flame in the mountains. The princess, long past her prime, finds solace in the unwavering loyalty of her guards, who value her heart over her faded beauty. Flame Rhino Master. Towering horn, a crown so rare, in simple garb, a presence fair. To the kind man, it shows its thanks, wishing him joy in life's ranks. In the ancient kingdom of Dvara, Dvaravati, I don't even know how to pronounce that, rhinoceroses were widely raised and adored. Once during the rhino hunt, the king shot a pregnant female. As she lay down, she birthed a calf. Amused, the king took the young rhino back to the royal gardens. Haunted by its mother's death, the rhino feared the palace folk. At the mere sight of them, it would flee in terror, prompting the courtiers to chase it for sport, whip in hand. It wasn't until the horn grew sharp enough that the rhino found its chance to avenge its mother. It gored a courtier during his chase. The king, enraged, called for a butcher to slay the beast, but the butcher, moved by pity, smeared blood on the rhino to feign its death and smuggled it out of the palace. Kept it hidden among his own rhinos, he nurtured it with prized wheat and it lived with it for years. One night, the butcher dreamt of the rhino speaking. I was destined to transcend my form and become a Yao Guai in this life, but your kindness calls for a reward, and I am willing to sacrifice this future to repay you. Tomorrow is when your life will end, and all my years left I will give to you. My horn will be left on your table when you pass. Have your wife burn it. If it burns completely, you shall live again. The next day, the butcher found the horn, but no sign of the rhino. He told his wife what to do and soon breathed his last. Following his instructions, his wife burned the horn 49 days and nights. Astonishingly, the butcher was resurrected. Yet he was different. He had grown a long rhino horn, and his skin turned blue. Years later, still youthful after his wife passed, he became a disciple of Princess Rakshashi and was revered as the Rhino Master. The Bull Governor. The old bull's halberd tip gleams, karmic flames scorch his shoulders' seams. Guiding souls through life's end, toils endlessly in the mortal land. In bygone days, a young boy hid in a neighbor's storeroom to play with fire. Accidentally, he ignited the items inside. Fearing punishment, he attempted to extinguish the flames himself, but they quickly grew out of his control. The entire storeroom was consumed, and tragically the boy perished in the blaze. His death left behind a great calamity. The neighbors demanded compensation for the lost items from his parents, while his parents demanded compensation for their son's life. The arguments raged on, and even on the 7th day after the boy's death, the day that his soul should be fetched, no resolution was reached. With the ritual at the funeral disrupted, and the bullhead and horseface, the soul fetchers refused to escort his soul. Seeing his subordinates' reluctance, the bull governor decided to escort the boy himself. As they approached the boy's home, they heard the sounds of his parents quarreling with the neighbors. Entering the courtyard, they saw the boy's parents accusing, "Our son died in your storeroom. Who knows if he stumbled upon some illicit activity," and was silenced. The neighbors retorted, "Our storeroom held valuable items. Your son must have had thieving intentions causing the fire, and you must compensate us." Their heated dispute eventually became violence, and the bull governor asked the boy, "Did you ever foresee this outcome?" The boy, filled with regret, wept bitterly. The bull governor, in his compassion, said, "Enough, such chaos on a soul-fetching day is disrespectful." With the flames erupted from his shoulder, he struck an old tree in the courtyard with his halberd, setting it ablaze. The tree was charred black, and only then did the quarreling crowd remember it was the soul-fetching day. In a panic, they all fled the courtyard. Eagle Soldier. Immortals and mortals all shrouded in haze, trials they must pass through life's winding maze. How many find wisdom, break free from the chain, escaping the cycles of suffering and pain. 3 men died on the same day, and their souls met in the underworld. Kneeling before the judge pointed to one soul and said, "In life you were a thief, robbing and injuring others, bullying the innocent. Now I sentence you to the mountain of knives to atone for your sins." The man wailed, "My kin burnt gold and silver paper ingots for me. They could fill 10 storerooms. If you showed mercy, all that wealth is yours." The judge remained unmoved, flicked his sleeve, and had the underworld soldiers take him away. The judge then pointed to the second soul and said, "You shall be reborn as a human." The soul protested, "I diligently practiced Buddhism and did many good deeds and never harmed any living being. Why must I endure the suffering of reincarnation?" The judge replied, "Any human may see 100 springs, but the grass knows only one. Being reborn as a human is already a privilege. Do you wish to be reborn as a beast?" The soul was displeased and said, "Life as a human is arduous. I practice Buddhism, and it should grant me escape." The judge snorted coldly. "Today, Bodhisattva Stagarba is not here. Whether you escape or not is up to you." He flicked his sleeve, and the underworld soldiers took him away. Finally, the judge pointed to the last soul and said, "In life you stole mind cores and made pills which harmed lives. Now I sentence you to pool of blood to cleanse your sins before you can reincarnate." Just as he was about to have the underworld soldiers take him away, a celestial captain in golden armor flashed into the hall, threw a military order on the table, and said, "He has attained profound enlightenment. This is a summons from the celestial court. The admiral sent me to escort him to become a celestial soldier." Hearing this, the soul was overjoyed and quickly followed the celestial general out. Now we're on to the Hound Soldier. Bright helm and shining armor paired, golden spear with carvings flared. With the universe's mystic power grand, all is cleansed in the sacred land. The story continues with the soul that escaped the underworld, now ascending to the upper realm, filled with excitement. He followed the celestial captain through alleys and corridors, eventually arriving at the armory. The captain said, "These are the Chubai warriors. Chubai armors, unmatched in the mortal world." He then selected a set and handed it to the soul. They proceeded to the side hall, but instead of entering the main hall, they went to the side chamber where a minor official handed them a contract instructing the soul to sign and seal it. The minor official indifferently warned, "By signing this contract, you agree to serve the celestial court forever with no chance of reincarnation." The soul, glancing around at the grandeur of the palace and the elegance of celestial beings, signed and sealed the contract immediately. The celestial captain led the soul to the Tushita Palace. Again, they did not enter the main hall, but turned through a corridor to a massive tower at the back. Thick black smoke billowed from the top, and many soldiers were waiting outside, holding armor ready to enter. As the soul stepped inside, he felt the scorching heat. Numerous furnaces blazed with fierce flames, and a giant cauldron hung above, melting copper and iron. A Taoist boy with a fan approached smiling. "Celestial soldier, heed my plea. Your flesh is gone, your soul must be bound to armor, fierce and bold. In battles fought, be brave yet hold. For if you falter, heed this call, your soul shall perish, fall." With that, the boy pushed the soul into a mold, arranging the armor pieces. Still bewildered, the soul saw the giant cauldron tilt above him, pouring boiling molten metal. His piercing screams echoed through the tower. Ooh. Jackal Soldier. The mighty general, like thunderclouds, descends with lightning to the mortal crowds. In battles fierce, both sides contend. The life was hard, and hardships transcend. Newly forged soul, having barely accustomed to his armors yet, heard that the Jade Emperor, in his fury, had dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend and subdue the Yao Guais. Fearing that he was not yet skilled with his weapon, and the celestial captain gave him an iron bow and instructed him to stay at the rear and shoot arrows. Descending to the mortal realm with the others, he saw banners flying and weapons gleaming. 18 celestial nets covered the mountains, and it seemed all celestial beings, be their constellation officers or admiral, had come to surround the area tight. The battle raged with relentless fury, sand and stones whirling through the air. The sky and earth darkened as dust and debris filled the universe. The newly recruited celestial soldier had barely fought when a powerful force stunned him. When he awoke, he found himself in front of a tower behind Tushita Palace corridor. 2 Taoist boys were carrying him inside. A Taoist boy greeted him with a smile. "Luckily, your armor isn't ruined, or you couldn't be healed." As he spoke, the boy pushed him into a mold, arranging the armor pieces and pouring boiling metal over him again. Emerging from the quenching pool, a lightning flash sent him back to the battlefield. Dazed and still in pain, the new soldier stood on the battlefield, unsure of which celestial deity had struck him. Again, with a golden wave, he found himself once more in front of Tushita Palace Tower. After that, he was burned, drowned, and shocked, but each time his armor remained whole. Hence he was reforged and sent back to the battlefield again. Unbearable, he grabbed a weapon from the ground, finally resolving that he could not suffer alone. Rebelling against the Celestial Court seemed the only way out. Captain of the Court. Continuing from the previous story, immortal rights bestow eternal life, a body forged in steel, free from strife, though sorrow lingers, pain remains, in cycle of rebirth, truth regains. Continuing from the previous story, the soul had been a celestial soldier for 1,000 years and had risen through the ranks to become a captain of the court. Despite his promotion, he felt lost and uncertain. In life, he had not attained enlightenment, and as a celestial soldier, the highest rank he could achieve was that of a captain. Many former celestial captains, in an attempt to change their fate, had fled to the mortal realm, only to be hunted down and killed, their souls dissipating with no chance of reincarnation. This time, upon hearing the upheaval of Mount Huago, the celestial court dispatched the celestial soldiers to the mortal realm, missing one head count. The celestial captain received orders to select a soul from the underworld. He approached the judge and saw the 3 kneeling souls, and he chose the one who had practiced Taoism and brought him out of the underworld. The soul, seeing the celestial captain's gleaming armor, the cold edge of his blade, and the intricately carved shield of solid iron, was excited. The celestial captain paused and asked something he wasn't supposed to. If you come with me today, you will have no chance of reincarnation. As a deity, the highest rank you can achieve is my position. Are you still willing to go? The soul replied, yes, I am willing. I don't know if there will be any opportunities in reincarnation. I might go through countless cycles of rebirth only to suffer even more. Knowing that the soul would not change his mind, the celestial captain had to take him to the upper world. And that is all of the lesser Yaguais. Moving on, we're going to move on to the characters next, because there are quite a few character stories, and then we'll go to the chiefs and then the kings. Kings are last. So the first character is the white-clad noble. A serpent youth in white with furious gaze writes poems, dances, yet fierce in battle's blaze. On a spring day with a mild wind in the marsh of white mist, an old wolf brews tea over a stove. Watching the white reflection of the water, he mutters, "You and I should not be here." The white-clad noble, amid spear practice, hears these words. Swift as thought, he hurls his spear toward the stove, and in another instant he flashes over, grips the haft, and stands poised before the aged Yaguai. "Shall we sip blood or tea?" "Tea. Sit." They sit face to face, and the old wolf hands the noble a bowl of tea. The noble drains it in one gulp, a fine tea. The old wolf nods. Does a raised mountain garrison warrant so many schemes? The nobles reply, I come at my brother's command. There are no schemes. The old wolf retorts, my return from death, was it not a scheme? The noble says nothing. The old wolf gazes at him, also silent, despite the cloudiness in the wolf's eye, his unease apparent. The noble ponders for a moment, then finally answers, that truly wasn't a scheme. If not a scheme, then what was it? Had you heard about the child in the court? The Buddhas have a spell. They piece together items that mimic the body, chant the mantra of revival, and thus brings back a life. The old wolf smiles bitterly and shakes his head. That master most assuredly wields no such power. Indeed, he does not, yet the foul relic he obtained bears the potency. The old wolf says anxiously, but living like this, I can barely sleep or eat in peace. When doom is nigh, life may yet persist. When blessed with life, the loom of death lingers. Breathe and make peace with it, and you may find your tranquility. The old wolf says nothing. Noble lowers his eyes, also silent. For all the uncanniness in his eyes, his compassion is apparent. The old wolf says, I'll leave this tea to you. Better to drink tea. The old wolf rises with a sweep of his sleeve, sighing deeply. Living like this on their blood, how can I bear to do that? He totters away, now not by the path he came, but turning down a fork in the road beside the marsh. Tell the master he doesn't need to come see me anymore. Keeper of Black Wind Mountain. A kind face veils his virtuous light. The benevolent eyes mask his might. To the one he grants a wondrous spell, for that story has yet to tell. As stated in the celestial laws, a keeper has the duty to observe the living beings in his domain and nurture the soil and the streams. That day, the keeper of the Blackwind Mountain made his customary rounds on the hill, tending to mortal concerns. He saw an aged Taoist drawing near from a distance, a vestment embellished with stars, a herb gathering basket plated from verdant creepers, a fish drum trapped in his hand, and a song about the lofty moon. In just a few steps, he glided his way to the keeper's. The keeper looked closely and was sure that he had never met, but judging from the Taoist's white hair, vibrating face, and bright eyes, full of authority, the keeper knew he was no ordinary mortal. Hastily he greeted the Taoist master. His humble keeper pays his respects. The old Taoist nodded slightly and passed his basket to the keeper. The keeper took a look and saw that the basket was filled with rare and mystical items, as well as miraculous herbs. He couldn't help but be startled and asked, how can a humble keeper accept such a generous gift? The Taoist smiled and said, I was just passing through this place, but I knew that soon there would be a great upheaval in this mountain. I thought that the items in this basket would help you weather the storm for a while, so I came to visit. What made you say this, sir? I have an old acquaintance with a bad temper. Although he amassed a measure of merit, I worry that with his arrogant nature he shall find it impossible to stay out of trouble. I fear he will bring great disaster upon himself again. The keeper thought carefully and said, what can a humble keeper be of help? Seeing the keeper was quite astute, the old Taoist gestured for him to draw near. He leaned in and murmured something into the keeper's ear, and then instructed, if you chance upon him in the mountain, pass on these 2 spells. I cannot reveal myself, hence I rely on you to teach him, as a means of honoring our bond. The keeper was immensely grateful and bowed deeply in appreciation. And the old Taoist returned the bow and was about to leave on a cloud. The keeper hurriedly asked, may I inquire, Taoist master, from whence do you hail? By the time the keeper spoke, the Taoist had already vanished into the distance. A leaf floated down from the sky, its scent faint yet distant, its tip extremely slender and long, a Bodhi leaf. At that moment, a revelation dawned upon the keeper. He bowed and paid his respects to the departing silhouette until the clouds and mist obscured his sight, and then turned to depart. Man in Stone. When fortune fades, speak not of past delight. In times of joy, recall the memory's blight. A single thought of greed can cloud the mind. Each step in anger binds, leaving wisdom blind. According to the common sense, the local keepers of the mountain deities should work together harmoniously. However, this was not the case in Yellowwind Ridge. Years ago, when the Yellow Wind Sage led his followers to subdue the Buddha Headstone Guai, he sought the keeper's assistance in battle. The keeper, however, chose to remain a bystander. Consequently, the Guai's essence was divided and distributed. Only the mountain deities received a share, leaving the keeper empty-handed, and filled him with resentment. Knowing his abilities were mediocre and lacking any significant divine powers or backing, the keeper believed that obtaining the essence would grant him great powers, akin to those of the mountain deities. Thus, when the Father of Stones departed and Yellow Wind Sage surrendered, he harbored malicious intentions towards the Mother of Stones. He observed the valley for many days, noting how the Stone Guais were busy moving mountains and shaping stones, while the Mother of Stones merely issued commands from her stone cave. This gave him an idea. One day he transformed himself to resemble a Stone Guai and pretended to be on an errand to approach the Mother of Stones. His plan was to ram into her abdomen with all his might, hoping to crack her open and extract the essence. However, just as he leaped, the Mother of Stones let out a piercing scream, and several Stone Guais emerged from the ground nearby. Distracted, the keeper missed his mark and only managed to create a crack on the Mother Stone's chest. Realizing his plan had been exposed, he clung to her, attempting to absorb her power with all his might. By the time the Stone Guais pried him off, he had absorbed half of her essence. Enraged, the Stone Guais chased and attacked him relentlessly, and the keeper, unable to escape, tried to revert to his original form to fight back. To his dismay, he found himself unable to change back, likely because the stone essence had transformed him into a stone. The Stone Guais continued to batter him until he was buried in the ground. From then on, the keeper lost all hope and resigned himself to being a broken stone in the valley. Yet he still believed that if he could obtain the other half of the essence, he might be able to transform back. The Yellow-Robed Squire. In silken robes that flutter bright, a long-snouted Guai with eyes alight. Drunk with joy, he sleeps on tombs forlorn, his spear and armor gleams like dawn. Windy searing sun, a vast waste, a headless monk and a yellow-robed squire rested together under a withered tree. The monk plucked at the strings of his sanzian, his body swaying gently to and fro. Enough, said the squire, rousing himself. Let's have some peace. The monk's hand stilled, he edged away, then raised his hand to strum again. The squire hastily held out his drinking flask. Have a drink. With what mouth? I ain't got no head. Where is it? Didn't you hear the song? The monk answered himself. Gone. Someone stole it. You should have kept better watch on your head. The fault is your own. The monk turned away, making no answer. The squire drew a piece of gold from his robe and showed it to the monk. Though he had neither head nor eyes, the monk warned, Mind how ye swing about such a prize, could have the thieves eyeing ye. The squire waved a hand. I don't have to worry. I'll come for you if it's filched. Me? You're the only one I've shown it to. If it's gone, you will be the culprit. The monk gave a dry chuckle, at a loss for words. The squire gestured toward the horizon. There's gold aplenty there. Why should you covet a mere sheet from me? I ain't after your gold, but tell me, what gold lies there? You truly don't know. That was once the kingdom abundant with gold. Gold from the gilded Buddha statues, all stripped bare. Even the gold on the Buddha statues. Ye ain't a believer in karma, then. Ha! All those gold Buddhas never brought them any favor. It is plain there is no such thing as karma. The monk fell silent. The squire sneered, tipping his flask. He found it empty and then rose to his feet. I am to await someone at the bidding of my brother. If you want more drink, come find me. He tucked the flask on his side. I'll go scrape off more gold and trade it for a better brew. Then we can drink our fill. The monk tried to stop him, so he played the Sangzian, singing a song of karmic justice. The squire paid him no mind, with a wave and a laugh, and he strode away across the lands. The headless monk's heart weighed down with disquiet, and the yellow-robed squire, however, went on his way, and the desert air rang along with the peals of his laughter. The headless monk. Sanzian, grief and rage untold, defeated and demeaned by my follower bold. Confused I saw kindness repaid with hate. The sands obscured the truth, the winds sealed by fate. In the days when strange winds first howled through wind rest, a curious event unfolded. Children of the village were at play near the village's edge when haunting chords from a Sanzian wafted through the air. Their young ears caught the song's pleasant notes in the land of bloodshed and chaos sting. Intrigued and never having heard such a song, the youngsters raced toward the musician. As they neared, they beheld a figure leaning on a boulder, headless. The children scattered in fright, all but the young Chengda, who stumbled and fell. As he lay weeping and watching his friends flee, the headless monk ceased his strumming, emerged from behind the rock, and strummed once more. Invisible forces gently lift Chengda, steadying him on his feet. No longer fearful, the boy observed that apart from the missing head, this figure resembled the benevolent monks he'd seen in the hamlet. Seeing Chengda unafraid, the headless monk plunked another chord. A cooling breeze passed over the boy's bruised leg. Looking down, Chengda found his wound miraculously healed. Clapping in joy, he exclaimed, Magic, magic! The monk strummed again, and Chengda's torn trousers restored themselves, and with that the monk returned to his eerie song. Yellow Wind Ridge, a mighty old range, once buzzin' with joy and glee, and vanished into the gust of wind and sand. When the villagers returned to save Chengda, they found him pointing at the sand, exclaiming it was an immortal. The adults scoffed. Nonsense. What sort of immortal lacks a head? You've seen a ghost, boy. Bodhisattva, Lingji. From emptiness, desires arise, bringing strife. From compassion, lust grows, vast as life. Past joys turn to future regrets. Cleanse the heart, let go as the wind sets. The reasons behind Bodhisattva Lingvi's beheading were widely debated. The Tiger Vanguard put it this way: how could we mere followers dare to discuss the master's affairs? However, once I heard my father mention that our master despised Bodhisattva of some sort, their so-called master-disciple bond. To me, it was more about merely seeking protection. Being a Yao Guai, you got to be pragmatic. Immortals and Buddhas don't show mercy. It's all about mutual benefit. The king of flowers, flowing sand, seemed to know more details. Years ago, when Master helped my humble kingdom avert disasters, I caught a glimpse of that big beetle. It had a Buddha head on its back, identical to the one Master beheaded. Alas, everyone in my kingdom turned into rats later. Master said it was a calamity he brought upon us and left with his followers. I know he didn't want to leave. He always wanted Yao Guais to live dignified lives. The second prince was terse. Master, not bad. Bodhisattva deserved it. Ma Tianba, passing through, sighed and said, an oil-stealing rat claims high only if someone sets up a ladder. Climbs high only if someone sets up a ladder. The Yellow Wind Sage had only one comment about the matter. Those who bring disaster upon others would have disaster brought upon themselves. If not by me, then by someone else. The Turtle General. Completing Zanzu's name, the turtle and the snake cycles end and cycles start. The Yaguais they break. In frozen realms of ice and snow, they honor nature's call. United hearts in decay, better to die than living in pain. The New West above the Bitter Lake, the turtle and snake generals revealed their true forms. The turtle general, as massive as Mount Tai, landed in the lake, causing huge waves. The snake general, resembling the mythical Zulung, coiled around the mountain ridge, shaking the earth. Yellowbrow showed no fear, wielding a spike shaft cudgel, strong and flexible, engaging the two generals in fierce combat. The turtle sprayed water and the snake breathed fire, almost gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Yellowbrow threw an object into the Bitter Lake, which transformed into 10-tailed golden fish. The fish grew rapidly upon contact with water, entangling the turtle general. The snake general intended to assist, but Yellowbrow untied a sack from his waist, releasing a strange beast. This creature had a gilded body and a Buddha's head with sharp claws on its feet. On the shore, it engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle with the snake general. As the four clashed and shouted, Yellowbrow stood on the cliff, chanting. Suddenly, a freezing wind howled and a heavy snowstorm descended, blanketing thousands of miles and freezing the lake's surface. Despite their immortality, the turtle and snake were bound by their natural instincts to hibernate in the cold. Gradually, they grew weary and exhausted, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. After countless rounds, the turtle general, unable to endure any longer, sank into the icy depths of the water. As he closed his eyes, the last scene he saw was the snake general, unable to escape the frost and icy blades, being cut into several chunks on the shore. The Fox. A fox beside the mountain stands in sorrow deep and long, with caring heart and hopeful wish for her Savior to belong. With steadfast heart it seeks the path to rise and journey far, yet fate unknown her end draws near before it sees the star. According to the ancient text, a fox that lives for 100 years can transform into a human and gain knowledge of happening 1,000 miles away. After 1,000 years, it can communicate with the ones above and become a fox immortal. There was once a young fox who harbored a deep aspiration to become a fox immortal from a very young age. Driven by this dream, it practiced diligently and tirelessly, never allowing itself to rest. In its quest for knowledge, the young fox frequently sought advice from its kin, asking, how can I become a fox immortal? Some experienced fox guais responded with cautionary wisdom, saying, becoming a fox immortal is no easy feat. Each year, Lady Mount Tai holds a rigorous examination. Only those who demonstrate exceptional skill in both arts and philosophy can ascend to immortality. Those who fail the examination are destined to remain as ordinary wild foxes, forever barred from achieving immortality. The young fox asked, but how can I excel in arts and philosophy? I don't even have anything to write with. The fox guai replied, once you can transform, you can take the form of a beautiful woman or a handsome man and go to the human towns to study and learn. But remember this, The Lady of Mount Tai oversees all foxes and despises those who seduce and consume humans. You must know that absorbing human essence is the quickest way for Yao Guais to become powerful, but if you wish to become a fox immortal, this path is forbidden, and you must set off on a much more perilous and arduous path. The young fox said, I understand now, but I am not afraid of the perils and ordeals. I will discipline myself and follow the path to true immortality. From then on, the young fox relied solely on the essence of the sun and the moon for cultivation. Decades passed in the mountains. As she gradually acquired the ability to transform, she often approached human villages to observe their way of life. One day, it accidentally stepped into a hunter's trap and was rescued by a young scholar who took it home. Okay. Green-capped martialist. Tattered robes and bamboo hat, worn golden chakram through fire, a sight to adorn. 3 times in snow his Zen heart tried, neither foe nor friend, just mischief implied. Gray and white, ice and snow blanketed the entire mountain range. In a deep valley there was a peculiar cave with a lush green watermelon field thriving exceptionally well. A young monk was in the field picking melons, patting them here and there, but none seemed to satisfy him. Next to the watermelon field stood a strange man wearing a bamboo hat. Watching the young man pick the watermelons, my brother said that if there's a chance, I can test the monkey on his behalf, he said. The young monk finally picked up a watermelon, weighed it in his hands, and smiled. This one is good, ripe and sweet. The one you mentioned, I've already checked him for you. He's good. The strange man replied, if I don't test him myself, I won't be at ease to tell my brother about him. The young monk exerted his strength and split the watermelon in half. Instead of feeling unease about him, I worry more about your brother. The strange man pondered for a moment and said, the thing is guarded by my brother. There is nothing to worry about. The young monk, munching on both halves of the watermelon, said noncommittally, that thing tests the bearer's heart greatly. He has borne it alone for many years. Let's hope he doesn't fail at the last moment. The strange man quickly responded, that's why if this time that monkey succeeds, wouldn't it be the best of both of you? The young man stopped, looked up at the strange man, who quickly bowed his head and apologized. The young man laughed again and waved his hand and said, go first, go. First pass my disciple's test, and then we'll talk about the rest. The Third Prince. In the kingdom of flowing sands, his lineage held the throne, Chu Bai spear in hand, a prince of might well known. The third prince, renowned in the city of Pin, originally hailed from a distant land before becoming a disciple of Bodhisattva, Gu Shuang. He was famed for his ability to subdue Yao Guais. This was precisely the skill that Third Prince sought to learn, and his homeland was plagued with rampant Yao Guais. After the journeyers had bested the Yellow Wind Sage, the Third Prince was relieved to learn that the sage had been sent back to Mount Lingshan. This news allowed him to focus on his mountain practice undisturbed. Later, whispers of another grand ceremony in the New West caught his attention. With his master's permission, he set out with his 4 captains to investigate, suspecting Yellowbrow of foul play. However, they were met with a crushing defeat, as Yellowbrow had once again stolen his master's vessel. Master, we have suffered resounding defeat. This is not the first encounter we've had with him, and yet here we stand, vanquished once more. Master, a beguiling spell had taken me. I had to wound myself to stay awake. Master, be warned that old Guai now possesses an immense gilded form, which turns aside blades and spears with ease. Exercise utmost caution. Master, the 4 captains must have been bewildered by some evil spells. Now they have bowed before Yellowbrow and become his devotees. Master, my first captain debated with Yellowbrow and was deluded. Now he sings beguiling chants in the dungeon to incite our surrender. Master, Yellowbrow twisted off my second captain's head. Into pus and blood it turned. Yellowbrow's evil craft then transformed the blood and pus into a lotus flower, blooming at the temple gate. Master, the third captain threw his weapon at Yellowbrow, and Yellowbrow broke the captain's limbs and reattached them with those of others. Master, the fourth captain was struck by Yellowbrow's spike shaft cudgel. His body was pierced, and his eyes grew out of every hole. Master, it was my command that led the 4 captains to attack Yellowbrow. I was wrong. It was my fault, all my fault. The third prince is driven mad, having blinded himself and deafened his ears, muttered incessantly in the dungeon. Could his master truly hear his words spoken to the walls? Did he even have a master? Why had his master never come to save him? The Keeper of the New West. Divining fate, he plays his part in worldly guise, a cunning art. He laughs at fools who seek their fate, for luck and doom the heart dictates. The Celestial Court often favored guais of plants and trees in the selection of keepers. The Keeper of the New West, however, was renowned for its being a feathered deity of the wind. The Keeper, unlike others, cared not for tending the soil or sowing seeds. Instead, he had a unique penchant for divination. Though he hailed from the West, chanting sutras was not his calling. His true talent lay in the ancient art of Yarostalk divination, where he skillfully foretold fortunes and misfortunes. The New West was flanked by the Thorn Ridge to the east and the Seven Perils Mountain to the west, both treacherous places scarcely visited by travelers guarding this area. The keeper compelled every passer-by to have their fortune told under the guise of interpreting the divinization. He would set up intricate traps. Travelers eager to avoid misfortune would unknowingly fall into the keeper's schemes. One day, a traveler passed through, and the keeper, as usual, insisted on reading his fortune. The reading revealed a bad omen. Terrified, the traveler begged the keeper for a solution. The keeper feigned mystery, claimed to have a secret method to turn misfortune into fortune, but it required a hefty payment. Desperate and believing him, the traveler handed over all his money. The keeper then directed him to a narrow winding path, instructing him to proceed quickly. Following the keeper's advice, the traveler safely crossed the ridge and the mountain. Observing this, the keeper laughed and said, "The art of divinization lies not in the omens, but in the heart. Where the heart leads, there lies fortune or misfortune." The tale spread, leaving everyone amazed. From then on, those who passed through felt fortunate to have their fortunes told by the keeper. Zube by Ye. Not really sure how to pronounce his name. It's the pig that follows you around the whole game. Born with a clumsy heart trapped in life's advance, and retreat breaking precepts repeatedly, following nature, not the Buddha's feet, with rake and tusk smashing fate, burrowing karma's weight, rolling in the muddy world, heedless of scorn or debate. In the highest sky above the jade pool, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, celestial maidens flitted to and fro. Today, the Queen's mother and of the West was hosting a lotus viewing banquet. As Admiral Tian Pang walked past the gate, he saw a tall, burly man blocked by celestial maiden. "Admiral Curtain Razor," the maiden said in a polite but cold manner, "without handwritten invitation from the Queen Mother, you cannot sit by the pool. If you don't mind, why not take a seat in the side hall and have some tea?" The burly man responded in obedience, but his gaze fixed in the main hall. At such behavior, Tin Pang subtly shook his head, and a faint smile playing on his lips, he presented his invitation to the other maiden at the gates and strode in, his head held high. The banquet was in full swing, with celestial officials engaging toasts, their joyful laughter resonating throughout the hall, creating an atmosphere of mirth and merriment. Tin Pang, an admiral who guarded the celestial river, seldom attended such festive gatherings. However, he managed to greet everyone as if he was well acquainted with them all while mindful not to overindulge in wine. The god of longevity stood beside Queen Mother, stroking his beard, and chuckled, "Such extravagance, I wonder how would the peach banquet surpass it?" A Constellation officer standing nearby chuckled at the elder's concern. "Elder, such worries in vain. With the allure of those 9,000-year peaches, even a casual arrangement of tables outside the celestial gate would draw the dignitaries from across the three realms, be they noble or humble, eager to partake in a taste." A red-faced immortal sneered, "It's not the peaches they seek, but rather to bow before the Jade Emperor and the Three Supremes, and worship the Buddhas of the West. Such assemblies are scarce pretexts for them to curry favor and bask in the company of the divine." The Queen Mother spoke with seldom dignity. "The peach banquet is no trivial matter. Our gathering today is but a prelude, a rehearsal of the rites and rituals that must be executed with exactness and reverence." Upon concluding her speech, the Queen Mother signaled to the Lord of Luna with a glance. With a few claps of his hands, a group of maidens dressed in white entered the hall. The maidens took their positions by the jade pool and began to play instruments, sing, and dance, and among them one dancer, with hair like silver and a dress like clouds, stood out with her exceptional grace. Tian Peng had never seen such beautiful celestial maidens so closely, and he was fascinated. A celestial maiden in a violet gauze dress, holding an exquisite cup of wine with both of her hands, Admiral, she softly called. Drenched in the fascination, Tian Peng took the cup from her hands, yet his gaze never left the white, dancing sleeves. After the dance concluded, Tian Peng regained senses. He rose up to toast the Queen Mother, yet the queue was long. By the time he reached the end of it, he found himself already quite outside the gate. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting, "Shoes! His shoes!" He looked over and saw two celestial officers supporting a drunken monkey as they hurried past. Tian Peng thought to himself, will I ever get to be as drunk as that monkey? The Venom Taoist. Schemes and plots hard to outsmart, impulsive nature, a straightforward heart. He should thank his twin blades, one cuts through folly, one has the truth displayed. Gentle mountain breeze, wildflowers covered ground inside the stone cave behind the temple. The purple-faced Taoist master asked with a gentle smile, how long have you been in this temple? I do not know. I can only remember that the thunder has struck the hall over 100 times, replied the Venom Taoist, standing cautiously beside the master. Then it has been over 100 years, the master said, walking towards the bare stone wall to touch it. About to touch it. Master, the Taoist called out, I have been here for a long time, yet you have not taught me any skills. Could you perhaps teach me a few more moves today? You wish to learn my skills? Since the day I called you master, yes. Your foundation is solid and energy channels harmonized. You have achieved already much. It's not written properly. You have already achieved high. I am afraid learning skills won't help you much. The Taoist tensed up in the master's words, fully on guard. Yet out of his expectation, the master uttered, skills I can offer no more, but the unique methods of practices I can offer. Yet they are beyond the mind's feeble and demand strong willpower to succeed. If you are not deterred by hardship, I can let you try. Intrigued, the Taoist asked, what kind of unique methods? The Taoist shook his head and said, without your willingness to learn, I cannot tell you that. The Taoist pondered deeply, unable to make a decision, and the Taoist gently persuaded, it is a path trodden by many of my disciples. If you come here attempting nothing and achieve nothing, would it not be a journey in vain? Hearing this, the Taoist remembered his brother's instructions and inquired, what can this method achieve? It will refine your body, elevate your divine skills, and the path to ascension shall be an ease. Is it truly so profound? If you find it not helping, you can stop at any time, the master said confidently. Moved by these words, the Taoist agreed immediately. I'm ready to follow your instructions, master. Come with me, the Taoist said, glancing once more at the stone wall before leading the Taoist away. The Crane Immortal. So he was mentioned in a couple stories. In crimson embroidered crown, pure and refined, ascending to meet the immortal, unconfined, revered in the vast skies, far and wide, what foolish man would dare not abide? The newly appointed Dawnstar originally served in the halls of incense. Now promoted, he had his first opportunity to tour the Celestial Palace. As he exited the Celestial Palace, he was met by the Crane Immortal, who first took him to the Celestial Gate to be introduced to the captains of the court on duty and the 4 heavenly kings. They then visited the 33 halls and 72 palaces, paying respects to everyone along the way. Celestial beings treated them with utmost courtesy, which greatly pleased the newly appointed Constellation Officer. After the tour, the Crane Immortal was about to personally escort the Dawnstar back to the Palace of Illumination. On the way back, the Dawnstar suddenly asked, I wonder if my predecessor was promoted or demoted. Could you enlighten me, so I may know how to conduct myself in the future? The Crane Immortal smiled and said he mingled too closely with the mortal realm, perhaps making some friends among the mountains and wilds. Now having shed his celestial bonds, who can say where he revels in his newfound freedom? The Constellation Officer frowned and asked, I heard that the Dome of Stars conducts roll calls daily. How could it be that the Constellation Officer left without anyone knowing? The Crane Immortal gently smoothed the wrinkles of the Dawnstar's robe and said somberly, if he hadn't left quietly, how would you be here now? Hearing this, the Dawn Star seemed to understand and did not pursue the matter further. Hong Yi. Oh yeah, I saw this one. She was kind of creepy looking. Tearful eyes reflect tearful eyes. Broken hearts echo broken cries. The world harbors the cold and sly, yet spares this soul in the serpent skies. The Jade Emperor sat on his throne in the Celestial Palace, gathering the officials. Hong Yi stood among the immortals and saw Tai Bai Jingzi leading an officer in. A crown of 5 peaks on his head, landscape engraved tablets in his hand, he wore the light of the 7 stars on his robe and walked to the pleasant music of 8 jade rings dangling from his waist. Tai Bai Jingzi then announced, Your Majesty, I have brought the sons of Bodhisattva Pilanpo from the Purple Cloud Mountain as commanded. The Jade Emperor responded, Let the celestial official come forward. I appoint you as the Dawn Star, ranking among the 28 constellations, and grant you residence in the Palace of Illumination. Remember to be diligent in your duties and conduct your patrols on time. The newly appointed Dawn Star thanked the Emperor for his grace, and the Jade Emperor then ordered the Crane Immortal and the Supreme Celestial Inspector to escort him to his post, also bestowing upon him 2 bottles of Imperial wine and 10 golden flowers. The Immortals congratulated the Dawn Star, while Hong Yi stood quietly on the periphery, observing for a moment. She was slightly older than him, and having grown up together due to the deep connection and frequent interactions between their families, she had always seen him as a younger brother. Now witnessing this moment of glory, she believed his future held limitless potential. After waiting a while longer, she watched him greet and bid farewell to others in front of the hall. His spirits high, yet he never glanced her way. With a quiet sigh, she turned and slowly walked out of the hall. Keeper of the Flaming Mountain. The furnace crumbles, bricks fall, a day of disgrace, lament did he. The beauty he could not embrace, all his talents wasted on the golden sun. Looking back, he's become a foolish one. The galaxy was clear and the sky was spotless. That night, the young Taoist boy sat by the furnace, fanning the fire, feeling drowsy. He was about to sneak in a nap when he suddenly heard a soft laugh. Looking up, he saw his master standing at the door with a girl, watching him doze off. He quickly straightened his clothes and stood up to apologize. Contrary to his usual stern demeanor, the master did not scold him. Instead, he called the boy over and briefly introduced the newcomer, instructing them to guard the furnace together from now on. Finally, he said lightly, She is your senior. You may call her Rakshashi. At first, the young Taoist was delighted to have a companion, but upon hearing that the newcomer was a senior, he felt displeased. As soon as the master left, he decided to make things difficult for her. Handing her the fan, he said, The furnace is now your responsibility. It is only right that the older one does the work. Isn't it, my senior? The girl did not argue and simply smiled. Indeed, my junior, you may go rest. The next day, when the master ascended the altar, the girl approached the young Taoist boy, thought she was going to complain, but instead she said, Master, as a new disciple, it is only right that I have fanned the fire. However, the fan my junior gave me is a bit small and not very handy. The master glanced at the young Taoist boy and smiled. If that's the case, I'll make a new one for you. You may as well wield it as a nice vessel. The young Taoist boy had not expected his usually strict master to be so kind to the girl. Gradually, he began to see her in a new light. From then on, they practiced together, and he discovered that the girl was adept in Buddhist and Taoist teachings. No matter what scripture the master taught, she would always engage in discussion, whereas he often struggled to keep up, both in speech and thought. Later, when the furnace was kicked over, he was severely punished by the master, while the other disciples looked on coldly. It was only this senior who volunteered to descend to the mortal realm to help him. In the mortal realm, he learned that his senior had her own cave dwelling and a group of loyal followers, and the master had even granted her the title of Earthly Immortal as compensation. Sometime later, the master arranged for her to marry a Yaoguai king in the mortal realm. Though he felt a bit melancholic, he understood that he ultimately was unworthy of her, no matter how many dirty tasks he had done for the master. In the master's eyes, he would never be a match for her. Ma Tianba. In life, a brave heart met a noble lord, loyal and true, bound by a warrior's accord. Grateful and steadfast, he sought to repay, unyielding in courage, keeping danger at bay. Ma Tianba was originally named Ma Er. Flaming mountains were scorched hot all year round, with not a blade of grass growing around. Anyone attempting to cross the mountain, even if they had a head of iron and a body of steel, would melt into a puddle. Despite this, some merchants, driven by a lure of profit, attempted to cross the mountains to trade horses in the west. Yet upon setting foot in the Flaming Mountains, they were beset by Guais, and none survived except for one horse, which bolted and ran for 60 miles after sensing the danger. Exhausted and thirsty, it collapsed at the gate of the manor. An old man named Zhu, who lived alone in the manor, took pity on the horse and took it in, fed it, and cared for it. Gradually, the horse regained its strength and grew robust. The horse was intelligent and always responded to the old man's kindness with grateful neighs. The old man, seemingly able to understand the horse, said, I was the eldest in my family. If you wish to join me, you shall be called Ma-er, as thy second brother. The old man treated Ma-er with genuine affection, often going hungry himself to ensure Ma-er was well fed. Ma-er took note of this and remembered it in his heart. The Flaming Mountains were in perpetual drought, and without the plantain fan, there was no spring to sow and no autumn to harvest. Moreover, Zhu was getting on in years. One day, as he was feeding Ma-er as usual, he suddenly collapsed by the stable. Seeing this, Ma-er hoisted the old man onto his back and galloped towards the plantain cave on the Emerald Mountain. He ran non-stop for over 777 miles. Yet, by the time they reached the Emerald Mountain, the old man had already passed away. Heartbroken, Ma-er refused to return to the manor and began wandering the mountains. Seeing Ma-er's gentle nature, the Yaguais in the mountain often bullied him. Ma-er endured their taunts and jests, never getting angry or speaking back. Homeless and unbannered, he lived this way for many days, his once robust body growing thin again. One day, as he was scavenging along the mountain path for scraps discarded by the lesser Yaguais, he saw an old bull sleeping by the roadside, with fire burning on his fur. Alarmed, Ma-er tried to wake the bull, but to no avail. With no choice, Ma-er hoisted the old bull onto his back and ran toward the plantain cave. Along the way, somehow the Yaguais, seeing Ma-er carrying a burning bull, were furious. They shouted and attacked Ma-er, ignoring them, charged ahead, sustaining many injuries. It was only when they finally reached the plantain cave that Ma-er realized the burning bull was the Bull King, who had gotten drunk somewhere with friends and was now in a deep sleep. With a few calls from Rakshashi, the Bull King was startled awake from his drunken stupor. Seeing the battered Ma-er, the Bull King laughed heartily. You are one tough horse. From now on, join my banner, and you shall be named Ma Tianba. Thus, Ma-er became Ma Tianba, and he trained and practiced martial arts under the Bull King, growing stronger and eventually becoming a great general under the Bull King's command. The Pale Axe Steward. With axe in hand, the guard shows might, fearing neither toil nor plight, wishing for the mountain's peace, braving dangers till the sun's last light. A bright afternoon, camp of seasons. Splendid, that's the morale I want to see. The Bull King exclaimed, seated in the main camp atop the cliff, observing the Bull Guai's training below. Standing beside him, the Pale Axe Steward reported, My king, only such a powerful army is worthy of your majestic presence. The Bull King nodded approvingly, saying, You've done well, young captain. Looking at the Pale Axe Steward, he said kindly, You've not been under my command for long, yet you've managed to train this mixed troop so well. It's beyond my expectations. The Pale Axe Steward replied humbly, When I first arrived and saw how well regulated the king's domain was, I was equally surprised. Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly apologized. I meant to say, the Bull King laughed heartily. No wonder, no worries. The well-regulated domain is all thanks to the lady of the house. Her strict rules keep these boneheads in line. The Pale Axe Steward also laughed. Indeed, I was initially taken back by her strict rules. Seeing his straightforwardness, the Bull King praised, You've done well in managing the troops. I'll promote you to be my vanguard. The Pale Axe quickly knelt. Thank you, my king, for the promotion. I will serve you with utmost loyalty. Just then the voice called out, Father, why have you summoned me? The Pale Axe Steward looked up to see the red-skinned youth approaching from behind. I called you to observe how to muster and command troops. This is my newly appointed vanguard. Come and meet him. The youth patted the Pale Axe Steward on the shoulder and smiled. Very good. If my father trusts you, you must be capable. When I become king, you shall be my general. The Bull King clapped his hands and laughed. Such ambition, the future of this domain will depend on you. The youth pondered for a moment and said, Father, why not entrust that item to me as well? The Bull King's face darkened, and he did not respond. Father, you trust me with the domain, the youth continued. So why not with a mere object? Ever since you obtained it, you have grown more haggard. Mother is very worried. The Bull King waved his hand dismissively. Do not mention this again. The youth, though puzzled, did not wish to defy his father, and left reluctantly. Ping Ping. Born to the fate of trials and woes, who pities the ebb and flow of those, better to live in nature's embrace, freely to wander, freely to repose. After delivering her homework to her mother, Ping Ping went to the height of Ember. Her brother had asked to meet her there, saying he had something important to discuss. When she arrived, she saw Red Boy standing there with his hands on his hips, directing quick as fire and fast as wind to burn the Bull Guais to flee as his way of training them. Amused at the scene, he laughed loudly and boisterously. Brother, Ping Ping called softly. Ever since Red Boy returned from Guan Yin's tutelage, she felt he had changed. Every time she spoke to him, a subtle fear tugged at her heart. Upon seeing her arrival, Red Boy waved to halt the training and turned to her. Ping Ping, let's engage in a game, he proposed. You will run and I shall chase you. Let us see if I can catch you before the incense stick burns out. In the past, Ping Ping would transform into a little fox, leaping through rocks and crevices, always having the upper hand. Yet this time, Red Boy shattered her hiding rocks with a single spear thrust, scorched her standing deadwood with a breath of fire, and flew over the cliffs she jumped across as Red Cloud. In less than half the time it takes for the incense stick to burn, Red Boy effortlessly caught her and sighed. Mother's teachings are still too gentle. Seeing her sister's gloomy face, Red Boy took her to rest by the cliff in the furnace alley. To cheer her up, he twirled his fire point for her entertainment. See his little sister clapping and cheering, Red Boy asked, how do you think my skills compare to father's? Ping Ping couldn't answer. She had never dared to make such a comparison. She took out the fire dates her mother had rewarded her and shared them with Red Boy, changing the subject to talk about anecdotes in the mountains. Seeing this, Red Boy didn't press further and responded perfunctorily. Ping Ping cautiously said, Brother, you and I have always been the closest. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. It's not easy for our family to be reunited. I just want to live peacefully in these mountains away from worldly strife. Gazing at the burning red clouds, Red Boy said, Sister, you should see more of the outside world. There's no such thing as living away from worldly strife. It's just a self-deception of losers. Ping Ping wanted to ask him who he was competing with and why he had to compete, but before she could speak, she felt a blow at the back of her neck and fainted. All right, so we left off on Rakshashi. Rakshashi, from dawn to dusk toils a bitter strain. Day and night home's burdens remain. Destiny shows no mercy, merciful she became. Why is her household light the hardest to sustain? Mount Lingshan, Vulture Peak, before the Thunderclap Temple, Rakshashi clapped her intertwined hands tightly, steadying her trembling body, striving to appear calm and serene. She had traveled to places on this journey, domains of the Ao Guai, kings she befriended in the mortal realm, abodes of the gods she met in the celestial realm, the immortal islands on the sea, and even the underworld. She had visited them all. She also went to the Tushita Palace to seek advice from her master, yet the latter had only offered a heartfelt persuasion. I ordered you to raise a child, but I did not ask you to be a true mother. Let the boy stir his trouble. As long as you and your husband stay out of it, you'll be safe. Her master's words left her in despair. She knew that no protection would the flaming mountains receive. This was their destiny ordained. But she knew her son all too well, reckless and wild, vengeful and unforgiving. After all the suffering he had endured over the years, unless he could vent his anger, the only way to resolve the siege of flaming mountains would be to break his spine. Thus she came here for revenge. How to exact it? She had no idea, her mind a blank void. Lady Rakshashi, the master summons you inside. Anada stood at the temple door, his voice as gentle as ever. She straightened her back, gripping the plantain fan tightly in her hand, and hoarsely replied, "Thank you, Venerable." As she walked into the hall, flanked by the 8 great Vajras and 500 Arhats, she seemed to hear faint laughter, but all she saw in her peripheral vision were solemn and dignified figures. Reaching the base of the lotus throne, she knelt with her head held high, clutching the fan tightly. "Rakshashi, what brings you here to seek an audience with me?" She remained silent, gripping the fan with all her might, ready to unleash its divine wind at any moment. The hall was deathly quiet. All eyes were on her, and she could feel the Vajras glaring with their angry eyes, the Arhats staring with their wrathful gazes, and all the divine figures transforming into fierce visages. She lowered her head, "I greet you on behalf of my master." A booming laughter echoed, deafening. Within that laughter she heard the cries of an infant, the innocent giggles of a child, the roars of an adolescent, and the cycle of blooming and withering flowers, the growth of grass, and the flight of the orioles over millennia. She heard the embers extinguishing in the flaming mountains. So she came for vengeance, and did not exact that vengeance. The Bull King. Renowned as the mighty king, his life was far from plain. His spirit spanned the 3 realms, his fame touched 4 domains. Among the Guais, a hero grand, wild and untamed, the sudden arrival of Dharma left his homeland forever changed. With Shadow as his companion, true enlightenment within him lay. In days of yore, the Bull King converted to Buddhism, and within a century completed his practice and returned to the Flaming Mountains. Overjoyed, Rakshashi and Ping Ping loudly celebrated his return and hosted a grand banquet in his honor. During the banquet, the keeper of the Flaming Mountains asked, "My king, why did you return so hastily?" The Bull King replied, "An old friend with whom I had some misunderstandings in the past helped me achieve a great merit. The Bodhisattva then pleaded with the Buddha on my behalf, granting me a grace to return. From now on, I will stay in the mountain and go nowhere else." From that day on, the Bull King's temperament changed drastically. His former wild and unrestrained nature was no longer seen. He declined all invitations, ceased his travels, and instead stayed in the Flaming Mountains, helping Rakshashi with household affairs and training the bull soldiers, living a very peaceful life. Several decades later, Red Boy received instructions from Bodhisvata and returned to Flaming Mountains to serve his parents. The family of 4 enjoyed a period of peace. However, Rakshashi gradually noticed something unusual about the Bull King. He became increasingly thin. His face showing signs of aging, he ate less and less, as if weighed down by heavy worries. More strangely, the Bull King sometimes transformed into his original form, retreating the mountain peaks, retching. The Fury Celestial Maidens serving Rakshashi said the king might be suffering from a rare bovine illness. The Fox Maidens serving Ping Ping said the king was aware of his past sins and might have learned an aesthetic practice in Mount Lingshan and is now undergoing it. The Keeper of Flaming Mountains said the king's mind is trapped in the past, intertwines with his old friend. Unable to break free, those past events have become an invisible shackle from which he will never escape. Next is the Supreme Celestial Inspector. The mighty inspector, the Emperor's Guard, so grand, rides fiery wheels at the celestial gate to stand, upholding justice, silent and stern, with one steel whip the souls burn. In the celestial court, it was well-known fact that gods and Buddhas that Tai Thunderclap Supreme, also known as Supreme Inspector, was the Jade Emperor's most loyal enforcer. If the gaze was fixed upon someone, it spelled certain doom. Admiral Tian Pang, who cast down to become a pig, served as a prime example of once prominent rising star. He vanished without a trace after the Supreme Inspector reported him. Initially, the Supreme Inspector did not have his current peculiar appearance, though as handsome as Tian Pang he was at least presentable. Later, the Jade Emperor, in appreciation of the inspector's impartial enforcement of his decrees, transformed the inspector's head into the shape of his right hand, symbolizing that when the inspector was present, if it is as if the Jade Emperor himself was there. Yeah, the guy had a hand for a head when I fought him. It was pretty grody. I don't know about that. When deities encountered the inspector, they respectfully greeted him and then quickly distanced themselves. They dared not engage in any high-spirited discussions in his presence, fearing that any mistake might be caught and reported. Although the inspector had no close companions, he did have some interactions with an old god of very high rank in the celestial court, aside from the Jade Emperor. Some immortals said that the inspector willingly took on such a significant role. He deserved to endure this solitude. Every advantage came with a disadvantage. Others argued that the inspector accepted this unappealing position precisely because he preferred not to socialize, finding himself perfectly at ease and content in his role. Opinions were divided, and no consensus was reached. As for what the inspector truly thought, no one knew. Supreme Inspector was a tough fight, too. Next is Mandrill Chief. A heart caring with dreams unclear, she left the mountain, ventured far and near. Seeking the 5 skandhas, found naught. True wisdom lies in letting go, she's taught. The Triptaka scriptures depict the Mandrill as possessing extraordinary abilities capable of grasping the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortunes, and manipulating the universe with its power. In Mount Huago, a day unlike any other unfolded. The Mandrill Chief was leaping through the mountains when she suddenly saw the celestial stone on the mountaintop explode, producing a stone egg. As the wind blew over it, the stone egg transformed into a stone monkey. The Mandrill Chief approached to observe, and the stone monkey began to mimic, learning to crawl and walk. Subsequently, the stone monkey bowed to the 4 directions. Its eyes emitted 2 beams of golden light that shot up to the celestial palace. Delighted, the Mandrill Chief brought the stone monkey into the forest to meet the other monkeys. This extraordinary stone monkey soon proved its worth, and after a series of contests, became the king of the monkeys, earning the title Handsome Monkey King. For 300 to 500 years, the Monkey King led the monkeys in carefree joy. One day, he began to worry about life and death. The Mandrill Chief advised the Monkey King to go out and seek the Tao. After the Monkey King returned, he rewarded the Mandrill Chief by appointing her as a general. Later, the Monkey King was titled the Great Sage, became a celestial official, caused havoc in the celestial palace, was subdued and imprisoned under a mountain, became a monk, achieved enlightenment, and finally became a Buddha. After several rises and falls, he ultimately returned to the mountain and transformed back into a stone. One day, an immortal appeared in the dream of the Mandrill Chief, telling her that all 5 skandhas are empty and can transcend all suffering. The immortal explained that if she could visit all the sacred places and temples in the world, gather the essence of the 5 skandhas, and make the 5 skandha pill, she might be able to awaken the stone and restore its divine spirit. Thus she traveled all across the 3 realms and 4 lands, searching for the ingredients to make the pill, until she encountered a monkey that looked exactly like the Monkey King. At which point in the story, even though it's not written here, the Mandrill Chief gives the Monkey King the skandha that she had collected. The Yin Tiger. Wind fans the flames, the hammer strikes, swords dance, blades weep, the dust aside with iron will, one finds their way. Between stillness and motion, greatness will stay. In the hall of Yuan Chen, Yin Tiger stood before the anvil, hammering away. Several young Taoist apprentices surrounded him. The fanning flames and adding wood and charcoal to the fire, suddenly the hall doors were kicked open, and the gatekeeper boy chased in with the great sage. Yin Tiger signaled to the apprentices with a glance, and they quickly left. The great sage approached the anvil, threw a set of armor on the ground, and placed one foot on the edge of the anvil, laughing. Brother Tiger, this armor those mortals granted me doesn't suit me at all. Why don't you better it for me? I trust your craftsmanship. Yin Tiger glanced at the great sage's cloud treaders and said, You come to ask for my help with such disrespect. Your foot. The great sage, with a cheeky smile on his face, lowered his foot and said, I care nothing about those grand rules above. We've known each other for ages. Why bother with manners? Yin Tiger didn't respond, and the great sage grabbed the large cleaver the tiger had been hammering, tested its weight, and shook his head. Too light, that is. It doesn't suit you. Only then did Yin Tiger pick up the armor from the ground, examine it, and say, Your gold armor is excellent. Why bother with this scrap metal? This great sage leaped onto the tiger's large chair and laughed. That's why I brought it here. You don't really have to waste your hammering on it. If anyone asks, just say you're working on it. Yin Tiger refused. Take it back. I won't play along with your act. The great sage wasn't offended. He untied the precious gourd from his waist and said, Actually, I came to drink. Go call everyone. Remember to invite my good brother Shen Monkey and bring some of his homemade wine to drink mine. You guys got to offer something too. Later, the great sage drank and reveled with everyone in the hall, Yuan Shen, until he was hammered and had to be escorted back by celestial officials. After he left, the Yin Tiger noticed that the armor was still laying beside his anvil. Well then, he would have to return it to him another day. The Yin Tiger is the one in the game that can upgrade your equipment and craft all the weapons and armor for you. Next is Chen Lung. At least I believe it said Long. One of the other ones tried to rhyme it with song, which makes me think that it might just be long, but there's two O's, which in most languages would mean O-O, which is Lung, so I'm not entirely sure. Craving fortune's smile, but met with bitter strife, toiling by dark waters in a grumpy life. In that realm of paint, the last hope's retreat, the green one brought him sweetness, a long-awaited treat. A scroll lay out on the desk, surrounded by four figures, a skinny monkey, a mangy dog, and an old loon. An old loon and a fierce tiger. The old loon asked, The sacred divinity sent us a treasure. Do you know his intent? The skinny monkey laughed strangely. I don't know. Maybe it's meant to be hung up for decoration. If you don't want it, I'll trade it for wine. The mangy dog, holding a palm fan, placed around the desk twice and said, We were banished to the mortal realm because of the great sage's affair. Undoubtedly, it must be related to this. However, his voice trailed off, unsure how to proceed. The fierce tiger, frustrated by the dog's hesitation, Do you mean to say that he is here to help or harm? The mangy dog fanned himself and retorted, Such profound matters cannot be spoken of so crudely. The old loon asked, What's on your minds? The skinny monkey lounged in his seat and said, Not to help, not to help. I'm just a drunkard. What good can I do but earn some wine money? The rest is none of my concern. With that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep no more. The fierce tiger chuckled and added, I only know how to smith. If someone comes seeking my help, I assist them, and that's all. The mangy dog, growing anxious, exclaimed, Why are all you cowering in fear? We used to act justly. Look at us now. As if things could possibly get any worse, I will lend my aid. I will lend my aid. The old loon quickly intervened. Brother, patience. We understand your intentions. We need a plan. So if the sacred divinity reprimand us, we have a response. He paused, and the other three nodded in agreement. He continued, Since we are of the same plan, let's proceed accordingly. Each of us should prepare and set off on an appointed day. Then we have Shen Monkey. Shen Monkey, bottom up the jade nectar, a celestial brew. In the jar, the fresh wine sparkles anew. In worldly clamor, he wishes to stay drunk, forgetting homeland, foreign lands amuck. In Chang'an City he stood, the temple of the Wild Goose Pagoda. Not far from its gates lived a diligent temple goer named Hao Deshang. One day, Deshang dozed off as he sat at ease at home. In his dream, he found himself at the temple gate. 4 figures approached: a monkey, a dog, a lung, and a tiger, all deep in talk. He heard the tiger ask, "Where do you plan to take that thing?" The lung shook his head. "Fret not. I hear they've all returned to their caves, but we need but make our way to each place and wait. Our meeting is sure." The dog then inquired, "May I ask, friends, where are you all off to?" The monkey replied, "I'm not fond of the sun, rain, or chill wind for drinking. I shall seek out a lush and lovely spot." The lung, stretching his neck, "I need to dwell by water. If your place has a water view, we might well dwell near." The monkey waved him off. "I've seen that ugly mug of yours for all my long years. Better we live far and distant from each other." The lung paid him no heed and asked the dog, "And you, young one, what plans do you have? Perhaps we can." The dog said, "No, no, the time isn't ripe. It's still too early. I'd rather head to the mortal world and have myself some experiences first." "Ha! Experiences," scoffed the tiger. "You just yearn to hunt for rare herb to play with your furnace." The dog flushed, but before he could retort, the monkey turned to the tiger. "And you, what is your plan?" The tiger thumped his chest. "I will guard the village." Seeing his friends had made their choices, the old lung said, "Well then, we don't need to travel together. Here's where we part ways. Each seek our path. When I meet that one, I'll gather you all again." With that, the 4 parted. Deshang heard a thunderclap and woke with a start. The dream had already faded from his mind. I think it's very clear that the the dog was Zhu, which is the one who makes the pills. The tiger, of course, is Yin Tiger. The monkey, of course, is the Monkey King. And the lung is the one that we just read about. So it's pretty clear. That would be Chen Lung. Zhu Dog. Zhu Dog is the one that I was just talking about, as the dog in that story. No divine arts, no meditation's trance. With a palm fan he nurtures his pills dance. A sincere heart, the medicine he seeks, bored by human woes and worldly techniques. At the eastern end of Qingzhou alley stood a modest Taoist temple, home to the solitary Taoist. This Taoist professed to have discovered the ancient formula for immortality pill from the sea, earning him a reputation as a miraculous healer. The Taoist pill, when taken by the sick, showed no significance, improvement, and when taken by the healthy, had no noticeable effect. If anyone inquired about their efficacy, he would calmly explain, "There's no such thing as a wondrous cure-all pill that can bring the dead back to life. True health arises from the harmony and smooth flow of one's essence, vigor, and spirit." Consequently, people began to doubt the Taoist's skills, leading to his temple being sparsely visited and few seeking his medical assistance. In the city, there was an old man named Mr. Chen, whose wealth rivaled that of nobility. Now, in his 60s, he had fallen ill gravely, showing signs of being near the end of his life. His son sought the Taoist and invited him to treat his ailing father. The Taoist had a yellow dog that he kept by his side at all times. This time, he brought it along to Chen's residence. The Taoist prepared many special pills for Mr. Chen. Although the household servants thought he was merely going through the motions, they dared not say much and watched from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, after taking the pills, Mr. Chen gradually began to eat and drink a little, and his breathing became smoother, showing signs of recovery. Yet, just when everything was getting better, in one of the Taoist pill-making sessions, his furnace exploded, killing him in the process. The household servants came to clean up the Taoist temporary quarters, lamenting the whims of the fate. To their astonishment, they saw the Taoist's yellow dog, dressed in his clothes, walking out of the room. The dog was fanning itself with a tattered palm leaf and said, "I had planned to learn some mortal skills in the human world. Who would have thought that in this world great talent brings such peril?" With that, the dog snapped the fan and disappeared. Interesting. The Old Monkey. Countless souls pursue immortal quests, seeking the Tao, but truth is not addressed. The fairy itself will never be ashore. Ask not when fruits will ripen. In the void, they fade evermore. Some say he is Bodhisattva Guanyin. Some say he is Patriarch Bodhi. Some say he is Sun Wukong himself. Others say he is just an unnamed old monkey in the mountains. With the same posture, he always starts with the same line. Sometimes the mountaintop is empty and silent. Sometimes the summit is bustling with monkey cries. Whenever a destined one set out on their journey, he gifts them with a handmade willow staff. As he breaks off the willow branch to send them off, he feels a twinge of reluctance in his heart. The immortals of the celestial court say he is gambling. The Buddha on Mount Lingshan says that gambling inevitably leads to loss. He says he neither gambles nor loses. He's just waiting for the stories of the destined one will tell him upon their return. And he has never heard two identical stories. The next one is Maitreya. The board is earth, the pieces sky. Colors of yin and yang comply. In subtle moves, revolutions blend. Laughing praise the game that will never end. Maitreya had been in the Great Pagoda for an unknown length of time. When the sacred divinity arrived, the mural was still unfinished. I knew you would come, Maitreya said with a smile. The sacred divinity cupped his hands in salute. Your wisdom is unparalleled, venerable one. You must have foreseen this day back on Mount Huago. Therefore, I beseech you, please relieve me of my inner turmoil. Since your turmoil stem from Sun Wukong, he should be the one to answer them. He is dead, the sacred divinity said, his voice faltering as if unwilling to utter the word. I have already opened the path for you. No one will disturb you there. Take your time to ponder. Maitreya said, stepping aside. Instantly, wind and snow swirled in the opposite wall, casting a chill throughout the pagoda. The sacred divinity stepped forward as instructed, stopping at the edge of the void. He turned back and said, by stepping into this painted Mount May today, the celestial court will not be able to find me. Venerable one, would Mount Lingshan know of your deeds? Maitreya laughed. Have we met before? The Erlang Shen I know is much uglier than you. Hearing this, the sacred divinity said no more, and strode into the wind and snow. Erlang, the sacred divinity. In skies high his talents shine, like plum blooms, pure and bright. His form defies the winter snow, a sacred being of light. With lofty heart he claims no kin to emperor above. His noble spirit dims the stars, unlocking the great pagoda. These are just monkeys. None of them has anything worthwhile. A celestial soldier used his spear to flip over a corpse, complaining to his fellow. Before them lay the aftermath of a battle at Mount Huago, jagged rocks, ancient trees charred by lightning, and bodies strewn across the landscape. The good stuff is all in the water curtain cave. We only get to clean up the battlefield, replied the fellow. True, we just do the dirty work, finishing off those who aren't quite dead yet. With that, the celestial soldier thrust his spear into the corpse and pulled it out again. Methodically, it checked each body until they reached a large boulder. The celestial soldier knocked on the stone. Watching this, his fellow said, "It's just a rock. What do you expect to find out?" The celestial soldier replied, "Don't you know, this is Sun Wukong. He died earlier, with his 6 roots severed and given to the Yaoguai kings, born from a stone, and now with his senses gone, he naturally turned back into a stone after death." "Bollocks," said his fellow. "You don't believe it." The celestial soldier boasted, "I was at the front of the formation and saw it clearly when they dismembered his body. Even the sacred divinity took a piece." The fellow, curious, asked, "I don't remember you being at the front." "Is that true? Even the sacred divinity took a piece. I saw all those Yaoguai kings from the lower realms today. I thought only Yaoguais would take things from other Yaoguais." "He's not just any Yaoguai. He's was once granted Buddhahood," corrected the celestial soldier. "Why would the sacred divinity take that? Isn't it considered bad luck?" "Who knows? Sun Wukong was powerful. Maybe consuming it would be highly beneficial." They both laughed heartily. "Hey, look at this," said the fellow, noticing some white beside the stone. They picked it up and found it was a branch of plum blossoms, as white as jade, as pure as snow, blooming fragrantly. The celestial soldier wondered how could there be plum blossoms on Mount Wago. The fellow said that this looks somewhat like. Before he could finish, a spearhead pierced through his chest, emitting a golden light that even dispersed the soul within his armor. The celestial soldier looked over the fallen fellow's shoulder, shocked before he could react. The golden light flashed again. White clouds drifted past, leaving the mountain peak in tranquility once more. I'm assuming that that's Erlang that did that because the spear is Erlang's. Almost finished with the characters. Nice. The Great Sage's Broken Shell. 3 yangs converge. Life springs forth anew. Celestial stone holds sun and moon hue. A egg from a monkey's path is laid. A future arises with his form made. Within no form to recognize, without a shape before everyone's eyes, talented ones emerge through ages. How few achieved the Tao among kings and sages. The table was a mess. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 2 sitting across from each other were completely hammered. Bajie, my brother, I'm done being the victorious fighting Buddha. Whoever wants the darn title can have it, Wukong said with his face red and boiling. It was unclear whether he was truly drunk or just pretending. Bajie, straightforward, always replied, brother, enlightenment we've attained. Being free, we can drink to our heart's content. Shouldn't we be happy? Wukong sneered, yes, attaining Buddhahood for the removal of my headband was indeed a good deal. Exactly. With the headband gone, you don't need to fear Master's chanting anymore. Doesn't call for more toasts. Bajie said, still trying to persuade Wukong to drink more despite his muddled state. Cody, what are you doing? Cody the monster dog, the interrupter. I'm sorry. Bajie, you enjoy drinking, but if someone wanted to have you serve as their side dish for drinking, would you still be this happy? Who wants to eat? My 9-tooth rake won't allow it, Bajie said, slamming the table. Well, that would be much more difficult than you think. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, his face disdainful. If they wanted you to eat you, there wouldn't be any even bones left. They? Who are you talking about? Let me ask you, on our journey, how many Yaguais did we encounter, and how many did we kill? Too many. Lost count, remember? Whenever you get bored or lazy, you'd send out clear out of those caves and layers, not counting the lesser ones. How many of the powerful ones did we kill? I don't remember. Probably killed them all. Setting aside the tree guais from the wood immortal hut and those 7 spiders, we killed less than half of the ones we fought. 7 spiders? Oh, I remember now. The other half we didn't kill. Do you know why? Why? Because we mustn't kill them. That was before. Now we're celestial beings ourselves. If it pleases us, we can go and kill them now. Wukong sighed. Bajie, why don't we resign from our positions and retire? I'll go back to my mountain, and you can return to your village. Bajie was stunned, not understanding why Wukong suddenly changed the topic. I'm not going back. If you want to leave, go ahead. Now, I don't have to lift a finger, and there's an endless supply of tributes and all kinds of delicacies. If I go back, I'll have to work the fields, and I can't bear the toil. These tributes should go to those who need them more. If we eat them, those people will have less to eat. What happens to you? Weren't all our struggles for this? Just for this? Don't tell me you wish to go begging for alms with our master like before. Forget it. Let's drink. Bajie couldn't remember when Wukong left the table. Before he blacked out from drinking, the last thing he remembered his brothers said was, immortality? It's not for me. And the last one in the character section is Yuan Shouchang. Half a life in vain, half a life in haste. One dawn of clarity, one dawn erased. Prophecies lag behind the schemes of man. No augury can stay an obsessed hand. Waves upon waves the world's perils lie. Dust upon dust, uncountable depths beneath the sky. Gatherings and partings like morning dew. grudges and loves like lightning passing through. 1,000 years of rise and fall, a nothing new, a century's success and failure, something true. Harvesting deeds by destiny's decree, fate's rise and fall as sunset flees. Harsh words spoken, ears that they defy, careless talk, hearts they pry. Crude strokes mar the eye's delight, intent to sketch, wounds for sight. Yaguais and Buddhas all in me, friends and gods alike we see. My tears flow like springs, don't ask why. Laughing to the sky, its follies cry. All right, so now we're going to be moving on to the Yaguai Chiefs, which there are 55 Yaguai Chiefs, and we're going to be reading every single one of them, so get some more popcorn. Got to give Cody the sit down. Thank you. First one in the Yaguai Chiefs is Bullguard. Majestic of height, he looms with might, in heavy armor ready to fight. His eyes a fearsome vacant lot, a sage or fool, we know not. Being the gatekeeper of the mountain was a thankless task indeed. For more than a century the Bullguard stood watch, never once climbing the ranks. Yet he voiced no grievances, for his devotion to the king was his sole concern, and the king's pills his only desire. He treasured those pills within a lacquered box of pear wood, lined with silk. Each time he partook of them, he performed a ritual, a process of cleansing, rinsing, and offered incense to the universe, thanking it for its gifts. Many a lesser Guai had tasted the king's rewards, but none with such reverence as Bullguard. One day, a curious Guai inquired, "How do you maintain such vigor despite the toils of this job?" With earnest simplicity, the Bullguard replied, "It is a king's pill that fuels me. Take more, and you shall be as I am." The Guai confessed, "We've partaken in our share, yet felt nothing. Mayhaps the king's gifts to you are finer." The Bullguard was aghast. "From the same hand we are served. How could there be a mine in yours?" The Guai, still skeptical, insisted on exchange of pills. Soon after, the Guai felt no change, while the Bullguard remained as robust as ever. Some say a fool's luck, but perhaps it isn't a lack of wit that's compensated, but the power drawn from blind devotion. The power drawn from blind devotion. To prove his worth, he gave sinister advice, yet reaped the bitter fruits of his own vice. Through justice remains silent, it never sleeps, and when it strikes, no one escapes its reach. In his youth, Guangzi was not a monk, but a little wolf Guai who yearned to be human. He often took human shape to play in town, but the people always saw through him and chased him away. When he asked the other Yaoguais why, they explained, "You may look like one of them, but you don't act like them. That's why they know. If you want to learn to be human, go live among them, spend time with them to learn their ways and manners." He took this advice to heart and begged his master to grant this wish. His master, old Lingzhu, who was close to the Black Bear Guai in the mountain, agreed. The Black Bear Guai transformed the pup into a little monk and sent him to study under Elder Jinqi, an old friend. At first glance, the fellow monks disliked him. They played tricks on him, and he always fell for it. Slow and gullible as he was, Jinqi named him Guanzi, the Great Wisdom, hoping he would grow clever and sharp. So his fellow monks couldn't bully him. With Jinqi's care and teaching, Guanzi learned to read, write, and abide the monastic rules. Gradually, he assimilated into their ranks. One day, two monks arrived at the temple. One had a fair, devout countenance, while the other had a face covered in fur. They possessed a wondrous treasure, the Kasaya of Eversparks. Jinqi had never seen anything like it before, and longed for it desperately. Hoping to repay Jinqi's teachings and nurturings, Guanzi devised a plan to acquire it for him. Guanzi never imagined his mistake would ignite red tides of flames that engulfed the temple he called home. Afterward, Jinqi took his own life, and Lingzhu fell to the Jingu Bang, which is, I believe that's Sun Wukong's weapon. That's his mythical weapon. Even the Black Bear Guai surrendered and was taken by Guan Yin. Guan Zi saw how many had suffered for his sake and knew that he had failed utterly at being human. He shed his monk's robe and retreated to the mountains, repenting with Jinqi's teachings. In his years of practice in the mountains, he forged a new weapon by the raging flames he saw that night. He named it the Red Tides. Even to this day, after numerous years, he continues to hear a persistent call echoing through the mountains. Guangzi, Guangzi, who could it be that keeps calling him? Guan Mao. With a monk's facade but a serpent's heart, he wields deceit, playing many parts. His desires shift, insatiably pursued, faithless to his master, all teachings he eschewed. Guangmao, the great tactician, was not like his senior fellow pupil, Guangzi. From a young age, his heart yearned to be legendary Yaoguai master, remembered for ages. But fate had other plans. When old Lingzi sent his beloved disciple to the Guanyin temple to be a monk, the old white snake grew worried. The snake feared it was old Lingzi's ploy to win favor with the Black Bear Guai, and commanded Guang Mao to join the monkhood as well. Why are you being such a turd, Cody? Before he left, the snake warned him, he never fall behind, least of all behind Guangzi. No matter how hard Guang Mao tried, Elder Jinqi never seemed to favor him as much as Guangzi. Even when he learned faster and trained harder, Guang Mao consoled himself, believing this stemmed not from his own failings. Cody is cracking me up here. Cody, stop! Not from his own failings, but from the snake's ham-fisted meddling, which had turned the elder against him. He found solace in the notion of returning to the mountains one day when he could embrace his Yaoguai's nature unshackled by such trivial concerns. Guan Mao can still recall Jinqi's teachings. You can be too extreme, too uncompromising, always leave some room and some things unfinished. But the day Jinqi saw Kasaya of Ever Sparks, he desired it so intensely that he forgot his own words and wept long into the night. Guang Mao saw the thought taking root in the old monk's heart to kill for this prize. Everyone shied away from the idea, but Guangzi boldly spoke the truth. Guang Mao seethed with inexplicable rage, his mind a scheme within. A scheme began to take shape. As Elder Jinqi drank tea with the two monks, Guang Mao glimpsed an untamed malice in the monkey's eyes, a hunger for vengeance, building on Guangzi's gambit. Guang Mao goaded and prodded, weaving a merciless plot that left no room for escape. The old monk was delighted. For the first time, he acknowledged Guang Mao's wit. With his plan set, Guang Mao knew that doom would strike that night. Summoning a gust of wind, he hid in the bamboo grove behind the mountain. As anticipated, a great fire broke out that night, but it failed to kill the two journeying monks as intended. Instead, it burned the entire temple to the ground. Alas, the world harbors such petty souls capable of ensnaring the lofty and vanquishing them with cunning plots. Perhaps that is what is meant by slaying with a borrowed blade. Bo Li Gu Lang. Wrinkles on his skin so snug, a whiff of air, a fishy hug. Legs that spring to heights above, from the dirt and muck they love. In lands west of Blackwind Mountain, within a kingdom named Hami, stood a small town. Every day before dawn, a humble market would gather just outside the town gate. It was a place where peddlers exchanged goods while waiting for the gate to open, but due to the prices, even the townsfolk began to participate. Thus, this market gradually gained its reputation. A few months ago, an odd oil peddler arrived at the market, garbed in robes of a pearly turquoise color, with eyes that gleamed like copper bells. He had a voice that rang out with a boom, and his breath was foul and pungent, yet he happened to be a keen talker and naturally was disliked by everyone. The oil he produces, on the other hand, was sought after by everyone. who would not prefer the oil clear and smooth? And not to mention its price, one could exchange but a pinch of a fragrant powder for a large gourd of such oil. One day, a wandering Taoist passed through the town and decided to visit the market. He enjoyed his experiences until he sensed an eerie green mist emanating from the old peddler, a Guai, no doubt. The monk chanted, and before the peddler could manage a decent struggle, it revealed its true form, a green-skinned giant frog. The bystanders were startled and grabbed whatever they could use to attack the frog. The frog kicked the ground with both legs, leaped higher than a tree, and swiftly fled toward the mountains. In pursuit, the folks arrived at the marshes, where they witnessed countless small frogs scraping mucus from each other's bodies, collecting it in a large barrel. They applied fragrant powder to themselves, hugging and sniffing each other in sheer delight. Silently, the people approached and peered into the barrel. The mucus inside gleamed with clarity, just like the oil they had favored. At the sight, they were occupied by bouts of nausea and began to vomit. None had the strength to pursue and kill the Guais. All the frogs noticed this and hastily fled, leaving the marshes filled with a rather unique scene. So nobody knew it was frog oil? Lang Li Gu Ba. With swollen belly, strange skills arise. A frog croaks can summon thunder's cries. No long needed to call the breeze. In shallow waters, frog's song please. Here we must speak once more of the wandering Taoist. He passed through the kingdom of Hami, and ever since his encounter with the frog Guai, he had made it his mission to hunt such Guais. Far and wide he sought their traces. One day he came unto a valley where croaks echoed, crackling with eerie flashes. Joy rose in his heart, and he hastened to the riverbank. There he set up a makeshift altar to subdue the Yao Guai in the river. Incense and candles were lit up for offerings, and then, with his cap removed and hair unloosed, the Taoist traced 3 seals of power with vermil, cinnabar, and drew the banishing sword. He mumbled and muttered the spells he knew. Then his roar shook the air. Thus be Lord Lao's decree. With a flash of his sword, he snatched up a seal and flung it skyward. A plume of flame flared and vanished. The Yao Guai in the valley, startled by this commotion, sprang from the water. A giant yellow frog, clad in hues between green, blue, and different from the last. The Taoist, seeing the Yao Guai spring forth, swiftly lifted a second seal. It flared up in a thrice, and a raging wind followed. As the third seal caught light, pealing thunder cracked from the lowering clouds. Both the Taoist and the Yao Guais were startled, hands flying to their heads. As silence fell, they looked up to see trees blasted and split, while the storm above broke and scattered. The Taoist froze, then scrambled to ready his brush for 3 more seals. The frog Guai, unhurried, drummed its belly. The sky stood unchanged, but with each stroke, a dozen shafts of golden light lanced down, each striking close around the Taoist. Tumbling and rolling, the Taoist could scarcely evade the beams of light, and then the frog Guai gaped its maw and spat out a swarm of electrifying tadpoles. No matter how the Taoist dodged, they pursued him relentlessly until he fled in utter rout. Alas, in matters of renown, it is common to judge power by the intricacy and grandeur of one's methods. There might be some wisdom in that. The Earth Wolf. On moonless nights with winds that cry, the time for debts and vengeance nigh. In kind Yao Guais place your trust, but wicked souls defy you must. There was once a general's son who served as a drill master in the barracks. Cruel and ruthless he was, and the soldiers trembled at his commands. Yet, out of respect for the general, they bore their resentment in silence. The drill master, who had a passion for hunting, kept a Chinese ziguoi, a slender hound. One day he went hunting with several instructors, but returned empty-handed, much to his shame. He blamed the innocent hound for their failure and had it beaten to death. The soldiers who had been ordered to kill the hound were much troubled in spirit. They buried the hound in a field behind the barracks where many Lingzhi mushrooms grew, and gathered at night to chant sutras for the repose of its soul. One night the drill master heard a dog barking outside the barracks, and he sent men to seek out the source of the noise, but the barking ceased each time they approached, only to resume once they had returned to sleep. After a few times, the drill master lost his temper and went to investigate himself, and as he stood in the yard, he felt the sound come from beneath the ground and ordered his men to dig up the earth. As the soil was cleared away, the hound leapt from the earth, appearing as it had in life, but now adorned with thin tentacles, like roots of some peculiar plant. The drill master, thrilled by this rare find, called to the hound. It recognized its master and bounded joyfully towards him. However, two hard antler-like mushrooms had grown upon its head as the hound leaped into the drill master's arms. These mushrooms pierced his chest, and he died then and there. The soldiers rushed to call the healers, shouting in panic and confusion amid the turmoil. No one thought to catch the hound. Later, no matter how they searched, they never found a trace of it. The Royal Family of the Flowing Sands. A foolish son, a clever father, one plans ahead, the other rather. On the battlefield, no room for kin, the cunning father flees, leaving his son within. The Kingdom of Flowing Sands had 3 princes of the royal line. The eldest prince, favored by the king, was a renowned warrior for his valor in the battles against the Fuban. He was granted the title of the Valiant General, but later a shadow darkened his mind, clouding his reason and erasing his memories of his kin. Thus he was hidden away. The king was heartbroken. Suddenly 2 of his sons yet remained. The third prince, the youngest and the king's most trusted, was well versed in poetry and deeply fond of Buddhist teachings. He possessed both wisdom and strength. However, when the king issued the rodent reverence edict and executed those ministers who opposed it, the third prince left in protest. Wrath consumed the king, but one of his sons still remained. The second prince, though a man of great strength, was simple of mind. He was neither skilled a warrior as his elder brother, nor as clever as his younger sibling. One of the 3 sons, he was the least favored by the king. Nevertheless, he remained by the king's side the longest. When the Yellow Wind King retrieved a mighty vessel and returned, the King of Flowing Sands rallied to his banner with the remains of his people, hoping to reclaim his lost kingdom. The Yellow Wind King, short on men, saw the fierce spirit in his second prince and welcomed him and his followers into his ranks. But the Yellow Wind King had a tiger vanguard whose hunger for rat flesh required a fresh feast each day. When the Yellow Wind King retreated into his meditating seclusion, the tiger grew even bolder. Only the savage might of the second prince's hammer could give him pause from time to time. Much did the second prince sacrifice for his father, the king, yet through all the perils and hardships they endured, the King of Flowing Sands never failed to bring the eldest prince with him and continuously sent minions to seek out the youngest. What thoughts dwelled in the heart of the second son, none could say. The first prince of the Flowing Sands. Though hairless strength prevails, sturdy and bold, never frail, madness hides in mountain where winds sing, and dark gutters reigns as king. The yellow-furred rat had quelled the calamity caused by Fudan, earning the king's deep respect and being appointed as the royal sage. No matter the state affairs or the minutiae of daily life, the king would first seek his counsel. At the sage's suggestion, the king issued the Rodent Reverence Edict, prompting rodent guais from all around to migrate into the city. The first prince, having distinguished himself in battle, was conferred the title of Brave General and was basking in his success. However, he was deeply displeased that the Guai sage had stolen his shine. Using the pretext of the rodent guais caused trouble, he rallied court officials to petition for the royal sage's removal. Several upheavals issued in court, resulting in the deaths of many loyal to the prince, and even the third prince left in anger. Yet the king's trust in the sage remained unshaken. On the sage's birthday, the entire kingdom worshipped his statue, and even the king paid a visit to the temple of the royal sage himself to offer incense and prayers. Unable to contain his fury, the first prince overturned the incense table in public. Such an affront to the royal authority could not be tolerated. Enraged, the king imprisoned the prince. The sage, however, was not angered, and even spoke many good words for the brave general. Learning of the sage's intercession, The prince became even more convinced that he was deeply scheming evil Guai, cursing him incessantly in his cell. The king, upon hearing this, grew more antagonized by his unruly son, hence he decreed that the prince needed strict discipline, ordering that his meals be delivered to the cell door thrice daily with no visitors allowed. Initially, the prince was very stubborn, but over time he softened and began to plead for mercy. Yet he remained defiant in his heart, constantly plotting to kill the rodents and avenge himself once he was free. One day his meal was late and he was growing anxious. Then he heard the sound of a key turning, and the cell door unexpectedly opened. After waiting for a while and seeing no one enter, he walked out himself. To his astonishment, the guards and officials bustling about outside were no longer human. They all became rats dressed in robes. The prince thought it was that the sage had led the rodent guais to usurp the throne, and in his panic he charged into his father's golden hall. A short snout rat, speaking in his father's voice, called out to him. This must be an impostor. The prince grabbed a guard's sword and struck at the king. Chaos erupted in the hall. Only the royal sage brought forth a bronze mirror for the prince to see himself. In the reflection there was no trace of the brave general, only an enormously fat rat. The Mother of Stones. As fate aligns, chance plays its part, yet misfortune leaves an empty heart. Judge not a hero by skill alone, but by the fortune that they have shown. Long ago, in Yellowwind Ridge, there lived two mountain deities. By the grace of a wise one, they came into possession of a great Yaoguai's inner pill. They split and consumed it, gaining great powers from within, and thenceforth they bore the shape of and heart of humans. In gratitude, they bent their newfound strength to make the mountain's wilds thrive for the wise one. The keeper of the mountain, however, received no share of this boon. Envy wormed its way into his heart upon learning that the deities could conjure rock guais at will. He schemed to wrest this power for himself. Little did he know their conjurations drained deeply from their own will, and the mountain deities poured out their own power to birth rock guais, who shaped crag and stone, nurtured green and bloom. Day by day, the keeper of the mountain sought to pilfer their practice and cultivation through low deceits. Then came a day when a great rock guai emerged, and the lesser guais bowed to him as their vanguard. Still, the keeper, heedless of his peril, provoked strife as he had done before. Blow after blow, the stone vanguard rained upon him until he lay pummeled in the dirt. Even then, he did not cease hurling curses. Alas, for those who are bent on wickedness find few obstacles in their path, while those who pursue virtue encounter many hardships, often set by those with ill intentions. The Tiger's Acolyte. Where has the swordsman gone, with tears in his eyes? The wild wind sweeps the northern sands, lonely and desolate skies. Grass visits the empty village huts, dusk welcomes the evil guais. Who knows the bitterness of the lotus heart, or the sourness within the pear's guise? There was once a swordsman, wild and free, who roamed the lands far and wide. For the love of a woman he forsook his wandering ways, and married and had a child. But their happiness proved fleeting. From the mountains beyond the walls there arose a wind, fierce and full of malice. It whipped the yellow dust into a frenzy, and the city was choked with it. Day after day, soon his wife succumbed to a wasting sickness, and their child too became ill. The man was devastated. He spent all his silver in vain, attempted to heal his child, and then he heard of a bodhisattva on New Mount Sumera who could cure the wind sickness. With haste he gathered what he still had, and set forth with his child. When he reached New Mount Sumeru, the disciples told him that the bodhisattva had departed for the Yellowwind Ridge long ago, and had not returned. The man had no choice but to take his child and set out once more. When they arrived at the ridge, they learned that the place was right next to the fierce wind. The child's frail condition worsened with each passing hour. They took shelter in the village of Windrest, where the child rested, and the man went to find the bodhisattva. One day, while passing a dry well outside the village, the man heard a tiger's roar. He climbed down into the well and found a hidden cavern, where a great tiger lay, wounded and weak, deep in meditation. The tiger told the man that he was a deity in the mountain, revered by the village priests. In the valley They had even raised a temple in his honor. He said he'd been ambushed by the Yao Guai that stirred up fierce wind and took over his temple. That's why he was in this pitiful state. The man was doubtful, but he asked around in the village, and he found that the tale was true in every detail. From the reverence of the priests to the temple in the valley, he hastened back to the well, his ailing child in his arms, to beg the tiger for healing. The tiger brought out a strangely shaped gourd, filled it with water, and gave it to the child. Wonder of wonders, after drinking from the gourd, the child was able to run and play as he had before the wind sickness struck. The tiger told the man that the wind had harmed his essence. With the flesh of the living, he could regain his former might, and then he could tame the raging wind and heal the child completely. The man was reluctant, but as he watched his son grow stronger day by day, playing in the village with the other children, a terrible resolve hardened in his heart. He began to lead the unsuspecting villagers into the well, hoping to restore the tiger to its former strength. As time passed, most naturally, the villagers found out what he had done. By the time the man returned to the village, he found his son slain by their angry hands. The man was consumed with regret and drew the sword which he had sealed away for years. He fell upon the villagers, and one by one he cut them down, until the streets ran red with blood. Then, alone, he set out into the shifting sandstorm, lost in the ever-howling wind. The Great-Eyed Taoist. Actually, you know what? I'm fairly certain that the Mad Tiger is related to the one that we just read. So I'm going to read the Mad Tiger first, and we'll come back to the tiger, to the Great-Eyed Taoist. Yellow wind invades the land, brothers turn to strife. Father's vengeance left unclaimed in the well of life. Roaring through the mountain pass, a heart that feigns to care, actions always half complete, dreams and life laid bare. One day, the brother of Tiger Vanguard was practicing his roaring technique at the bottom of a well when he saw someone climbing down the vines. Seeing that the intruder had some courage, he refrained from attacking and instead inquired about his purpose. The man explained that he was seeking a bodhisattva to cure his son's wind illness, but he failed, and now his son was on the brink of death. Hearing this, the tiger brother devised a plan. He attributed his elder brother's deeds to himself and convinced the man to bring his son, claiming he could treat the boy. When they first met, the boy's face was pale, too weak to climb down the well by himself. The boy was carried by his father by tying him with a hemp rope to lower him safely into the well. The tiger brother examined the boy and confirmed that his spirit had been disturbed by the Samadhi wind. Without stopping the wind and sand, no one could cure him. Tiger Brother remembered that his brother had given him a magical gourd. Drinking from it could strengthen one's vitality, and he thought it might keep the boy alive. After the boy drank the water Tiger Brother gave him, he indeed regained some energy and could speak. Despite his long illness, the boy was very polite. He thanked the Tiger Brother for his help, praising him endlessly. In the boy's admiring gaze, Tiger Brother found a long-lost sense of satisfaction. He instructed the father and son to come daily to take a sip from the gourd, or the boy would relapse. After several visits, the boy's condition improved significantly. He could walk around and even play in the village, making many friends. Each time he came to drink from the gourd, he would call Tiger Brother Tiger God and share his new food, toys, and experiences. Despite his initial wariness of the father and son, Tiger Brother gave the boy his gourd. When he observed that the man was sincere and honest, he instructed the boy to keep the gourd close. Heeding his words, the boy's health improved even more. Yet abruptly, the father and son stopped visiting. Tiger Brother waited for several days, thinking that they might have run off with the gourd. Determined to find out what had happened, he went off to the village. Upon entering the village, he saw blood everywhere. The villagers had been slaughtered. At the village entrance, there was a thin coffin, and inside lay the boy's body. He still wore the gourd Tiger Brother had given him around his neck. Judging by the wounds, it seemed he had been beaten to death with sticks. Tiger Brother carried the coffin back to the bottom of the well. He decided to wait until he was strong enough. One day he would stop that cursed wind and sand. It's a very interesting distinction between the two stories. In the Mad Tiger story, he seems to be the good guy, and in the Tiger Acolyte story, he is far from the good guy. And they are both essentially the same story, but from two different perspectives. The Gore-Eyed Taoist is next. A strange man with a lump on his back and a staff of blood-red hue, he leaps and bounds with eerie might, 100 eyes glowing in the night. A strange visitor once came to the Temple of Yellow Flowers. He proclaimed himself trained in the mystic arts upon the Mount Ling Tai. Submit now and yield to me the thing, he told the master of the temple, and you will be spared. Beetle Commander was sent to subdue him, and the man was sealed in a cocoon sack in the cave. Yet days later, a lesser Guai brought word to the master that the sack lay sundered and the captive had escaped. At this, the master gave nothing but a smile. Since his escape from the cocoon sack, a fleshy mess studded with many eyes had sprouted from the man's back. He paid no mind to this horrific sight, and continued his wandering practice. He passed through a desolate mountain where bandits ran rampant and the nearby villagers lived in squalor. Here he chose to settle and summoned rainfall by his arts. The blasted peaks grew green with elms and willows, and the slopes cloaked themselves in pines and firs. After his efforts, the once barren mountains saw years of clement weather, and the people of the lowland flourished in number. Yet the bandits cared nothing for an honest life. They saw the greenwood only as fresh plunder, and growing number as ripe for the hunt. The man then took out the guise of an enlightened monk and went among the bandits' hideout to spread the wisdom of Buddha. In the end, even the bandits forsook evil and came down the mountain to live in peace. Years passed, then came a day when the man entered the village and raised a ritual staff at the entrance. From its crown poured a blood-red light, and every person it touched fell into a frenzy, tearing at each other as if under the thrall of some evil force. In mere moments, the lowlands became a pit of slaughter, and the ground overflowed with the blood of the slain. On the man's back, the hump gaped wide, with countless eyes unveiled. Slowly they supped the spilled blood and sundered spirits. In no time, the lump had swollen even larger, until it could absorb no more. Only then did the eyes slowly close. The man came back to himself and removed the staff. He then set out for the next place to settle. Creepy. The Tiger Vanguard. So this is the brother of the Mad Tiger. Gathering strength with a mighty roar, transforming stones, launching surprise once more. A loyal general with heart so bold, a noble fighter, lost in the age of old. The Tang monk and his 2 disciples pressed on. Before half a day had passed, they even came upon a towering peak, dire to behold. As they gazed upon it, there arose a tumult of wind. From the mountainside leaped a tiger, dappled in and fierce, its tail lashing in the wind. I am no common beast, it roared. I am the vanguard of the Yellow Wind King. By order of my liege, I patrol this range and seek out mortals to serve as side dishes for his brews. The Yao Guai closed in with a fury of claws aimed at Bai Jie's face. Wukong whipped out his staff with a shout, "Take him!" Bai Jie rallied his courage, and the Yao Guai fell back in disarray. Panicked, it sloughed off its skin and draped over a tiger-shaped rock. Loosed from its flesh, it transformed into a screaming gale and raced back to the mountain road, and there it found a Tang monk chanting his sutra. In a trice, the tiger seized the monk and bore him away on the wind. The tiger brought the monk to the mouth of the cave, and, stilling the wind, spoke to the guard. Tell this to our master, the Tiger Vanguard has captured a monk and awaits the king's decision at the gate. The guard rushed in to report. Out came 2 tiger cubs who hailed the Vanguard as their father and made their courtesies. The older cub asked, "Where did you find this pale-faced monk?" The Vanguard laughed. "A stroke of luck. I was patrolling the mountain and chanced upon him." The younger cub, overjoyed, said, "Well done, father. Teach me how you did it some day." Even as they spoke, the master of the cave sent word, "Bring him in." Along with his sons, the Tiger Vanguard presented the Tang monk before his master. "My king," the Vanguard began, "I was honored with your command to patrol the mountain. By chance, I came across a monk, none other than the Tang Emperor's sworn brother, Tang Monk, bound for a journey to the west to seek the scriptures. I seized him and now offer him to grace your table." The master, surprised, demanded the full tale. The Vanguard knelt to one side and recounted the fight. Hold, said the cave master. We do not eat him just yet. The vanguard protested. My king, it is against our nature to refuse the food before us. But his master replied, You do not understand. Eating him would be no great matter, but I fear the 2 disciples of his will come clamoring at our gate. It is safest to bind him to the windrest post in our rear garden. Wait 3 or 4 days or 5. If his disciples do not come to our gate, we will boil, steam, fry, or roast him at our leisure. There is no rush. The vanguard rejoiced. Wise beyond measure, my king. Wise indeed. The 2 young tigers followed their father out. The elder muttered, Master has always devoured mortals without a second thought. There should be something he left unsaid, the younger added. He seems almost afraid of that mortal. Their father snapped, You know nothing of the powers of our master. Long seasons have I served him. How could he shrink before any other? The brothers exchanged glances, but said no more. Scarcely half a day had passed when the master sent for them again. It was son Wukong challenging upon their gate. The tiger vanguard requested to face him, but the master demurred. I fear you cannot prevail against him. You may well be wounded, and you must not then impute blame upon me. The vanguard's son urged him to reconsider, but he paid them no heed. Rest assured, you wait. Wait only until I return. Next is the Captain Lotus Vision. All things are by nature void. There is no wax or wane. For pride and arrogance your golden form is shattered. From the rift shines Buddha's light, majestic and boundless. With the glaring rays flashing, startling, and breaking, you forget the teachings and fall into the false. You are alone, isolated, crippled, dancing, prancing, like a deity or ghost, no less. Here the wise go mad, the brave turn bad, the kind face duress. Tainted by worldly dust, your practice is in a mess. May your body enlighten the world, quell your proud and overbearing, merging light and darkness. Captain Void Illusion. Contemplating the myriad forms, returning to the essence of nature. With arrogance ablaze, his limbs torn, you boasted of truth, 1,000 hands adorned. Yet the void illusion, deceived and beguiled, mourned and lamented, your spirit defiled. With bonds severed, in nirvana you were exiled. In silence and solitude, in tranquility, how painful it was to face death in clarity. Detached from bitterness and pain, blessed by your flesh and blood through resentment shall remain. May you cease the debate of falsehoods and truth as the tide rises, cleansing with its mighty soothe. Captain Kalpa Wave. Within a flick of the finger, lotus flowers bloom and wither. Though thought yourself mighty, yet ended up headless. From your blood and pus, lotus flowers bloom restless. Coaxed, enticed, and stabbed by the words of auspiciousness, your link to Buddha's wisdom severed, your mind lost in the incense dust, breathless. The truest of the truth, the kindest in kindness, and the fairest in fairness, you sought and lost. Principles shattered, head twisted, and body crossed, tenderness forsaken you, your upright exhaust. Eyes clouded, stars dimmed in frost. May your body bring prosperity, and the red lotus thrives in hostility. Opramana Bat. Dwelling in a Buddha's form, with wings to ride the wind storm, an iron heart through toil it sings, a golden shell in splendor it springs. Years ago, in a mountains remote, there was a small temple built by the local villagers. The temple was unattended, housing only a black statue with dried lamps and an empty censer. One day, a wandering swordsman passed by and decided to spend the night in the temple before continuing on his journey. He was drifting off to sleep, and so he suddenly heard the sound of wind behind him. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw the statue on the altar sprout wings and take flight. The creature had scythe-like claws on its feet. Terrified, the swordsman quickly rolled over, drew his sword, and engaged in a fierce battle with the statue, eventually slaying it. The next morning, the villagers gathered outside the temple, bringing flowers and wine to thank the swordsman for ridding them of the Yao Guai. They explained that many such temples in the mountains were inhabited by these Yao Guai disguised as statues, and asked the swordsman to eliminate them all. Seeing the villagers had brought a great deal of silver, greed overtook him, and he agreed, asking them to lead the way. Surrounded by the villagers who praised and urged him on, the swordsman was led deep into the forest to a larger ancient temple. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw incense burning high and candles glowing brightly. On the altar sat a large statue, similar in appearance to the one he had killed before, but coated in gold. With a particularly majestic and imposing presence, sensing danger, the swordsman tried to flee, but the statue took flight, flapping its wings to unleash a frosty wind that froze him in place. Watching the golden statue used its hooked claws to pierce the swordsman's shoulders and drag him into the back of the temple. The villagers all knelt and made their wishes. The next day, everything they had wished for appeared at their doorsteps. So they sacrificed the swordsman to the golden statue to get what they wanted. That's really quite rude. The next one is Lang Li Gu Lang, another one of the frogs. Unafraid of northern chill, with skin like jade, it loves the thrill. Mist turns to frost and snow, in icy play its spirit grows. Picking up from where we left off, the Taoist who had fled in disgrace spent several years in secluded meditation in the mountains, mastering the 5 thunder techniques until he could wield it with perfect ease. Confident in his abilities, he set out once more. During his journey, he captured a small electric tadpole and confined it within his gourd. As he passed through the snowy mountain, the tadpole began to stir restlessly inside the gourd, signaling the presence of a frog guai nearby. Following the signs, he arrived at the deep icy pool in the valley, and indeed found a giant frog covered in frost lying dormant there by the shore. Without hesitation, the Taoist unleashed a thunderbolt at the frog, expecting it to be struck down instantly. To his surprise, the frog leapt high into the air and dodged the attack. Unperturbed, the Taoist cast another thunderbolt, and the frog evaded it again, hopping closer with each leap. Learned from the past, the Taoist retreated several steps, thinking himself clever. However, to his surprise, the frog stood on its hind legs, puffed out its chest, lunged forward, and knocked the Taoist off balance with its large belly. As he prepared to strike back, the frog opened its mouth and blew a gust of icy wind, freezing him in place. Just as the frog was about to devour him, a group of monks appeared from the other side of the pool. Seeing the Taoist frozen there, they drove the frog Guai away, narrowly saving his life. Old Ginseng Guai scatters o'er the mountain's crest, rich soil births dews of the best. 7 ounces common, 8 ounces rare, a slight difference fortunes lay bare. This story was told by a pharmacist in the city, and it concerns a secret about his cousin's family. The cousin's ancestors were originally ginseng gatherers in the mountains. For some unknown reason, they abandoned their old craft and became woodcutters. Although the family was not wealthy, everyone lived long lives. From a young age, the cousins often saw a shabby, unkempt old man visiting their home. Whenever he came, the family would prepare a lavish meal and fine wine for him to enjoy alone. At the time, the cousin despised the old man, thinking he was a freeloading drunkard who seldom spoke and often caused trouble when drunk. One day, the old man visited again for a drink, while the cousin's great-grandmother fell gravely ill of typhoid fever. Seemingly on the brink of death, upon hearing about her critical condition, the old man went into the courtyard, reached into the ground with both hands, and crawled out numerous vines. Upon the vines grew a small seedling that quickly matured, blossomed, and bore fruit. The old man pulled it out, revealing a millennium ginseng. After the great-grandmother drank the ginseng soup, she miraculously recovered and remains healthy to this day. It was on that day that the cousins seemed to come to the realization and began to treat the old man with great respect, as if he were a member of the family. The cousin once invited the pharmacist to move to the mountains and live with him, but the pharmacist flatly refused. The pharmacist explained, although your family enjoys longevity, they live on bland meals every day, and life deep in the mountains are too lonely. I still prefer to live in the city, hence I cannot go with you. Just take the story as a fun anecdote. Non-white. So in the monk land, from what I understand from playing the story, there are specific designations of monks. There is the non-white, the non-pure, the non-able, the non-void, the monk of the sea, etc. And this is going over the stories of each one of these differently ranked monks. The first story, of course, is of the non-white. A jester's face with powder white, a cunning form, both sly and slight, boldly plays the leading role, yet remains an actor lost in the whole. In the village of Tulao, there was a small opera troupe, about a dozen members. Watching their performances was considered the most luxurious entertainment within miles. Among the troupe was an actor who specialized in playing the jester. He always painted his face white, and the villagers would snicker whenever they saw him. The jester was deeply frustrated since childhood. He had dreamed of playing a heroic role on stage. To join the troupe, he had worked as an unpaid servant for the troupe leader for a year. He trained tirelessly, regardless of the weather or his health, yet he ended up being the subject of ridicule. The jester suggested a role switch, however, everyone said he lacked the righteous aura needed for such a heroic role. Disbelieving their words, the jester took on the role of the hero without notifying the cast during the performance, and beat up the hero on stage. The audience was furious. They destroyed the stage and left without paying. The jester was condemned by the troupe, while the beaten hero was comforted. In a fit of rage, the troupe leader expelled the jester from the group, despite much reflection. The jester couldn't understand why he suffered such reprimand. Eventually, he concluded that it was his appearance that was the problem. Thus, the two poisoned daggers he waited in an alley and killed the hero actor. He peeled the man's face and wore it, hoping to take over his life. The next day, when it was time for the hero to appear on stage, the jester, wearing the actor's face, stepped forward and sang passionately. Initially, the audience was deceived, but later they were horrified, believing the jester had gone mad. They tied him up and sent him to a temple 1,000 miles away for seclusion. Upon seeing him, the abbot of the temple was overjoyed. He named the jester non-white, and even created a unique practicing technique combining poison and frost for him. The abbot told him that the Destined One would come and help him master the technique, and he could become a true hero if he could wear the face of the Destined One. From that day on, no one dared to walk the mountain path guarded by non-white, fearing they might encounter him wearing someone else's face. Grody. Non-pure. A wide heart, a plump form, a belly so grand, a fierce look, drooping lips, a visage unplanned, as steadfast as a mountain he stays still. From toils he hides, guarding the temple's hill. In the vast sky, snowflakes drifted down, covering the exquisite palaces and towers, and blanketing the mountain ridge year after year without ceasing for a moment. In stark contrast to this relentless snow, Non-Pure was someone who constantly sought to shirk his duties and laze around. One day, while Non-Pure was on guard in the side hall, ready to respond to his master's call at any moment, he heard the sounds of a fight outside. Thunder Rhino Master came running to report that some unknown Yao Guai from the mountains was trying to force his way in to see their master. Non-Pure nonchalantly replied, "You go out and deal with him first. I'll grab my spade and join you shortly." After Thunder Rhino Master left his side hall, Non-Pure sat back down on his meditation cushion, reclining lazily. Outside, the Yao Guai loudly demanded to see the Buddha of the future and to become his disciple. While the sounds of the fight grew more intense, Thunder Rhino Master returned to ask for help again. Non-Pure stood up and said, "You and the two overlords hold him off. Don't let him in. My spade's blade is a bit dull. I'll come once I've sharpened it." After a while, the noise outside quieted down, and Thunder Rhino Master came back to report that the Yao Guai seeking guidance had been accidentally killed by the overlords. Non-Pure praised, "You did well. Throw the body into the dry well so it doesn't dirty this place." Hearing this, Thunder Rhino Master sighed inwardly, lamenting the Yao Guai's ill fate. If another brother had been on guard, perhaps the Yao Guai might have actually met their master. Unexpectedly, when discarding the body, Thunder Rhino Master discovered that the Yao Guai had talismans for summoning fire and lightning stuck to his body, indicating that he had come to seek revenge against their master. At this news, Thunder Rhino Master was both shocked and secretly relieved. Non-able. Amidst the snow, a monk so strange before the wall in northern winds range. With martial arts he seeks true zen, binds his hands, but not his spirits then. Non-Abel was unmatched in his martial arts skills, with no one in the temple able to rival him. One day, Yellowbrow summoned him and offered to teach him some skills. However, Non-Abel replied, "Master, I believe my martial arts are sufficient to overcome any foe. There is no need for other skills." Yellowbrow laughed and said, Your straightforward approach shows a lack of adaptability. How can you progress further if you bind yourself in such a way? Non-Abel responded, "Master, if I use methods I do not believe in to achieve victory, even if I win in the end, I will still feel like I did not win the fight, and unable." Yellowbrow asked, "Do you not agree with your master's path?" Non-Abel replied, "Master, if you have always taken the clever route, which is why it is difficult for you to attain Buddhahood. It seems you can do everything, but in reality you can do nothing." Yellowbrow chuckled softly at this and ordered Non-Abel's hands to be tied behind his back, instructing him to reflect on his actions in front of the stone wall outside the temple. He thought that after a few days of kneeling, Non-Abel would let go of his stubbornness. However, Non-Abel remained resolute and to this day refuses to bow his head. Non-Void. Neither dead nor truly alive, a dreamer left behind, one step missed, cost half a lifetime. Few disciples know when Non-Void took his vows and became a monk. They only know that he was among the earliest to follow their master, making him the most senior and entrusted to many of the temple's affairs. He rarely left the hall, seemingly always engrossed in endless sutra recitations. He was always highly skilled in poetry and painting, having depicted various Buddhas in the West and the myriad aspects of worldly life. Yet he never cherished his creations, often discarding them carelessly after finishing. When asked why, he would say, "I see no true self. Non-void is but void. It's all illusion, so why hold on to it?" Though Non-Void seldom left the hall, he enjoyed engaging others in debates about Buddhist doctrines. One day, Non-Abel approached him and asked, "Brother, is killing a sin?" Non-Void replied, "Killing is a sin, but if it is for the sake of the greater good, then it is not a sin." Non-Abel countered, "And what is the greater good?" Non-Void answered, "It is the realization of void, the fulfillment of virtue, ascending to the land of bliss." Non-Abel questioned further, "Killing not only fails to resolve karma, but also creates more entanglements and obstacles. How can one ascend to bliss then?" Non-Void responded, "If I do not enter hell, who will? If not killing leaves harm for others, isn't that a greater lack of virtue?" Non-Abel laughed, "Brother, you yourself said you would enter hell, which shows that killing is wrong no matter what. Good ones naturally receive blessings. There's no need for you to make things complicated." Non-Void hastily explained, "Entering hell is just a metaphor. The essence is to suffer for others." Non-Abel interrupted, "Nonsense. Killing is killing, and no need for all these convoluted justifications. Brother, the pretense behind justifying killing is the real sin." Hearing this, Non-Void was momentarily speechless, as if reminded of something from the past. From that day on, the two never debated again. I guess he won. Next is the Monk from the Sea. Bitter Lake's expanse, no end in sight. The ferry of enlightenment he sought day and night. Low means may tempt, but yield no gain. True greatness takes flight in honor's domain. Years ago, Yellowbrow crossed the Bitter Lake on a towered ferry. Upon disembarking, he discovered some strange fish clinging to the ship's hull. These fish, known as Hei Lao, had a single head but 10 bodies, making them bizarre and fearsome. When the fish saw Yellowbrow approaching, they wondrously bowed and made noises, indicating their desire to follow him and escape the Bitter Lake. Yellowbrow laughed and said, "With your strange forms, others would surely reject you, but I find it interesting to take in what ordinary people would not." With that, he accepted the strange fish as his disciples, clothed them, and taught them how to read and transform into human forms, even allowed them to practice freely within the realm of New West. One of the fish, Guais, was particularly robust and had a fierce temperament. After mastering some techniques, it would ambush at various spots in the temple, waiting for opportunities to attack Yellowbrow. When he went out, striking without mercy. Yellowbrow, however, enjoyed these encounters and would seriously engage in combat with the fish Guai. Most of the time, he would simply sweep it out of the hall with a swing of his spike shaft cudgel. Despite repeated defeats, the Fish Guai realized that close combat was futile, and it independently devised a technique involving throwing snowballs with its limbs, hitting targets with uncanny accuracy. Once in the Forest of Felicity, even Yellowbrow was hit several times by snowballs, nearly freezing into an ice block. Instead of getting angry, Yellowbrow was delighted and unprecedentedly bestowed a new title upon He Lo, Fish Guai, Monk from the Sea. He then assigned it the task of cleaning the inner courtyard, which conveniently allowed it to ambush anyone it wished to, especially Yellowbrow himself. Though they followed the same master, the disciples' experiences and purposes in their practice varied greatly, leading to vastly different treatments. The Macaw Chief. Once chief among the ranks, his countenance dark, in crimson silk pants a striking mark. With icy blows he mocks their plight, a jesting whiff, his foes left in a fright. The Macaw Chief knelt with his back hunched, folding his dark wings before the golden Buddha statue at the feet of Yellowbrow. Yellowbrow raised his hand, pinching the feathers, and said, "Such crude methods. The one who dared to use them on monkeys was truly ignorant of the ways of the world." With that, he waved his spine-shaft cudgel, and specks of will poured over the Macaw Chief, shining like the galaxy. The black wings trembled and retracted back into the monkey's body. The Macaw Chief was stunned and reached to touch his back, overjoyed. Yellowbrow laughed heartily. "You were a chief under son Wukong. Now that he is dead, you will not need to wander anymore. I am rebuilding the new Thunderclap Temple to save all from suffering. Why not stay here?" Seeing the Macaw Chief hesitate, Yellowbrow continued, "I know you have endured much hardship. To rank among the high, one must first toil among the low. You have already been low and toiled. Now join me, and my teachings will elevate you to among the highest." The Macaw Chief scratched his head, seeming tempted. Yellowbrow added, "In this world the weak are often oppressed, while the strong act with impunity. The suffering you endured was ultimately due to the lack of power. Think about it. If you had the abilities of that monkey who wreaked such havoc in the Celestial Palace, it would have been others who would have suffered." Recalling the bitterness and hardships of the past years, the Macaw Chief couldn't help but shed tears. He quickly prostrated himself at the feet of the fat monk, kowtowing repeatedly. Yellowbrow laughed heartily, unfastened the sack at his waist, and placed the Macaw Chief inside. "Very well, I will teach you now," he said. All right, so now we have the 6 sisters. I think we go backwards, maybe, from the first sister, because it's obviously a chronological story, and I don't know. Let's just do them in order. So the 6th sister. In hidden groves a home appears, laughter fills the path with flowers near. Girl chases the butterflies in flight, as rumors fade like shooting stars in the night. In the webbed hollow there were no children of the same age as the 6th sister. She usually spent her time with her elder sisters, who were all very nice to her. Only the 4th sister would strictly supervise her training. Sometimes when she trained diligently, the 4th sister would take her to the mountain top to gaze at the scenery outside and tell her stories about the world beyond the mountains. Although she enjoyed following her 4th sister, the 4th sister often went into the mountains to investigate secrets unknown to her, claiming it was dangerous. She refused to take her along, which left the 6th sister feeling bored. One day, a flower viewing banquet was held in the mountains, and the lesser Yaguais from Mount Wushan came to deliver gifts. As usual, after completing their task, they had been invited to stay and drink. The elder sisters were busy entertaining guests and taking care of their mother, so the 6th sister wandered off on her own. The steward Guai, unable to refuse her, had to accompany her around the cave for a while. The 2 drunken pig Guais saw the 6th sister and pointed at her, saying, "Is that the one?" The other pig Guai replied, "Yes, that's the one." Feeling annoyed by their comments, the 6th retorted, "Why are you pig Guais pointing at me? Where are your manners, and what did you mean for this and that?" The steward Guai tried to signal to the pig Guais to shut up, but they continued, "Little girl, let us tell you a secret that everyone knows but you." The steward Guai quickly tried to intervene, but the 6th sister earnestly said, "Go ahead." The 2 pig Guais laughed and said, "Your father is a pig, just like us. You are a relative of our old pig family." Contrary to their expectations, the little girl didn't burst in anger or throw a tantrum. Instead, she pouted and spoke with a dismissive tone, saying, "You must be attempting to establish a connection with me because you lack skill in your craft and seek to exploit me. The one my mother chose would never be someone as despicable as you." Hearing this, the pig guais felt embarrassed and never dared to joke at her again. The fifth sister. Orioles are charming, swallows love to play, sisters close in bond, let them not be swayed by worldly fray. The fifth daughter of the Zhu family, in the prime of her youth, was renowned for her stunning beauty. One night, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a chilly wind swept over the ridge, signaling the impending storm. The fifth sister was accompanying her second sister in the village, overseeing the work of the lesser Yao Guais, when she spotted a traveling scholar seeking shelter from the rain. Feeling mischievous, she decided to play a trick on him. The scholar, being somewhat naive, worried about his bookcase getting soaked, and rushed into the deserted village without noticing the Yao Guais. He barely made it inside, bolted the door, and lit an oil lamp just as the rain began to pour heavily outside. Gazing at the rain through the window, the scholar was inspired to recite poetry. Zhu's land in turmoil, the court in disarray, like thunderclaps in clear skies they sway. A clap of thunder roared. The scholar thought he saw the window shake, but paid it no mind until he finished reciting, feeling refreshed. As he finished the line, he noticed the window lattices move again. Assuming it was the wind and rain, he hurriedly shut the window. After finishing his poem, feeling refreshed, he suddenly realized someone was knocking at the door. He caught a glimpse of a graceful silhouette on the door's paper screen, and a sense of alarm washed over him as he entertained the thought that it could be a Yao Guai. However, considering his own wretched and unremarkable existence, he somehow found solace in the idea of becoming a victim of a beauty. As the scholar hurriedly got up and flung the door open, expecting to see a stunning Yao Guai, he was instead met with a horrifying sight. A ghost with disheveled hair and pus-filled eyes. Overwhelmed with terror, he let out a scream and instinctively pushed past her, desperate to escape the haunted house. Outside the door, the fifth daughter, playing with her delicate fingers, leaned gracefully against the wall, only to be knocked off balance. Angrily, she walked into the house, cursing the scholar for his rudeness, and happened to see an old bronze mirror on the desk. Picking it up, she found out that the storm had washed away her makeup, leaving her face a patchwork of colors, and with her wet hair covering it, she looked truly frightening. Even she couldn't help but laugh. She was that horrifying. Swords raised to the azure sky, the enemy blood stains the black robe high. Fortunate to be a maiden fair, outshining heroes with grace and flair. The fourth sister. In the old days, the Scorpion Lord brought his 4 sons to the Temple of the Yellow Flowers, seeking refuge. The 100-eyed Taoist master, coveting the power of his venom, promised to arrange marriages between the young spider Yao Guais and the Scorpion Princess. Hence he called forth Violet Spider and 4 of her daughters to meet them. Once every one was seated, the Taoist master asked the prince to introduce them one by one. The eldest prince stood up, thumping his chest, and declared, "My skills were personally taught by my father. Among my brother, I am the best bachelor. If all the sisters wish to marry me, don't let it cause any discord." Seeing the sister frown, the second prince quickly stood up and interjected, "Sisters, please forgive my brother's recklessness. Strong as he is, which I admit, I am no less capable. If you choose me as your husband, I will expand our domain and make it prosperous." The Taoist master, displeased by the second prince's ambition, and sisters too remained non-committal, turned their gaze to the third scorpion son. Feeling the pressure of their stares, he reluctantly said, "My brothers are all skilled, and my younger brother is also exceptional. Sisters, please consider carefully before making a choice." The fourth prince, disdainful of his third brother's lack of confidence, said, "My third brother is a bit awkward in temperament. I hope you do not mind. Although I am younger, my future is promising. Choosing me is choosing the future." After hearing their self-introductions, the Taoist master asked the 4 daughters of the Zhu family to express their opinions one by one. The eldest sister spoke gently. "With many sisters to look after and our mother's illness, I cannot lay down this burden and let my sisters suffer. My marriage can wait a few more years." The scorpions shook their heads, expressing regret. The second sister laughed coquettishly and said, I am busy managing the family business alone, with many financial gaps to fill. If any of you are willing to help bridge these gaps, I might consider marriage. The Scorpion's Lord's mountains had long since fallen into ruin, with no wealth to speak of, so the second sister's words effectively ended the conversation. The third sister, holding a fan, said, I wish to marry someone with whom I can live in harmony. I love poetry of Lao Yin. Have any of you read his works? It's likely that the four princes didn't even know what poetry was, let alone who Lao Yin was. Consequently, everyone pinned their hopes on the fourth sister. Sitting at the end, the fourth sister hummed softly out of boredom before speaking. My sisters you were too polite, speaking so tactfully that they probably didn't even understand. This so-called meeting is just a scheme against us. We would end up with no gain, while they take our dowries and positions in our cave. How dare they consider us as ones to be taken advantage of? They call themselves princes, yet none of them are noble. If they truly had any skills, why not earn their own fortunes instead of showing off and making fools of themselves here? After the fourth sister's outburst, the conversation at the table shifted to criticizing her. Though apologies were exchanged, the topic of marriage was never brought up again. The third sister. In seclusion for 100 springs, truth and falsehood the mountain brings. Rosy face turns into gray hair. Love stories seldom end fair. The third daughter of the Zhu family, graceful in demeanor and gentle in nature, loved reading and writing. Observing that her younger sisters were still naive and her two elder sisters were extremely busy, she focused on needlework and became the best weaver in the family. The fabric run by the second sister outside used weaving patterns designed by the third sister. The weavers in the cave were also trained by her due to her gentle and kind-hearted nature. She often found it difficult to command the Yao Guais, thus the fifth sister became her best assistant, while the third sister taught with the weaving patterns in hand. The fifth sister followed with a punishing ruler. If any weaver was particularly unruly, the straightforward fifth sister would report them to the second sister, who would then seal the offender in a cocoon to be used for food. Because the eldest and second sister were often preoccupied with various affairs, the fifth sister had been following the third sister since childhood. The third sister was very quiet, so the fifth sister became her lively counterpart. The two sisters bickered and quarreled, but it made the days pass more easily. Among the books the third sister often read were those strange mortal anecdote. She often found them fascinating and longed to experience those romantic scenes depicted. However, she was too wise to fall for any romantic scholar, knowing that the most Yao Guais in those stories met tragic ends. The second sister. With powdered face and hair in a twist, a slender waist adorned with jade amist, as charming as a maiden from the skies, yet formidable when she vies. The second daughter of the Zhu family was raised as a boy from a young age. She managed the finances and trades for the cave due to her straightforward and generous nature. She had the most interactions with the stewards outside the mountain and the lesser Yao Guais in the village of Lingzhi. Because she was busy with numerous affairs, the lesser Yao Guais had fixed times to report and offer tributes to her. Most of these Yao Guais, who were on good terms with her, both respected and feared her. They believed their capable and strong-willed lady might one day become the lady of the cave. If that happened, anyone fortunate enough to marry into the family could become a lord by association. This caused much distress for 4 scorpion princes residing in the cave, who were often the subject of idle gossip. The second sister paid no mind to such rumors among the 4 sons of the Scorpion Lord. She favored only those who were the most helpful to her. A few days ago, she had acquired a celestial vine seed from somewhere and planted it in her private courtyard within the cave, assigning the eldest scorpion prince to guard it. The eldest scorpion prince, delighted, assumed this meant that the second sister had feelings for him. One day, he approached the 100-eyed Taoist master asking for help in matchmaking. The master laughed and shook his head, saying that a woman with such a strong will would only look down on him more if he sought someone else's help in proposing. He advised the prince to come up with his own plan. After returning to the cave, the eldest scorpion prince circled the celestial vine repeatedly, but he still had not figured out a way to win her heart. The first sister. The path home is covered in green moss. Peach blossoms begin to bloom across. However tender and gentle her caring affection, among sisters a loving connection. The eldest sister of the Zhu family was gentle and serene, caring for her younger sisters like a mother. She meticulously managed every aspect of their daily lives. Even the straightforward second sister and the independent fourth sister behaved obediently and showed a touch of girlish charm in her presence. Each day she oversaw the cave's catering, everyone's clothing, and was the go-to for disputes, illnesses, joys, sorrows, and keeping her busy from dusk till dawn. There was always a steady stream of courier lesser Yaoguais coming to her with messages. My lady, the second and fourth ladies are arguing. My lady, the fifth lady, scolded a weaver, and now they need an extra hand. Can someone be sent? My lady, the sixth lady, injured herself while practicing and asks for you to come and have a look. One day, the lady of the house, her mother, called her to her side. As soon as she stepped into the hut, the tranquil scene of her mother admiring the flowers under a tree caught her eyes. Her mother waved her over, saying, "The flowers in our abode are more beautiful than those on the upper realm." Meanwhile, outside the hut, the lesser Yaguais in charge of catering was waiting for her to decide the menu, and the steward overseeing the cocoons was waiting to report matters. The eldest sister asked, "Mother, is there something you wish to instruct me on?" Her mother gently took her hand and said, "I just want you to accompany me in admiring these flowers." She smiled warmly, adding, "I worry they will wear you out." The eldest sister looked at her mother and was suddenly transported back to many years ago, when her mother had held her hand in the same way as they admired the peach blossoms together. The flowers were beautiful then, and so was her mother. The Elder Armor Worm. In the celestial garden, rare seeds grow. By purifying the spring with an immortal glow, they transformed in the lower realm forms unique, such path to Tao, refined and sleek. In ancient times, someone cast 2 celestial eggs from Mount Kunlun into a blessed land on earth. However, the will of the mortal realm was not as abundant as that of the celestial realm. As a result, the celestial eggs failed to fully nurture and lost many of their wondrous abilities, taking on vastly different forms. One of these celestial eggs was used to redeem the guilty, while the other was hidden away by someone with ulterior motives. From this hidden egg, various creatures emerged, and it came to be known as the Elder Armor Worm. Every few days, the Elder Armor Worm would produce insect eggs that resembled blood sacs. If these eggs were ingested by a living being, the larva would devour their internal organs. Depending on the innate differences of the larva, the host would undergo a transformation, turning into one of many types of insects. If the eggs of the elder worm were not ingested, they would naturally hatch into an ordinary armor worm. These ordinary armor worm would spin silk to create cocoons, which they used to trap their prey. The cocoons contained potent toxins that caused the trapped creatures to experience a sensation of flying in the wind, as if floating on clouds. Instead of feeling suffocated, however, prolonged exposure to these toxins led to abnormal changes in their bodies over time, and some practitioners attempted to use this method to temper their bodies and enhance their powers. However, it was ultimately considered a deviant practice that easily led to the loss of sanity. Since the celestial egg entered the mortal world, many have fallen victim to its poison. The armor worm, despite its terrifying appearance, is not adept at combat. Aside from spewing filth from its mouth, it possesses no remarkable abilities. However, its continued existence and proliferation in the world suggests that it must provide some unknown benefits to certain individuals. The Centipede Guai. Twisted in form, it charges like a gale. With feet unfurled, it strikes like a deadly trail. It strikes a deadly trail. Beware its breath of the venomous embrace. In narrow bounds, seek a wider space. In bygone days, a young man embarked on a journey to the Webbed Hollow, seeking vengeance. However, his quest took a dark turn when he was captured by Yaoguais and thrown into the Bone Vault. Falling into a deep pit, he landed in a layer of large insects. Despite suffering a broken leg, he managed to survive. As he looked around, all he could see were skeletons and remains, filling him with despair. In the midst of his despair, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. A massive centipede as long as a person had bitten him and torn off a piece of his flesh to devour. Filled with terror, the young man instinctively grabbed a stone and viciously crushed the centipede until it burst apart. Only then did he realize that the stone he used was a human skull, which he quickly discarded. To his surprise, he noticed that the pain in his injured leg had subsided. Curious, he applied some of the centipede's pus to his scraped arm, and the pain diminished, likely due to a numbing effect of the venom. The revelation sparked an idea in his mind. He tore a strong silk threads from the cocoon surrounding the pit and found 2 leg bones to serve as a support for his broken leg. Exhausted from the ordeal, he rested, but soon heard rustling sounds around him. He searched for the source of the noise, but it abruptly ceased. Suddenly, a giant white ball descended from above, bouncing several times before unfurling into a massive centipede, hundreds of times larger than the first one. Swiftly, the young man curled himself into a ball, mimicking the centipede's movements to confuse the colossal creature. At that moment, more objects fell into the pit, empty skins and remains from the emerged a swarm of smaller centipedes feasting on the discarded scraps. They passed by the young man, mistaking him for one of their own. Realizing this, he began to imitate their behavior, observing their habits and assimilating into their society. After 10 days, he finally managed to escape the webbed hollow. Basking in the daylight, he came to understand that dwelling on the past would not allow him to live a fulfilling life. Returning to his hometown, he sought to lead a peaceful existence. However, the weavers, aware of his visit to Zoo's estate, gathered at his doorstep, demanding that he retrieve treasures from the estate. Forced to hide from them, he found no respite from the turmoil that surrounded him. Bodhisvata's right hand, the hand that plucked lotus from waters pristine, of the same species, yet not from the same egg. It seems, who can discern right from left in life's uncertain scheme? In this tangled web, truth and illusion gleam. In the olden days, a pair of enormous arms were brought into the webbed hollow by a Taoist. The lesser Yaoguais had no idea of their origin, but judging by their form, they must have once belonged to a divine being. Shortly after, the 100-eyed Taoist master personally visited and placed 2 egg-like objects within the arms, instructing the Yaoguais to guard them diligently. At first, the arms exuded a thick, smelling fluid. After some time, the fluid dried up, forming a thick blood membrane that encased the arms. Years passed, and from a distance, one could see something writhing within the blood membrane, as if something was growing inside. Eager to break free, exactly 10 years later, 2 insects emerged from the eggs. Their bodies resembled bees, their tails like hands, and their venomous spit could kill any bird or beast and wither any plant it touched. The 100-eyed Taoist master rejoiced at the news and arranged a grand feast to celebrate. Amidst the banquet, he turned to the violet spider and shared a tale. You may not be aware, but I once attempted a similar endeavor on Purple Cloud Mountain. Alas, the celestial eggs failed to hatch as intended, and I faced severe reprimand from our master. However, this time, I have come to realize that the celestial eggs bestowed upon us were not meant for lofty destinies to ascend. Creating Yaoguais, on the other hand, is an ideal outcome. One of the insects had a left hand for a tail, and the other had a right hand. They loved to hang upside down from the cave ceiling, dangling their tails to lure prey. When the prey approached, they would clap their hands together, crushing the prey into a pulp before lowering their heads to swallow it whole. Later, the left-hand insect went into the mountains to practice, while the right-hand one, now unable to clap, preferred to guard narrow paths. There, it could take full advantage of the terrain to capture and devour any intruders. That's the right hand. Do we have the left hand? We can read them together. I do not seem to have the left hand. Maybe the left hand is in a different category. In the kings, perhaps? Interesting. Well, away we go. Ba Li Gu Ba. Another one of the frogs. By rocks and living springs does flow, glistening clear, glitters with glow. In its charm a frog lord does dwell, frog's venom both sweet and foul. Continuing from the previous story, the Taoist was rescued from the cold pond by monks who carried him into the mountains. He initially expected them to take him to a temple for healing, but to his surprise they threw him into a dungeon. This is part 3. In the dungeon, he endured beguiling chance, suffering from red eyes and narrowly escaping death multiple times. Despite the hardships, his martial skills improved significantly, which he considered a fortunate turn of events. When he finally returned to the original spot, the frog was nowhere to be found. He left the New West and continued his journey. One sunny day, the Taoist arrived at a ridge covered in lush greenery with a few thatched huts indicating habitation. Seeking a place to rest, he stepped into a large courtyard but accidentally fell into a hole. Inside, he found layers of spider webs and insect guais everywhere. Fortunately, he was no longer as helpless as before and managed to navigate deeper into the cave. The tadpoles had been nurturing in his gourd suddenly became lively. He squeezed through the stone crevice and saw a large crimson-skinned frog occupying a natural spring, with insect guais keeping their distance. Drawing his sword, he attacked the frog. They fought fiercely in the water, one emitting crackling electricity, the other thrashing its limbs powerfully, and as they reached a stalemate, the frog opened its mouth and extended a left hand from within, striking the Taoist's face and sending him back. The frog then tilted its head back, and the Taoist, having learned his lesson, dared not approach. The frog spewed poisonous water, which spread and contaminated the entire pond. The Taoist hadn't anticipated this ability, and lacking any antidote, hurriedly retreated through the stone crevice. As he did, he heard a female voice behind him. Taoist, why aren't you practicing your swordsmanship at the temple? Are you here to seek death? Poisoned and unable to respond, he collapsed into a muddy pond. In his hazy state, he heard the woman call for help. Quick, carry him back to the temple. We can't let him die here. It would be hard to explain. The Beetle Commander. When faced with traps, one must pass the test. When fortune smiles, do know when to rest. If a man of great will must vent his zest, trade deeds for fame, and rank with the best. A young man from the village of Shaded Heights served as the country yamen, running errands for the local government. The magistrate despised him and hindered his advances at every turn. One day, the magistrate learned of a Yao Guai haunting the village of Lingzhiling. He sent the young man to investigate alone and hoped he'd never return. Aware of the magistrate's ill intent, the young man accepted the task without hesitation. He chose not to beg for his life in this. As he entered the desolate, eerie village, he was overcome with regret, but as night fell, and without knowledge of the mountain paths, he had no choice but to stay. He found a less dilapidated house with intact eaves, barred all doors and windows, and lit a lamp to steel himself for a long night. Planning to depart at first light, fear gripped him at midnight, so he practiced his swordplay to calm his nerves. After a while, a deep voice arose from the darkness above the rafters. I am a Yao Guai of this ridge. I meant to kill you, but with your fine swordsmanship and the official blade, you must be a yamen runner, yes? The young man was startled, but needed to voice his woes. He shared his ordeal with the Yao Guai, drew sighs of empathy. The Yao Guai said, I too was once an Imperial Guard, but a treacherous court official cursed me into a beetle to scrape by in these hills. I long for death, but I still wish to pass on my sword skills to someone worthy. Now, if you're willing to learn my skills, I offer to teach you. The young man dared not refuse. As he agreed, a beetle over 3 meters tall descended from the shadows. Its neck bore a thick carapace like a general's helm. The beetle wielded twin blades with a steadfast and forceful style that suited the young man's disposition. Overjoyed, the young man practiced with the beetle by fading lamplight till dawn. As they parted ways, the beetle said kindly, The world these days is full of those lacking talent and virtue, and ascending through flattery. Why tangle with them and sully yourself? Aim higher. A man should carve his own path. With a hearty laugh, the beetle left. This encounter changed the young man. He resigned from his position at the yamen and enlisted in the border armies. His superb swordsmanship elevated him to the rank of general. Leading the troops against the foreign foes, he won victory after victory and became a famed commander. Taoist Me. In empty mountains, falling blossoms sound. A flute's soft notes reveal homes around. Wearing masks that obscure false and true, they borrow forms to seek cinnabar's hue. Long ago, a young man ventured alone to the wet ridge, seeking vengeance. However, he was captured by Yaoguais and endured many hardships in their lair before narrowly escaping. Upon his return to the kingdom of Zuzi, numerous weavers approached him, hoping he would lead them to the estate of Zu on the ridge to find the legendary Jade Shuttle. The young man, overwhelmed, shut his doors to the visitors, but his mother couldn't understand his reluctance and pressured him to lead the weavers to the ridge to slay the Yaoguais and rescue his father. Yet human nature is unpredictable, and the weavers, each with their own agendas, failed to unite in the face of danger. They quarreled incessantly and were ultimately wiped out by a giant green spider in the estate. The young man, cowering in fear, was shocked to see the spider transformation in green-clad maiden he had once encountered in the cave. Delusioned with humanity, he tearfully begged the fairy to let him stay on the ridge and cultivate the green-clad maiden, scolded him harshly, and expelled him from the estate. The young man wandered to an abandoned village on the ridge, and the insect guais, having heard his plight, took pity on him. A Dragonfly Guai introduced him to her master and the 100-eyed Taoist master at the Temple of the Flowers. At the temple, all the Taoists wore stone masks. The Taoist master told the young man that to achieve the Tao, he must sever all worldly ties and don a stone mask, and to cut off his mortal connections. The young man hesitated and wandered around the temple. Unexpectedly, an elderly woman in red arrived with a group of beautiful maidens, including the green-clad maiden and the girl in yellow. Later, the temple hosted a banquet for the maidens, and the young man, spying from the side, saw the table laden with dishes: human oil, stir-fried fresh human cooked meat, and roasted tofu blocks made from human brains, and meat buns filled with human flesh. The stench was nauseating, and he could only watch as the Yaoguais feasted on humans. The Taoist master, noticing his shock, remarked indifferently, "It is in a Yaoguai's nature to eat humans. Mortal lives are short, even if we consume them. It only shortens their lifespan by a few decades, a mere blink of an eye." That night, the young man felt overwhelming sense of loneliness. Under the moonlight, he played a tune from his homeland. Feeling utterly lost, he realized that if he didn't become a Yaoguai, he might be eaten by his fellow disciples. Reflecting deeply, he questioned how he had ended up in such a predicament. After a long night of tears, he resolved to become a disciple and pursue the Tao. Since he couldn't change his fate, he decided to go with it. Determined, he asked his master for the quickest path to becoming a Yaoguai. The master told him, "In the Purple Cloud Mountain there is a rare insect called the armor worm, and consuming its eggs will allow you to ascend and become a Yaoguai." Yeah, we just read about that one. The armor worm eats you from the inside out, and it's not very pleasant. It's not very pleasant at all. The 5-element carts. 5 carts align with elements 5. From their fusion, fiery life does thrive. Beast heads roar as they swiftly race. Fire wheels east and west the path they trace. At Flaming Mountains, Red Boy was about to celebrate his 100th birthday when he was in high spirits and asked the keeper, "My birthday is coming soon. Can I go out and play for a while?" The keeper replied, "As your father instructed when he ordered me to watch over you, I must ensure you focus on your practice. You cannot go out at will." The Red Boy argued, "I have already mastered the Samadhi fire. Can't I take a break for a few days?" As he spoke, he punched his nose, releasing a burst of flames. The keeper shook his head. "You were taught the Samadhi fire so that you could use it to refine your inner core. Spitting fire carelessly, such as that, dissipates your ki and is nothing more than a trivial trick." He continued, "The liver corresponds to wood, which generates fire. The heart corresponds to fire, which generates earth. The spleen corresponds to earth, which generates metal. The lungs correspond to metal, which generates water. The kidneys correspond to water, which generates wood. The 5 elements generate each other in a continuous cycle. With Samadhi fire, you should use it to refine the energy of your 5 organs." Growing impatient, the Red Boy said, "Enough, I understand. I'll go back to my practice. On his birthday, the Bull King hosted a grand banquet in the mountains, inviting many friends to celebrate. Red Boy ordered some minions to bring out 5 small carts. The minions arranged the carts according to the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the Red Boy approached them, recited an incantation, and spat out fire from his mouth, while thick smoke erupted from his nose. Flames burst forth from his eyes, and fire surged from the 5 carts. After several bursts, the red flames blazed into the sky. The keeper was displeased, feeling that the Red Boy was too playful and overly interested in trivial tricks. He feared that the boy might waste his potential in the days to come. However, the Bull King was very pleased with him. To him, although the Red Boy was not engaged in deep practice, he had already understood how to employ his skills to create useful tools, which showed great ingenuity. He immediately ordered the creation of 5 larger war carts for his son. From then on, the 5 elemental carts became Red Boy's companions in his practice. Within 100 years, these carts, imbued with the Samadhi fire, gained sentience and became formidable Guais in the Flaming Mountains. The Father of Stones. In mountains a deity grand envy not, but anger does stand. Within his grasp a skeleton light, a romance lost in the distant land. One day a tattered clothed girl stumbled into the valley of the yellow wind ridge, covered in wounds. She sought refuge in a cave belonging to a rock Guai after noticing some living goods inside. When the Father of Stone discovered her presence, his initial intention was to expel her. However, upon witnessing her pitiable condition, he relented and granted her permission to rest for a while. To his surprise, the girl ingeniously utilized the wild fruits and game found in the cave to prepare a delectable meal. The tantalizing aroma tempted the Father of Stones, leading him to reconsider his decision and allow her to stay and continue cooking from that point forward. The stone deity would regularly procure ingredients while the girl skillfully transformed them into delicious dishes. Thus the Guai and the girl coexisted harmoniously for a span of 2 years. During a routine day of washing clothes by the river, the girl unexpectedly encountered a woodcutter from her village. Overwhelmed with emotions upon seeing a familiar face, she couldn't contain her tears upon returning to the cave. Through her sobs, she revealed the harrowing truth that she had fled from her abusive parents, who had planned to force her into marriage with a foolish suitor in exchange for a dowry. The girl now lived in constant fear of being captured and forcibly taken back to her oppressive home. As expected, the following day at noon, a group of villagers arrived at the valley, and the girl's parents, afraid of the Yao Guai, desperately pleaded at the entrance of the cave. Despite their pleas, the determined girl refused to comply with their demands. Frustrated and enraged, her parents resorted to cursing her. However, their vitriol subsided momentarily when the Father of Stones emerged from the cave and bellowed a commanding shout, causing the villagers to retreat in fear. Yet as soon as the stone deity returned inside, the villagers resumed their insults and persistently tormented the girl. The Father of Stones decided to guard the entrance, but the girl's parents threatening to bring a Taoist to subdue the stone Guais if their father was not returned. Fear that her presence would bring further trouble to the stone Guais, the girl made the difficult decision to quietly leave the cave during the night. Tragically, she fell off a cliff and lost her life. The following day, the stone Guais discovered her lifeless body, already cold and devoid of any signs of life. Upon hearing about Lady Rakshashi's flaming mountain and her reputed power and compassionate nature, the stone deity made a difficult journey carrying the girl's lifeless body to seek her help. However, Lady Rakshashi, with her deep understanding of life and death, examined the girl's body and came to a somber conclusion. She expressed that attempting to revive her would be futile. Even if she forcibly brought back to life, she would be nothing more than a soulless shell devoid of the essence that made her who she was. Unwilling to give up, the stone deity waited on the mountain path of flaming mountains every day with the girl's body, hoping to regain Rakshashi's sympathy. Even as the girl's flesh turned to bones, he did not abandon his hope. Quick as fire, fast as wind. Fiery spirit, life he takes. Madness flaunts, the wind he makes. Nostrils flare with smoky breath. Mouth exclaims with flames of death. Smokes ascends, the wind does chase. Fire spreads with wind's embrace. Loyalty worth 1,000 gold. Together strong, their bond unfolds. In bygone days, there were two ruffians wandering the city, always spending their nights beneath the same section of the city wall, thus forming a close bond. With no attachments or concerns, they acted recklessly and without restraint. One time, during their robbery of wealthy young master, they accidentally killed him, leading to their joint sentencing to death by beheading. Their execution scheduled in the autumn. While imprisoned, one ruffian said to the other, "We've had a carefree life, and if we must die, so be it. It's a pity we won't be able to enjoy ourselves together any more." The other ruffian replied, "If you wish to continue our fun together, it's not impossible. I am a descendant of the Falling Head clan, and possess some tricks." He then whispered a set of skills into his companion's ear. Come autumn, the two were beheaded in the public square. As the executioner sprayed wine and swung his blade, their heads fell to the ground but suddenly flew up into the air, much to the astonishment and cheers of the onlookers. Afterwards, the two heads flew into the mountains and became Yao Guais, one named Quick as Fire and the other named Fast as Wind. Cloudy Mist and Misty Cloud. Let the strange be strange, the odd be odd. Follow the boy master, let mountains fall in chaos. Flaunt neither strength nor take pride. When disputes come near, cast them aside. Once upon a time, there were three ghosts who shared a single body. They aspired to earn the title of mountain deity, and thus, with their bribe paid, they targeted the blind mountain deity of Mount Hao to take his place. Although the mountain god was blind, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. He was highly skilled in the art of smoke and fire, able to release smoke to conceal his movements. Whenever the three ghosts came to provoke him, he would immediately vanish into hiding. One time, the three ghosts combined their powers to emit a sweeping flash of lightning, forcing the mountain deity out of hiding. The mountain deity cried out, waving his incense sticks wildly. The three ghosts, being clumsy, couldn't dodge it and got hit. Seeing their clothes catch fire, the three ghosts forgot about the mountain deity and started blaming each other. As they quarreled, a burst of laughter echoed from the cliff, and a young boy with red skin and white hair sat there, watching them as if enjoying the show. Embarrassed and angry, the three ghosts and the mountain deity temporarily set aside their differences and attacked the young boy. The young boy, finding it amusing, wielded a sharp spear and sparred with them. Unexpectedly, the mountain deity smoke perfectly concealed the clumsy bodies of the three ghosts, while the ghosts' lightning provided opportunity for the mountain deity to attack. Together, they managed to fight the young boy for several rounds. It wasn't until the boy used his samadhi fire that they fell to the ground begging for mercy. Then Red Boy told them, "From now on, these 600 miles of mountains are mine. You will follow me and become my captains." From then on, the three ghosts were given a new name, Cloudy Mist, and the blind mountain deity was named Misty Cloud. They continued to serve Red Boy as a team, but their deep-seated animosity remained unresolved, leading to frequent quarrels that persisted to this day. Top takes bottom, and bottom takes top. A beauty weds a beast so vile, with horns and fangs, a facade's sweet guile. In love's embrace they form a pair, rolling in the haze, many lives they ensnare. This story was told by Minister Zhu. Years ago, Zhu, dissatisfied with his wife's strict adherence to propriety and her lack of warmth in the chamber, took a fiery and beautiful concubine. This concubine had a terrible temper, often bossing Zhu around and showing no respect for the lady of the house. If anyone tried to talk her into adhering to manners and propriety, she would laugh and curse them until they left in disgrace. Yet Zhu found this amusing and indulged her in every way, spoiling her with affection. One day, Zhu was returning to the capital to report his duties. Fearing that their carriage might be attacked by bandits, he hired a large boat to transport his family, servants, and belongings back to the capital. That night, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted on the boat, and it turned out that a Yao Guai had sneaked aboard under the cover of darkness. Soon, a terrifying figure with horns and jagged teeth appeared, and he wore a tattered cloth around his waist, held a pot-shaped shield in his left hand, and wielded an iron whip in his right. Glaring menacingly at everyone, Zhu and his wife trembled in fear, but the concubine stood tall and unafraid, laughing, loudly scolding the Yao Guai for his rudeness. The Yao Guai was taken aback for a moment and then sighed and said, "Even in human form you are so arrogant. Truly you are one of us, Yaksha. A Yaksha." The concubine burst into laughter and said, "Nonsense. I intend to play for a while longer. But now you've ruined everything. Fine, let's kill them all and leave together." With that, she transformed into a creature identical to the Yao Guai. Zhu finally realized that he had brought a Yao Guai into his home. Just as the two Yao Guais were about to kill Zhu and his family, a female voice rang out, "Even though your kingdom has fallen and you were forced to seek shelter in the east, you should not behave so rudely. Why not follow me into the mountains for your practice?" Just when the two Yao Guais were ready to resist, a woman descended onto the bow of the boat, holding a precious fan. With a powerful wave of the fan, she immobilized them in the wind. After this terrifying experience, Zhu never dared to take another concubine. The Flint Chief. Divine fire crafts a wondrous device. In the depths of the flame pool, it hides from eyes. Foes arise with swift, fierce might. In the clash, its grandeur shines bright. When it comes to who spoiled Red Boy the most in the Flaming Mountains, it has to be Keeper. However, Red Boy didn't always appreciate it. Much like his parents, the Bull King and Lady Rakshashi, who took the Keeper's efforts for granted. After all, he was not one of the family. Regardless of how much effort he put in to the others, he was still an outsider. One day, Red Boy demanded to have a flint vanguard modeled after the stone vanguard of the Yellow Wind Ridge. The Bull King and Lady Rakshashi did not favor the plan, but the Keeper immediately agreed. Fearing that the stone vanguard wouldn't be enough to entertain Red Boy, he went ahead and created more rock guais. Among them was a giant rock guai with arms and legs strong enough to support its massive body. This giant rock guai was more formidable than the others, usually lying dormant in the river of fire. It would only emerge when summoned by its master or when a powerful enemy intruded. Red Boy didn't like these rock guais, and that the Keeper had created them without his permission, and mostly visited only the Flint Vanguard. Since Red Boy lived with Lady Rakshashi in the Emerald Hall, the Keeper stationed these rock guais in the Furnace Valley. Later, when Red Boy besieged Flaming Mountains, these rock guais from the River of Fire proved to be quite helpful, inevitably leading to some speculation over the Keeper himself. The Flint Vanguard. Odd rocks with fiery streaks from a fiery river they rise, forged in the blazing inferno under the scorching skies. With loyalty they shape rivers and move mountains high, unmoved by the world's chaos they stand firm and nigh. Bodhisattva Guanyin was set to visit New Mount Sumeru to discuss important Buddhist matters with Bodhisattva Lingji. As Red Boy was always eager to serve Guanyin, he accompanied her on the journey. Upon arriving at New Mount Sumeru, they learned that Lingji was still away on a trip to Yellow Wind Ridge. Thus Guanyin turned towards Yellow Wind Ridge. Given the urgency of the matter, she instructed Red Boy to wait for her by the river valley. As Red Boy wandered alone by the river, he noticed a massive rock guai standing majestically by the water's edge like a giant guard hound. The rock guai diligently moved stones and piled dirt into foothills. Intrigued, the Red Boy approached to get a closer look, and after careful contemplation, committed the sight to memory. Several years later, due to the Bull King's return to Flaming Mountains, Guanyin suddenly summoned Red Boy and instructed him to fulfill his duties to his family, allowing him to return to his homeland. As time passed, travelers passing by the base of Flaming Mountain saw a large flint rock guai as big as a house standing prominently by the fiery river. It tirelessly moved stones and dirt, its diligent demeanor resembling that of the giant guard hound, leaving people in awe and wonder. Mother of Flamelings. Spring births rivers, trees root in the ground. Gold's elusive source is seldom found. Wealth like clouds can vanish in a day, yet honor stands like mountains will always stay. There was once a medicine gatherer named Cheng Ming who gained fame for selling flame ores. One day, a burly man dressed in an immortalist visited Cheng Ming's herb shop. The immortalist produced a palm-sized piece of cinnabar in color of gold. Intrigued, Cheng Ming inquired, "What is this?" The immortal replied, "This is gold flame ore, a treasure from inside the Mother of Flamelings. I've heard of your fame as a medicine gatherer, and I can offer a partnership." Chang Ming asked, "What is the mother of flamelings?" And the immortalist answered, "It is 10 times larger than a typical flameling and could fetch a fortune in gold. The catch is the need for substantial amount of flame ores as bait." Initially, Chang Ming declined because it cost him precious flame ores, but the immortalist returned with a load of the ores and beseeched him, "I have urgent need for gold flame ore. Find the mother of flamelings with these baits I have given you, and if you catch it, you shall receive the gold I promised." Chang Ming accepted such a lucrative offer in an instant, and the two set off on the following day. During their journey, the immortalist realized Chang Ming lacked any power and used mere street tricks to deceive the flame guais. However, as a true man who did not fuss over minor quibbles, he accepted Chang Ming's methods, and together they located the flameling's lair. There, the immortalist lured out the enormous mother of flamelings using copious amounts of flame ores. Confronted by the mother, they were bombarded with fireballs and overwhelmed. Cheng Ming had no power to resist and was nearly burned to death, yet faced with no escape in desperate act to save Cheng Ming from the woe he led them into. The immortalist mounted his sword and flew directly at the mother. He slew her at the price of his own life. As the mother of flamelings lay dead, all the flamelings fell lifeless. Chang Ming harvested the gold flame ore from the mother and the flame ores from the flamelings, alongside the bait brought by the immortalist. He returned with a fortune and wrote books like Mountain Chronicles and Observations of Fire, boasting of his solo conquest of the mother of flamelings. If you wonder why Chang Ming turned to writing instead of continuing his life gathering flame ores, a line in his book hints at the answer. With the mother's demise, her children scattered, and no flamelings will appear here for 500 years. Seems like it was a bad idea to kill the mother of flamelings then. Ba Lang Lang, another frog. Radiant hues of crimson bright, majestic with its towering might, seeking a place of cool repose, releasing a fire, a neat trick shows. Here we must speak once more of the frog-seeking Taoist being carried back to the Temple of Yellow Flowers. The Taoist was treated for his injuries without asking him a word. Everyone assumed he had come to join them as a disciple, so they took extra care of him. While the temple, the Taoist observed the others practicing through self-study. He managed to learn a few techniques, such as Meteor Smash and Stallion Spring. Hundred-eyed Taoist master, hearing the Taoist tales of his travels, recognized his quick wit and boldness, and decided to take him as a disciple. Overwhelmed by the honor, the Taoist immediately knelt and acknowledged his master. That night, however, he quietly packed his belongings and left the temple, resuming his quest to find the world's rarest frogs. The next day, when the master was informed of his departure, he laughed and said, "He has small ambitions and is unrestrained by conventions, one of a kind indeed." The Taoist continued his journey and arrived at the Flaming Mountain. At the foot of the cooling slope, he encountered a large, fiery red frog. They were about to engage in battle when a purple-skinned lion dog emerged from a cave behind the slope. This purple-skinned beast was extremely aggressive. Seeing the two of them lingering near its cave, it charged right at them. The Taoist was initially intimidated by its presence, but the large frog kicked the beast away, saving his life. Angered by the frog's interference, the purple-skinned beast turned to attack it. The frog opened its mouth and with a gulp spewed a stream of fire, forcing the beast to retreat several steps. Seizing the chance, the Taoist used all the techniques he had recently learned, Meteor Smash, Stallion Spring, against the beast. Seeing them join forces, the beast fled back into the cave. The Taoist pursued it into the cave, only to find the interior remarkably cool, a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the Flaming Mountains. Before long, the frog also hopped into the cave and hid in a shady corner. The Taoist realized that although the frog could breathe fire, its nature made it fear the mountain's heat, and the cave was a cool place it sought to rest. Even the Taoist had a desire to live. With this surprising understanding, the Taoist felt a surge of compassion and abandoned any thoughts of killing it. He sheathed his sword and left the cave. Son of Stones. A young stone dwelling by the mountainside from deep within, where wonders hide with hidden gifts that brightly gleam, pures nature's charm within its dreams. According to the celestial laws, mountain deities are forbidden from leaving their designated mountains without just cause. Should they be found wandering without reason, they would be dismissed and subject to interrogation. Before the Son of Stones had come of age and was unable to assume the role of mountain deity, the Mother of Stones was bound to remain at Yellow Wind Ridge. She had no choice but to send him alone to search for his father. Fearing for her son's safety on his journey, the Mother of Stones transferred a considerable portion of her stone essence to him before allowing him to depart. Unfortunately, as soon as the Son of Stones set out, he went in the opposite direction of his father. His father headed west, while he went east, eventually arriving at Mount Huago. At first, he diligently searched every mountain, and he came upon for signs of his father. Should he find none, he would proceed to the next, yet the charm and fascination of Mount Huago enticed him to stay. If queried about his greatest delight, it would be certainly the cricket known as Fang-tail General. Daily he would sit upon the mountain watching the cricket's soaring leaps and thudding landings, applauding with great pleasure. Gradually he forgot entirely about his quest to find his father. Poison Chief. Together we roam the world's far end. In shared hardships our spirits blend. With harmony our bond grows tight. Though rootless, we thrive in the light. From the peak of Mount Huago, struck by a celestial axe, many rocks and trees tumbled down. Among them was a cliff rock that had absorbed the essence of the universe for countless years. The axe's blow liberated it from its burdens, granting it the potential to turn into something sentient. Along this rock fell a crooked tree, severed in half with broken roots and branches appearing on the brink of death. The tree implored the cliff rocks, "We once occupied the same place. Now I am nearing death. Please help me." The rock, perplexed, responded, "I am but a mere rock. How could I offer you aid?" The tree explained, "You possess spiritual potential, and if you would allow me to anchor my roots in your body for a few days, I might yet survive." The rock, mindful of its reputation, reluctantly consented. The tree entwined its ancient roots around the rock, securing itself firmly. When the rock expressed discomfort, the tree replied, I am heavy and must bind tightly to prevent my fall." Months passed, and the tree's vines and roots had deeply embedded themselves into various parts of the rock. The rock, enduring great pain, attempted to dislodge the tree with all its strength, but it felt as though it was being torn apart. The roots had merged with the rock, making separation impossible. Consumed by anger, the rock cursed the tree daily, and both harbored mutual resentment. Eventually, the crooked tree, now infused with the rock's spiritual essence, began to emit toxins and prey upon living creatures. This newfound power brought a strange harmony between them. Alas, how unexpected it is to witness a relationship once fraught with conflict transform into one with mutual benefit. The Waterwood Beast. Fortune or misfortune hard to foresee, blaming heaven and earth, yet still bound to be. Better to find joy in simple ways, ride the waves, await brighter days. Long ago there stood a camphor tree that had grown for 1,000 years, its branches lush and verdant. One day a natural disaster uprooted it, casting it into the river. Due to its immense size and weight, the narrow river could not bear the camphor tree, leaving it stranded. A few days later, the villagers planned to drag it away for lumber. Unexpectedly, the camphor tree began to stir, transforming into a colossal four-legged wooden beast that lurked in the water. From that time on, any craftsman with ill intentions who approached would be hurled into the water by the beast, striking fear into their hearts. However, when children came to play in the river, it never frightened them. Instead, it would occasionally use its wooden branches to rescue those in danger of drowning. Over time, the villagers grew accustomed to its presence and named it Waterwood Beast. One year, a wandering Taoist passed through the area and heard about the Waterwood Beast. He called out from the riverbank, "Are you not weary of being confined here? There are many of your kind elsewhere. You should consider leaving." The Waterwood Beast remained unmoved, and 2 more years passed. Then, during a season of relentless heavy rain, the river's water levels rose even higher. The Waterwood Beast repeatedly battered against the riverbank, causing the villagers to flee to a neighboring village in fear. That night, the upstream riverbank gave way, flooding the downstream village. When the floodwaters finally receded, the villagers returned to find that the Waterwood Beast had vanished from the riverbend. Jiao of the Waves. Green claws like steel, a crimson maw, breath turns rain and wind with awe. Leaping waves with white crests arise, in the tides life's fate lies. Ancient texts record that the Jiao is a divine creature of the waters capable of commanding fish to fly. When in water, it retains its divine nature. When out of water, it loses its divinity. In the village of Chen, there was a fisherman who, upon hearing Sun Wukong's tale of dismantling the Linggan temple, learned of the Jiao that could command the fish in the river. Inspired, the fisherman wished to acquire Jiao's skills, hoping to make the fish leap into his nets, thus saving everyone so much labor. One day, while out fishing, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Soon a fierce storm erupted, unleashing torrential rain, and violent waves. His fishing boat was overturned by the waves, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. By the stroke of fate, he sank to the riverbed, and he encountered the Jiao deity patrolling the river and was saved. The fisherman pleaded earnestly for the deity to teach him some skills. Moved by his compassion, the Jiao deity taught him some practices of water beings. Several days passed without the fisherman's return. Everyone assumed he had drowned in the storm. They prepared a simple coffin and planned to erect a cenotaph in his memory. On the day of the funeral, a downpour ensued, and a large Jiao emerged from the river. It swept its long tail, bringing many fish ashore. The villagers rushed to the riverbank and saw Jiao transform into the fisherman, walking out of the river. They were both astonished and overjoyed. However, after returning home, the fisherman soon felt his spirit weary, and only regained his vitality when he returned to the water. It was then that everyone realized he could no longer live on land. Indeed, a few days later, the fisherman leaped into the waves and disappeared into the water, never to be seen again. Lang Ball Ball, another frog. In fairy mountains, fate decides my stay. By nature's flow, I turn my stone each day. Seeking truth with purpose, unaware of the length, with steadfast heart I carve my path, my strength. Long ago, there was a Taoist who dedicated his life to capturing Yao Guais. During one encounter with a frog Guai, he traveled far and wide, seeking their traces. Along the way, he gained many opportunities and became a highly skilled Taoist. Along the way, he also came to understand that all beings had their own ways of survival and were no longer obsessed over capturing Yao Guais. Instead, he grew curious about their lives. One day, as he passed by Mount Huago, he was captivated by the beautiful scenery and decided to release the tadpole that had accompanied him on his journey back into the mountain stream. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let the little frog Guai go, several bolts of lightning struck down, revealing a group of armored celestial soldiers. The Taoist thought he had caused some trouble and was about to apologize when the celestial soldiers attacked him without a word. He quickly drew his sword to defend himself, but was gradually overwhelmed by their numbers. Just as he was about to be seriously injured, a large stone frog leaped from the riverbank, unafraid of the flashing blades and even the lightning. Summoned by the soldiers, the stone frog helped the Taoist fend off his opponents. The Taoist approached the riverbank and realized that the little frog Guai he had released had brought the stone frog to rescue him. He was deeply grateful. From that day on. The Taoist no longer aspired to become immortal. Instead, he frequently visited the frog Guais, asking them for tadpoles to release into various beautiful mountains and rivers. People began to call him the Frog Immortal. The Gold-Armored Rhino. With thunderous horns and armor of gold so bright, one can charge forth, the ground quaking with might. A form of strength no evil dares draw near, an unyielding heart forever held dear. It was well known that Sun Wukong, after being tempered in Lord Lao's furnace, acquired a heart of gold, lungs of silver, a head of copper, and an iron body. Yet what many might not realize is that even his seemingly invulnerable body could still feel pain when injured. He was pinned beneath the mountain for 500 years with no visits from his underlings, sustained only by the mountain deities and keepers who provided him with iron pellets and molten copper. He suffered injuries from the Samadhi wind at Yellow Wind Ridge. He was trapped in the transforming gourd of gold and silver horned brothers at the Flattop Mountain, scorched unconscious by Samadhi fire at the Withered Pine stream, beheaded in the kingdom of Chechi, stung on the head by the Scorpion Guai in Pipa Cave, imprisoned within a gold symbol in the New West, captured in the gold light trapped at the Temple of Yellow Flowers, had his heart gouged out in the kingdom of Biku, and endured the tightening headband curse numerous times, each instance squeezing his head until it almost resembled a gourd. Through bodily harm and mental torment, only he could guide the rest of the journeyers to the foot of Mount Lingshan. If the golden armored rhino was truly transformed from the great sage's golden armor, as they say, it indeed mirrored the great sage's indomitable spirit, never yielding to defeat. Even if the horn was shattered, it never lost resolve to charge into battle, standing resolute and ready to fight anew. Cloud-treading deer. The wind uplifts the noble high, while low clouds mark the flesh to die. Halt steps in azure skies, or roam where earth's filth lies. When Sun Wukong was learning the arts of Mount Lingtai, Patriarch Bodai not only taught him the 72 transformations, but also imparted the somersault cloud technique. From then on, Wukong's body became invulnerable and his movements agile. However, when he showed off his skills in front of others, the Patriarch foresaw that his lack of patience would lead to trouble. Immortals often say that Sun Wukong was at his most mischievous and ruthless when he was the Monkey King. Yet during that time, aside from battles with the Celestial Court, he rarely harmed other beings. It was only after becoming a disciple, following his master and gaining direction, that he developed many thunderous methods: stealing, robbing, kidnapping, killing, arson, and destroying mountains and caves. All became second nature to him. This cloud-treading deer is said to be transformed from Sun Wukong's lotus silk cloud treaders. It reflects his free spirit and agile nature, but also harbors his inherent ferocity. Once he falls behind, his true nature is revealed, and he can no longer maintain his carefree facade. The Fang-Tail General. Fiery tails upon its forehead, preying by the mountainside. The skilled one shuns the wars it dreads, the unskilled roars with reckless pride. The sage stone monkey, with his inherent wisdom, learned the ways of human manners and speech during his travels across the various realms, and later achieved mastery of the Tao at Mount Lingtai. Setting aside his natural endowments, let us now examine his later pursuits in enlightenment. When he left in a huff at Yingchao Stream, the old Lung King reasoned with him, and he returned to admit his mistakes. He abandoned arbitrary actions and always heeded sound advice. He forged brotherly bonds with Yao Guais, engaged in jest with immortals, and exchanged banter with bodhisattvas. His amiable nature endeared him to all who were ever willing to offer their assistance. He had a sense of decorum and propriety. He had the ability to summon wind and rain, and could seek out lungs. He could transform into guais for scouting or borrowing vessels when needed. In times of trouble, he sought the aid of higher beings, seldom relying on brute force. The Fang-Tail General, with multiple eyes on his head, had keen understanding of both himself and his enemies. He was adept at leaping and dodging, avoiding powerful foes whenever possible, and displayed a touch of the monkey's cleverness. It's no wonder that the crown on the monkey's head grasped his nimble thoughts so well. And the last one of the Yao Guai chiefs, the Emerald-Armed Mantis. With ruby eyes and jade adorned, wielding its blades, fierce and scorned, when justice falters to show, an iron fist will strike the blow. Tang Monkey often advocated for kindness, while Sun Wukong was known for his punishment of evil. At Kui Mu Wolf's abode, upon learning of the princess's suffering and her reluctance to leave due to her feelings for the Yao Guai and children bore for him, Sun Wukong ordered Baizhe to throw the Yao Guai's children from the height, reducing them to 2 lumps of flesh. And at Old Yang's house, after learning of the filial deeds of the old couple's son, and seeing how they indulged him for the sake of incense offerings, he proceeded to behead the son, despite Old Yang's pleas. Sun Wukong's nature was to show mercy to villains and evildoers, show no mercy to villains and evildoers. He delighted in eradicating evils and Yao Guais. The numerous blood debts on the journey to the west, though each had its reasons, were mostly attributed to the monkey. The world knew of the other 3 pieces of armor, but they were unaware that the mantis was actually transformed from Great Sage's gauntlet. It seemed the gauntlet inherited the Great Sage's ruthlessness, for it played tricks on Zhu Beiji with the same cunning. All right, now we move on to the Yao Guai Kings, which there's not even really that many. So we're going to probably blow through this. Zuzi. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. His gray fur speaks of fierce might, with blood-stained fangs that gleam in the night. Claws like soul reapers, tail swings death's song. Feigns Buddhist ways, but his bloodlust stays strong. The gray wolf Guai of the temple was once an exile from the kingdom of Shituo. When Shituo was laid to ruin, the wolves fled, following the gray wolf on a long and weary road until they found shelter under the banner of the Black Wind King. Unlike the old Lingzhu, who pursued immortality and detachment, the Grey Wolf cared nothing for the ways of deities and Buddha, nor for the empty promises of eternal life. Instead, his heart was set on mastering strength and skill. He honed his craft with iron claws and fangs until he could strip the very flesh from the bones of his foes. When the old Lingzhu vanished, Black Bear Guai saw fit to elevate the Grey Wolf to the new master of the Wolf Guais, giving him the name Lingzhu and tasking him with the guarding of Guanyin Temple. The Wolf Guais who came with New Lingzhu from the kingdom of Shituo also rose in power and surpassed those who had served longer in the distribution of spoils and favors. The local Wolf Guais had little affection for the ways of the New Lingzhu, and after finding themselves thrust aside, bitterness took root in their hearts. In their shared sense of grievance, they found a new unity of purpose. Often they gathered in secret, comforting each other, sharing old memories when the old master was in power, and quietly plotting against the new one. But Lingzhu was prepared. Under the pretense of a roll call, he gathered the local wolf guys in the temple and gave the signal to his loyal guards to seize the malcontents. The temple erupted into chaos. Lingzhu then leaped down from the roof into the crowd, ready to devour all who dared to betray him. The Fireblade Wolf, hearing the commotion, rushed over and managed to hold Lingzhu off and bought the minions time to flee to safety. When Black Wind King learned of this, he was ready to unleash punishment upon the rebellious Wolf Guais, but the Snake Guai mediated and peace was restored. Yet, from that day forth, the local Wolf Guais refused to tread even within the shadow of the walls of Guanyin Temple. The Red Lung. Smoke rises high from wood afire, hit the back, let the beasts respire, as in mist thunders conspire. After the case of the old Lung king of the Jing River was settled, the Lung princes found themselves facing an uncertain future. Following the journey west, rewards were given based on merit. Only the Lung princes awaited judgment. But only the Lung princes alone awaited judgment, heightening their anxiety. They sought out Wan Shuchen and asked him for the sign of their fortunes. The sign showed that Lung lies hid, not a time for action, which became a thorn in their hearts. Among them, the most concerned were the 4 Lungs who governed the 4 rivers and knew well the might of those above. They took the initiative to resign, hoping to save their lives by retreating, yet the letters they submitted to Celestial Court were all returned. Time flew by, and one day Wan Shucheng sought out the 4 Lungs. He relayed that the signs had shifted to Lung lies hid, it stirs in the deep, indicating a favorable time for action. Upon hearing this, the 4 Lungs left their underwater abode and went their separate ways to plan their next moves. Red Lung was quite astute, knowing the Black Bear Guai was greedy for treasures and had the protection of Guanyin. He bartered all his valuable possessions with the Black Bear Guai in exchange for an ideal cave nestled in the mountains. Afterward, he went into seclusion in the cave and slept for many years. One day he awoke and wanted to soar up the sky and stretched his body again, but he found that he could hardly climb the clouds. He remembered an ancient saying, when Lung wishes to ascend to the sky, it must first climb the claw wood. He wielded his thunderbolt tail to carve out a set of claw wood in the mountains to help him fly, but it was still to no avail. Red Lung was unwilling to accept defeat and sought help from Black Bear Guai. Although Black Bear Guai was not good at flying, he couldn't resist the chance for profit that presented itself. He sold the Boshan censer he had bought from Guanyin's place to Red Lung, claiming that the censer could create clouds and smoke. He cited a passage from the ancient text to persuade Red Lung a Lung cannot traverse without clouds. Red Lung believed this to be true, and he embedded the censer in his back and burned his will to forcibly create smoke from it. When one censer was not enough, he added another. Each time the censers emitted smoke, they greatly consumed his will, yet the help that they provided was very limited. Although Red Lung could use it to fly again, the flight could never compare to that of the old days. He could only reside wearily among the Claw Woods. Alas, to think that the world harbors such vexing realities. A skill once mastered can fade with neglect. Such is the nature of all knowledge. If not applied, it withers away to nothing in the end. How lamentable. Elder Jinchi. With empty hands he preached, yet gold was his quest. He left no wealth, just doctrines to attest. A life of greed, his doom was sealed tight. If deeds were weighed, would he still face his plight? After 2 months of peace, Tang Monk reined in his horse. He saw towers and halls nestled deep in the fold of the mountains. At the gate of the place, they saw that it was indeed a temple. The master of his disciple exchanged greetings before passing through the mountain gate. In the main hall, they saw the name of the place, Guan Yin Temple. Tang Monk was overjoyed, but Monkey said, "Master, this is no good place. Better to leave soon." The monk wouldn't listen. He knelt before every golden statue he saw in prayer, and the monkey, impatient with his master's attitude, began to strike the bell incessantly, startling all the monks in the temple. Those from the upper and lower halls all poured out. The monks greeted the Tang Monk. Monkey used his see-through eyes to look around and laughed. "Why do you monks here look so sickly and weak, with your spirits drained? Have you broken the precepts?" In Tang Monk's perception, the monks all wore brand new kasayas and had tall, sturdy bodies. He considered the monkey's words to be a mere nonsense and remarked, "Don't speak so recklessly." Then he turned to apologize to the monks, and the monks themselves regarded Monkey's words as nonsense as well. Only 2 small monks hidden in the crowd dared not reveal themselves. The elder of the temple invited the master and disciple to the back chamber for tea. After the monks had taken their seats and the feast was laid out, the 2 small monks assisted the elderly monks inside. The Tang Monk bowed respectively to the 2, exchanged a few pleasantries, and Tang Monk inquired, "May I ask about your esteemed age, venerable elder?" The old monk replied, "Despite my many mistakes, I have lived to see my 270th year." When Monkey heard this, he laughed and said, "Old skinflint, why do I smell Yao Guai in this temple?" The old monk did not answer. Tang Monk hastened to interject, "This disciple of mine can be somewhat unruly at times. Please do not take offense." The small monk was just then using an exquisite vessel to pour 3 cups of fragrant tea for them. Monkey stared at him and said, "Where are you from, little monk?" Small monk set down the tea and swiftly hid behind the old monk, biting his finger. He said, "This one has a furry face and a strange head. He is a bit scary." Tang Monk glanced at the monkey and said, "Mind your words. Don't offend people with your brashness." He then shifted the conversation by praising the tea and the vessels. The old monk didn't seem to mind. Instead, he asked Tang Monk, "Noble sir, hailing from the emperor's capital, might you have any treasures that you could lend me for a mere glimpse?" Tang Monk declined repeatedly, but Monkey laughed and said, "Master, isn't your Kasaya itself a treasure? Why not allow him a glimpse?" All the monks laughed, and then brought out 12 cases of Kasayas, unfurled them, and hung them up for the Tang Monk to see. But Monkey laughed and said, very well, put them away. Bring ours out for a look, too." Tang Monk grabbed Monkey and tried hard to stop him, but Monkey said, do not fret. I know what I am doing." Without more words, he took out the Kasaya for the monks to see. As the old monks gazed upon such wonder, his spirit was touched. He walked up to the Tang Monk and knelt with tears in his eyes. "This humble monk is verily bereft of fortune. My eyes are dim and clouded. I cannot see it clearly." Monkey laughed again and said, "And how do you intend to inspect it clearly?" The old monk replied, "If you would be so kind and trusting, allow me to take it to the back chamber and study it carefully overnight. I shall return it to you tomorrow morning before your departure. May I know your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, the Tang Monk was startled and chided Monkey. Monkey laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Let him take it for a look. If anything goes wrong, I'll handle it." The Black Wind King. The future's dark destiny winds may shift. Each rise and fall comes in its drift. Once a guardian of the southern sea, greed turned him to a slave of misery. Since his return from Guanyin, the Black Wind's king spirit brimmed with grand plans. He vowed to restore his might in the mountains. He knew well that after years away to win respect from the Yao Guai, strength alone would not make them bow. So he took many steps to try to earn both awe and loyalty. When he was with Guan Yin, he learned of the mantra of revival, harnessing the voluntary self-sacrifice of wolf guais. He brought back old Lingzi from death, but that ungrateful old wolf left only a few words after the revival and vanished from his sight again. The Black Wind King feared the wolf pack would fall apart without a leader. He had to choose another wolf to head the pack, and a gray wolf Guai, who wandered here from Shinto Ridge, strong and in his prime, was a fine choice. The Black Wind King gave him the name of Lingzhu and helped him take the seat. Yet the wolf pack rose against their new master in the temple and almost led to a bloodbath among kin. In his frustration, the Black Wind King used the mantra to try and bring to life the old monk he used to practice with, but the soul of the monk did not return to the stitched corpse. Instead, it fused with the gold and silver and copper coins the monk had buried in life. Forming a maddened golem, it wandered and disturbed the mountain garrison day after day, never relenting. The newly appointed white-clad noble is far from ordinary. He typically indulges in solitary reading and poetry. Despite his outward appearance of loyalty and sincerity, he remains shrouded in mystery, making it impossible for others to fathom his true intentions. Alas, to think highly of oneself and then end up achieving nothing. It is true, they say, a fool with ambition is worse than a nobody. The Black Bear Guai. In Guan Yin's grove, his greed won't cease. Southern tides bring no release. Schemes cloud his sight. On Bodai Peak, he learnt life's worth is peace. In the purple bamboo grove where Guan Yin resided, life was usually tranquil. The Black Bear Guai spent his days eating bamboo shoots with aster and drinking homemade bamboo leaf brew. His days had become so unremarkable they almost faded into nothingness. One day, the Lung princess paid him a sudden visit with the red boy. Her servant, Flustered the Black Bear, hastily gathered his dishes, trying to hide the mess. The Lung princess rolled her eyes and asked, "Have you thought about the task Guan Yin mentioned to you a few days ago?" Black Bear Guai didn't answer. He simply retrieved a box out of the chest and handed it to the Lung princess. The red boy snatched it and opened it, and inside was a transparent, honey-fried sugar sculpture of an immortal riding a lion, known as Lion Immortal Candy. Yesterday there was a Dharma assembly. At the top of the feast there was this exquisite and eye-catching sugar sculpture. I specially saved it for you as a token of my respect. Do you presume to understand my tastes? Keep this for the children. Hearing this, the red boy lost interest and stuffed the black box into Black Bear Guai's arms. Only then did the Lung princess let out a contemptuous laugh. Cognizant of his blunder, the Black Guai mumbled, "I am willing to serve, but my abilities are mediocre. I am afraid I can't handle such important matters." The Lung princess replied, "Do you think we don't know that? Don't worry, there will be those fiercer and more ruthless than you leading the charge. No work, no reward. If it's a thorny matter, I might not be able to handle it. Guan Yin will attend to all. No thorny matters shall prevail. Do not try to fool me. Guan Yin instructed me to practice quietly here. Why should she intervene?" The Lung princess wore a long face. "How can you be so timid? This is a great opportunity. More people are vying for it than you could even imagine. Guan Yin chooses you only because she wanted someone she could trust. Can't you see that?" Black Bear Guai was speechless for a long time. The Lung princess had run out of patience. So little ambition. Forget it, forget it. I'll let Guan Yin know. "Dear princess, honorable princess, that's not what I meant. I'll go." Only when she saw the eager look in Black Bear Guai's eyes did the princess roll her eyes again. Leaving Red Boy behind, she drifted away. Seeing her leave, Red Boy hastily asked Black Bear Guai, "What exactly is this task? I want to leave. Why don't you tell Guan Yin and take me with you?" "It's a matter of great importance, but as you heard, Guan Yin didn't want you to go. Don't pester me any more. I don't want to lose this opportunity for your sake." A few days later, the Black Bear Guai had finished his preparations. Wielding a black tasseled spear, he was about to set off. Red Boy, who had been waiting outside the bamboo grove for days, hurriedly caught up with him and once again insisted on accompanying him. Contrary to his usual manner, Black Bear Guai tried to persuade him. "Red Boy Guan Yin has instructed that you must stay here. Even your father has been pressed into service this time. Surely you can see how perilous it is. This is no laughing matter." He touched the encaging band around his head and sighed. "To risk one's life just to remove a headband, it's not worth it." With that, he transformed his body into a black wind and swiftly vanished, paying no heed to the Red Boy's desperate shouts. Afterward, Red Boy waited for him outside the bamboo grove for a long time, but he never saw him return. Later, when Red Boy recalled, he realized that it was the last time he ever saw Black Bear Guai in Guanyin Place. Tiger Vanguard. Majestic and grand, with a fierce display, striped coat, eyes like lightning's ray. In the blood pool its wrath does rise. With a bronze head and iron tail, it terrifies. The tale began centuries past when the journeyers crossed Yellow Wind Ridge. In those days, the old Tiger Vanguard lost his life seizing the Tang Monk. He left behind 2 sons who, once orphaned, had to fend for themselves. The mountain groves lay in ruin, and the Tiger brothers led their remaining lesser Guais in a bitter struggle for survival. Fortunately, their father had taught them enough to make a living. As the sandstorms ebbed, Rock Guais slowly restored the groves to their former state, and the elder Tiger, following his late father's ways, governed the Yao Guais of the mountains. Each knew their place and dared not prowl forth to prey on the living. Later, mortals, drawn by lush peaks and clear springs, built a village amid the slopes. The elder Tiger gained renown as a deity in the mountain, with the principle, devour the evil and shield the good. The villagers built a crouching tiger temple for the brothers, often rich tributes that made their lives even more blissful. Yet long had the brother nursed a grievance, his elder brother reaped all the glory, in people's words, on the tigers in the mountains. He believed his brother earned this merely by dint of a few more years of life. Another century turned, and the Yellow Wind Sage returned to the Yellow Wind Ridge with a host of rat guais. The younger Tiger declared that it was the sage's negligence that had doomed their father. He clamored to slay the sage in vengeance, urging his brother to drive off the rats. Deeming this justice, the elder agreed. But in the fight, the sage unleashed a vessel like a bodhisattva's severed head, with its gale sharp as an edge. In a single clash, the younger Tiger grievously fell wounded. For the life of his little brother, the elder Tiger at once cast down his arms and knelt in surrender. The sage held no grudge. After learning the brother's origin, he even bestowed upon the surrendered title of Vanguard. When the younger Tiger woke and learned his brother now served as the Vanguard, he seethed in disbelief. The brothers quarreled bitterly until the younger stormed off, severing all ties with the one family he had left. In the Tiger Vanguard's eyes, the yellow-furred rat had twice destroyed his family and left them broken and scattered. He hated him for that, but he was no fool. As long as the rat had protection from the higher ones, what more could a tiger do beyond venting his rage by devouring a few lesser rats each day? The Stone Vanguard. Stone forms the mountain's bones, firm and true, earth's essence prized for all it can imbue. Its back bears towering rocks reaching the sky, lofty in stature and majestic in height. Ever since the Yellow Wind Sage bestowed the Buddha head, Stone Guai's essence, upon the 2 mountain deities, they consumed it and gained human hearts and forms. The union of the 2 resulted in the birth of a stone child. Thus the Yao Guais referred to them as Father Stones and Mother Stones and Sun Stones, and later the Father Stones left the mountain for some reason, and the Sun Stones went in search of him, leaving the Mother alone. The Mother Stone was never fond of violence, and when the Yellow Wind Sage gave her the essence, he entrusted her with the task of diligently taking care of the mountain's inhabitants. She took this responsibility seriously and worked hard. When the journeyers passed through Yellow Wind Ridge, the Yellow Wind King captured Tang Monk and forcing son Wukong to seek the Bodhisattva Lingzhi's help to capture him and take him back to the Mount Lingshan. Years passed, and upon the return of the sage, the ridge was populated with many stone guais. Among them was a particularly strong and robust stone guai, which he learned was created by the Mother Stone with all her might to guard the cave. One day, the Yellow Wind Sage personally came to visit Mother Stone, only to be blocked by the stone guai. Alarmed by their disobedience, he feared it might become a threat, hence he summoned the newly appointed Tiger Vanguard to eliminate the strong stone guai. Tiger Vanguard agreed, but was reluctant to fight them. They had once worked together to rebuild the mountain, and he knew the strong stone guai was highly respected by the other stone guais, who saw him as an elder brother. He advised the stone guai, "Brother, we've endured much to reach this point. If I can help, I will. I've arranged everything. You just need to retreat into the valley and keep a guard on Xingdang. No need for anything vicious. Today I will come with kind words, but tomorrow it might be a battle. Though we have some skills, we are no match for the yellow-furred rat. Why not join me as a vanguard and keep things as they are?" The next day, the Yellow Wind Sage appointed the strong Stone Guai as Stone Vanguard, ordering him to lead the Stone Guais to retreat and guard the valley. From then on, the Stone Guais dutifully guarded the sealed evil being and no longer meddled in the mountain's affairs. Shigandang. It's that big giant rock with all the faces on it. In the sea of bitterness, harsh winds bring the tide. Only those favored can reach the other side. The fragrance of rain soil spreads far and wide, yet dustless is this realm where Buddhas reside. Years ago, upon Yellow Wind Ridge, several cliffstones drank deeply of the essence of sky and earth, basking in the energy of sun and moon. In time, they awakened, transforming into sentient stone guais. Among them, two, through advanced cultivation, were bestowed with the title of mountain deities. One day, for reasons unknown, several Buddha heads emerged from the ground on the ridge, and these heads, complete with eyes, ears, mouth, noses, and even flexible muscles, were profoundly bizarre. Upon seeing any living creature, they would scream loudly, and if approached, they would swallow the creature whole. One stone Guai, finding these Buddha heads strange and dangerous, decided to eliminate them to protect the mountain's inhabitants. It rammed into one of the Buddha heads, crushing it into a pulp. However, the flesh adhered to the stone Guai's body and soon grew into a new stone Buddha's head. From the moment on, the stone Guai's temperament completely changed. It began to roam the mountain, searching for other Buddha heads, crushing them, and allowing them to grow on its back. As the number of Buddha heads on its body increased, so did its size. It no longer took nourishment from the universe, but instead fed on the mountain's living creatures to cultivate. The other stone Guais could not defeat it. A single punch from it would shatter them into pieces, destroying their souls. When the yellow-furred rat and his followers left the kingdom of flowing sands and passed through the Yellow Wind Ridge and encountered the mountain deities leading several stone Guais to drive the infested stone Guai away, the yellow-furred rat seemed to understand the nature of the Buddha heads well. A strong sense of righteousness led him and his followers into battle. In a great victory, the yellow-furred rat not only destroyed the infested stone Guai, but also eradicated all the flesh Buddha heads in the mountain. He extracted the essence from the Guai and divided it between the two brave mountain deities. He also gouged out the eyeballs from the Buddha heads and placed them in the valley as a seal. The mountain's inhabitants greatly admired the Yellow Wind Guai, seeing that he could summon the wind. They named him the Yellow Wind Sage and revered him as their king, settling with him in Yellow Wind Ridge. The Black Lung. With iron whiskers and devouring lips, twin hammers held in fierce embrace, lightning sparks powerful force, in thunder's roar he holds his place. Long had the fishermen beside the river Ji spoken of a black lung, dwelling far beneath the waters in the 9 depths. Upon its neck rested a pearl of wisdom, said to grant great enlightenment to any who held it, a prize beyond the worth of gold. Many had braved the depths to find this fabled gem, yet few had been fortunate enough to return. With bitter tears they told of the perils below, returning with nothing to show for their trials, and worse, of facing the wrath of fearsome Lung Prince, armed with twin hammers that summoned forth the fury of thunder. The prince could smite those before him, leaving nothing but dust. Long ages passed, yet still there were those who sought the pearl. Among those people it was whispered that when the river Ji burst its banks and the waters rose in the wrathful flood, it was surely the doing of the Lung Prince. His wrath roused the trespassers of those who sought the treasure. In hopes of appeasing him, they built grand and splendid temple where they offered worship and tribute to the Lord of the watery depths. Then came the day when the young man, clad in the midnight hue, with a necklace of moon-pale stones around his neck, he named himself a master thief with skills beyond compare. Though all cautioned him against earning the Lung Prince's wrath, he paid no heed. With a single swift dive, he set his course for the Lung's palace. To his surprise, he found the palace strangely silent and empty, with no sign of the soldiers he had expected. A heavy sense of desolation hung in the air. Puzzled, he went to seek the treasury and saw a sturdy, tawny-skinned man sitting amid piles of chests, his brows furrowed in worry. At the sound of his approach, that man, who turned out to be the Lung Prince, stirred and dug a string of pearls from the chest and tossed them on the ground. "The pearl of wisdom you seek is not mine to give," he said in a weary voice. "Take these if you must, and go." Surprised, the young man, the people on the shore, spoke of your fierce temper, of how you strike men with your thunder, flood entire lands for the smallest slight. The Lung Prince shook his head. "The flesh of mortals holds no savor for me. Think you that I am some petty Yao Guai to wreak havoc at my own whim? No, I would not dare to call forth the smallest form to save at the bidding of those higher. Idle talk, all of it. My own sire was condemned to the bite of steel for one trifling error. We Lungs, through though our hearts are true as any, are treated with such injustice. The young man said, I have heard of the Lung's king's plight, a grievous injustice indeed. Is it for his sake that you find yourself in such reduced circumstances? Seeing he was no mortal, the Lung Prince said precisely, I have no wish to meet my end upon the Lung slaying terrace. I asked a fortune teller, and he said that if I hide well and kill some westbound monkey, I may yet atone for my misdeeds and restore my honor. The young man pondered this. A fortune teller, you say? It was the words of a fortune teller that led me to this place. There might be some strange design at work in this meeting of ours. Why not go with me to where I come from? It just so happens to be on the very road that leads to the west. The Lung Prince was overjoyed, but the young man added, I ask no small price, however. All the treasures in your hoard, they must be mine. Since the day of the young man's arrival, fewer and fewer were those who sought to plumb the river's depths to search for the pearl. Later on, the tools of their quests were one by one set aside, and in time the tales of Lung Prince far below and the pearl of wisdom he guarded were no longer spoken of. The Fubon. Armored strong with horns that rise, borrowing brings endless humans' cries. A Buddha's head, yet ominous it seems, one side a saint, the other a fiend. The kingdom of flowing sands, abundant with gold, marked the sun's daily demise. The sun's truest of fires plunged into the western seas, and the waters boiled and hissed as it touched. Each dusk, as the evening bell tolled, the king sent men to the ramparts, where they beat upon a great drum and sound clarion calls, thus neutralizing the noise of the seas, which would otherwise be sharp enough to ravage babies in their cradles. This drum, known as the Drum of the Setting Sun, was a gift from the Buddha and granted peace to the common folk. In gratitude, they filled their land with golden statues of all the enlightened, and the place became known as the Buddhist Land of Gold. Yet, as the years passed, the people's reverence for the Buddha grew to overshadow their regard for their secular ruler. This did not sit well with the king of the flowing sands. The chancellor, sensing his displeasure, petitioned for an end to Buddhism. And so the king decreed the razing of the temples and the banishment of monks, and even the change of his kingdom's name. Not long after at dusk, when the great drum was struck, a monstrous insect erupted from the earth beyond the border. With terrible might, it ravaged the humble villages, leaving untold dead in its wake. From then on, the sound of the drum unfailingly drew the Yao Guai from its den to wreak new ruin. The people declared this to be karmic retribution, the results of the king's impiety. The chastened king halted his suppression of the Buddhist faith and sent armies to slay creatures. The creature. Yet what hope had mortal men to prevail against a foe so mighty and dreadful? After a bitter struggle, they could only manage to frighten it back to its lair. Fortunately, there was an enlightened monk, yellow of hair and garb, passing through the land. This righteous soul could not bear to witness woe and injustice, and aided the armies in slaying the wicked insect. In gratitude, the king honored him with the title of royal sage, and the monk resided in the kingdom for several years. In time, the royal sage took his leave and resumed his wanderings. Word came that Bodhisvatta, well pleased by his worthy deed, had taken him as a disciple. He then founded his temple in the Yellow Wind Ridge. See how the world favors virtue, the king often remarked. The Yellow Wind Sage. Endless yellow winds, sands stretch afar. In the land once abundant, no homes there are. Half Guai, half immortal, who can decide? Thief or sage, why would he mind? Firelight flicked over a table laden with food and drink. The second prince of flowing sands, sitting on the table, gnawed on what might have been half a haunch with relish. The king of flowing sands sat beside his son obediently, as someone who typically delighted in pointing out the missteps of others. He remained oddly silent during the feast. Even the tiger vanguard was on his best behavior, watching the dimwit across from him gorging on the haunch. The tiger seemed to have no appetite. The yellow wind sage sat in the place of honor, and one hand caressing the object resting on the table, the head of a bodhisattva with eyes closed in silence. Pa, I need more. The sudden shout from the second prince sets all hearts hammering. His pa, the king of flowing sands, glowered and hissed, "Shut it!" And then he scrambled to his knees and pleaded for forgiveness. "A trifle is all." The yellow wind sage rested his hand atop the head of Lingji, then stood. "With my master's most prized vessel in my grasp, I can surely absorb that thing. I mean to enter secluded meditation starting today. I have appeased those old rascals from above, yet it will be wise to remain discreet." "If you're seeking seclusion, master," fawned the king of flowing sands, "my people and I would be honored to camp outside the cave and stand guard beside you." "Beside me?" The sage gazed at his master's head and rejected his offer immediately. "No, you will move to the ridge. I will be setting the yellow wind formation. Let no one disturb me." If there is urgent news, master, how shall we bear it unto you?" the king cried out. The yellow wind pointed at the tiger vanguard. "Have your rock brothers raise the paths of sand, each with a gate locked by a secret tally. You two vanguards will hold each tally." Before the tiger vanguard knelt to thank the sage for his weighty charge, the king interjected anxiously, "But master, we have rats that never got along with those cats. If they hold The yellow wind sage didn't want to listen at all. He picked up the Buddha head and interrupted. "All of you withdraw. Do not disturb me until the very sky collapses." Kang Jin Lung. Halfway to the west, the journey long, returning to the homeland where dreams belong. Strengthened and weakened by mighty sack, principles falter on a misguided track. Kang Jin Long, one of the 28 constellations, is the second constellation of the Azure Long of the East. With a sharp horn on her forehead, she once drilled through the gold symbols to rescue the great sage. Since then, the constellation officers have upheld the principle of staying sharp, leading many immortals to believe that some strange influence had invaded their consciousness. One day, during the roll call in the Dome of Stars, Dawnstar was missing, despite thorough inquiries. No one knew his whereabouts. Coincidentally, Yellowbrow returned to the New West to host a grand ceremony, inviting various Yaoguais, gods, immortals, and Buddhas to attend. Hearing the news, Kang Jin Lung sought permission from the Celestial Court to attend the ceremony, intending to secretly investigate the Dawnstar's disappearance. However, the Dawnstar, Kang Jin Lung, also vanished without a trace. The constellation officers speculated and compared notes, realizing that both Dawnstar and Kang Jin Lung had once done the Great Sage big favors. They suspected a connection with the Great Sage. Reflecting on their past interactions with the Great Sage, they grew fearful. Kui Mu, Wolf scoffed, "Though the monkey ruined my plans, I still respect him. But you all, who always boasted about your friendship with that monkey, why are you silent now?" Kang Jin Star. Lung maiden Kang Jin fair, white horns by emerald sea, ambition beyond mortal care, grace unmatched, wild and free. Black and white entwined, old friends hard to find, under wind's blade and frost's cold blow, she dances still in swirling snow. Despite Kang Jin Lung's long wait, no constellation officer defended to her aid. Yellowbrow laughed. "You, young lady, your high opinion of yourself is precisely why you've ended up like this, an utter loser." Kang Jin Lung replied, "As long as I haven't begged for mercy, winning or losing is irrelevant." Not antagonized, Yellowbrow said calmly, "You wouldn't take such a risk just for that lookout cockerel. You must be curious about that monkey." Kang Jin Lung remained silent. "I do have something of that monkey's right here in this sack." With that, he untied the sack from his waist. Kang Jin Lung recognized it as the sack that had once captured them and scoffed. "What's so special about it? It's not like I haven't seen it before." "Well, if you really want to know about him, you'll have to see for yourself." With that, Kang Jin Lung was sucked into the sack. As she entered the sack, she seemed to see a 10-tailed golden fish swimming towards her. Not long after, when Yellowbrow released her, the constellation officer had become dazed and bewildered. Seeing this, Yellowbrow laughed heartily. "Well, is he still the hero you remember?" Kang Jin Lung asked, "Is he, along with all the gods and Buddhas in the celestial realm, all like this?" Yellowbrow neither confirmed nor denied it. After a long while, Kang Jin Lung suddenly knelt on the ground and uttered, "Please, master, accept me as your disciple." Captain Wise Voice. The voice enlightens all. For pride and wisdom you lost your debate, in ecstasy was on beyond measure, your true self is complete. The waves of Dharma flooding, engulfing, overwhelming your mindfulness is lost in the world of evil. Your question the sky, the earth, and Buddha, one wrong step, and every step thereafter repeats. Here the winner loses, and the losers win. The risen falls, and the fallen rises. You know how to save the lost in evil's heartbeat. May your body serve this land, the teachings of gold form shrouds all beings in their deceit. Cyan Lung. With a sharp sword, Lung's light it is called, fishing alone in the bitterness, nothing caught. The hidden Lung awaits to soar the sky, in fallen to dust its fame will fly. The boundless bitter lake, the Buddha's ferry, saves only the willing. Without the willingness, nothing can be done. Cyan Long fishing alone on Turtleneck's back is one such case. When Cyan Long arrived in the New West seeking refuge, he briefly encountered Yellowbrow. Disliking Yellowbrow's teachings on the path to bliss, which he deemed utter nonsense, he knew better than to offend him if he wished to stay in his domain. Thus he claimed his intention to fish in the Bitter Lake. If he could catch a living thing, it would signify his bond with ultimate bliss, granting him the right to remain in the blessed land undisturbed. Yellowbrow knew this was merely a stalling tactic, but found the idea amusing and agreed to it, with one condition. Once the fish rod was cast, it could not be moved, so as the fisher, if he moves, it would prove that Cyan Lung had ulterior motives and was deceitful, and he would be immediately captured and sent to the dungeon. Cyan Lung readily agreed and kept his word. He transformed his Lung light sword into a hookless fishing rod and sat on the turtle's back and did not move again. Every day the lesser Guais would come to the turtle's back to check on him, expecting that he would not last long in the cold and hunger. But each time they came, they only saw the snow accumulating thicker and thicker on his body until it completely covered him. The Guais could not understand why he would endure such hardship when a simple bow or a bit of minor contribution to Yellowbrow could earn him a comfortable life. Ah, there truly are people in this world who would rather endure 1,000 hardships than abandon their lofty aspirations. They carry a world of their own in their hearts, unmoved by their circumstances. Yellowbrow himself. Indulging in desires, I care free. No fears, no sorrows, just pure glee. In land of bliss, at the 8 precepts, I laugh with delight. Inherent nature blooms, a tower of light. In the west, on the peak mountain of Lingshan, 2 men sat facing each other. Clouds billowed, and the air crackled with tension. The young monk looked up at the sky and pressed his palms together and bowed to another monk with brows yellow. Our masters are all here. Brother, are you ready? The Yellowbrow monk smiled and returned the bow. I have been ready for some time. The Ulmbana, assembled, held once every 500 years, had come to the stage of debate for graduating disciples. The young monk raised a hand, signaling his brother to ask the first question. Tell me, brother, said the Yellowbrow monk, what is the meaning of life? To seek truth, replied the young monk. And what is truth? The way all things move, the primary law of the universe. The Yellowbrow monk said nothing, but sought out a flower, its petals first drooping gradually, unfurled in glorious bloom. Gazing at the flower, he said, observe it. By following its nature, it undergoes such wondrous changes. He then gently sniffed the flower and said, every flower that blooms releases a unique fragrance. This is the essence of life, bursting forth from its own propagation. He let go, and the flower drifted away. To feel such a moment to the fullest, that is bliss. The young monk shook his head. A moment's pleasure leads to an eternity of pain. One will be trapped in the cycle, never at peace. The Yellowbrow monk said, on my recent journey down the mountain, I saw parents who, driven by hunger, exchanged their children for food. I saw dissolute sons of wealthy families who, consumed by lust, brought ruin to the moral order. The young monk frowned, looking at his senior brother. The yellow monk continued, I saw learned scholars who, craving glory, suppressed the dissents. I saw great generals who, thirsting for gain, massacred entire clans. The young monk remained unshaken. He said evenly, brother, do you not see? Those parents who traded their child for a meal will regret it all their lives. Those dissolute sons, living without restraint, died in an instant with their joy. The scholars who suppressed dissent, once they fell from power, were reviled by all. The generals who loved slaughter, they could never rest easy, undone by their own sins. The The yellow-brown monk retorted, "Nonsense." The young monk, slightly taken aback, "Nonsense?" Question mark. Their struggle, their joy, their determination, and their pleasure, their endless cycle of sorrow and ecstasy never ceased and never sated, said the yellow-browed monk, and this is the very source of the boundless vitality across the three realms. How then should it not be true meaning of all life? And those who set themselves up as false idols, given time, their pretensions are always unmasked. They become a joke in nursery rhymes and a laughing-stock in the pages of history. Brother, why do you praise the suffering of karmic cycles as you spurn the truth of liberation and enlightenment? The yellow-brown monk said, "Brother, without joy and sorrow, what is there to enlighten?" The young monk said, "Where lies enlightenment? It is but suffering, plain and clear." The yellow-brown monk bellowed, "In pain one finds revel, and in revel pain. Without both there is no redemption." That's like the age-old adage of, there is no shadow without the light. The light creates the shadow, and the shadow cannot exist without the light, right? Once she rode the cloud chariot to the high terrace. Now she dwells in a secluded cave by the mountain base. The breeze by the frail bridge chills her delicate frame. Spring arrives, another bridal gown newly made, the violet spider. Upon reaching a cluster of huts in the forest, Tang Monk decided to seek alms for food. He approached the village. He saw several women playing with balls under a pavilion, invited them into their home. He was suddenly thrown to the ground, tied up with ropes, and hung from a beam the most uncomfortable manner. While climbing trees and branches, Sung Wukong turned back and saw a glimmer of light. Realizing his master must have encountered Yaoguais, he summoned the local keeper for detail and learned that the glimmer was from the celestial bathing spring, which had been taken over by 7 spider guais. Knowing that they bathed 3 times a day, Sung Wukong transformed into an eagle, swooped down, and stole all their clothes from the rack. Bajie, seeing so many women's clothes, persistently acquired and learned that 7 guais were bathing. Overjoyed, he rushed to the spring. Without any hesitation, he stripped off his black garb, jumped into the water, transforming into a catfish guai, and the spiders tried to catch him, yet none of them succeeded. Recognizing one of them as an old acquaintance, Bajie mischievously swam around her legs. He floated and dived around her until he was out of breath and hazed. The Guais, retreating to their cave, fetched some old clothes and called upon their 7 adopted sons to guard the house while they headed to the Temple of Yellow Flowers to seek aid. Meanwhile, Bajie retraced his steps and reunited with the Fellowship. Together they defeated the insect sons and freed their master. Without delay, they hurried to the Temple of Yellow Flowers. The temple master, who had practiced alongside the 7 spider guais, learned the Tang monk was a monk of 10 lifetimes, merits, and that his fellow spiders were humiliated. Prepared 4 cups of poisoned tea and intended to exact revenge on the Fellowship ultimately consumed Tang monk. However, Sun Wukong saw through the ruse, overturned the teacups, and defeated the spider guais, forcing them to retreat. The Taoist master then engaged, prompting Wukong to order Bajie to eliminate the 7 spider guais in his stead. Following his command, Bajie wielded the rake and struck down each of the spiders, sparing only the last one. Remembering their brief affair in the water, he hesitated, and the final thrust of his rake into the ground told her to flee for her life. Yellow Lung. In robes concealed a Lung lies, trapped within the current's of life's ties. Soaring high, golden linings arise, fate's trials from which none can hide. The plan he had was simple. Since the old man could foresee his destiny, he would surely sidestep misfortune. By staying with him, he believed he could elude danger. After his brothers each fled to distant realms, he transformed into a Lung patterned on Wan Shochan's robe. For the next 100 years, he followed the old man across the vast lands, watching him decipher omens and foretell futures. But what good did his words change? Most, in their hubris, fell into the same snares. Whenever this occurred, the old man would seek refuge and drink. By fortune's grace, he possessed a gourd that brewed its own wine, and thus often drowned his sorrows in a self-spun stupor. In his drunken haze, the old man often conversed with the shadows. At times he would mutter wistfully, "What use is it to see through the game if you cannot play it? And if you do not enter the game, what is the use at all?" At other times he would be spirited and cheerful, exclaiming, "With life and death both predetermined, why not be bold and give it a try?" Occasionally he would speak with a heavy heart. What's done shapes what's to come. How many can truly defy destiny? And sometimes he would sigh and question, if you could predict where you would die and deliberately avoid it, could you really escape? The Lung often wondered if these words were meant for him, but since the old man never exposed or drove him away, he assumed the old man was just rambling in his drunkenness. As time went on, these words gnawed at his heart, leaving him torn and unable to decide whether to leave. The Scorpion Lord. In bounds of deity abode, sorrow's wine I sip, golden armor, golden claws, poison's grip. Cockerel's crow, blood tears, body near to break. My love wanes and waxes like the moon, yet burns eternal like the sun's embrace. The mountain of venom neighboring the West Liang kingdom of women inherited its tradition of female supremacy. The mountain was ruled by a scorpion queen, a Guai of desire renowned for her enchanting beauty. She practiced the Tao of concentration, excelling in the bedroom arts and matters of pleasure, thus having countless partners for her practice. Among these partners was a male scorpion adorned in golden armor and claws, whose strong build earned him the queen's favor. Together they had a brood of scorpion offspring. However, none of the scorpion offspring were female, which led her to lose interest in passing them her skills. Consequently, the golden-armored male scorpion also fell out of favor. Seeing that the queen no longer sought his company, the male scorpion, with high self-esteem, took his children and moved outside the mountain, severing ties with her. Later, when journeyers passed through the kingdom of women, the scorpion queen, true to her nature as the Guai of Desire, kidnapped Tang Monk, which cost her her life when Sung Wukong summoned the Dawn Star, whose crow killed her instantly. Her maidens, the captives from the kingdom of women, held her in a cave, dispersed, taking all the treasures with them. Still seething with anger, Sun Wukong set the place ablaze, turning everything to ashes. Sensing the fire, the male scorpion outside the mountain rushed to the scene, only to find his former love stripped of her clothes, her tail severed, and her body reduced to a bloody pulp. Dead at the foot of the slope, after much inquiry, he learned that it was the Dawn Star of the constellation Mao that had killed her. With this knowledge, he vowed to avenge her. Fortunately, the Guai of Desire had imparted some techniques to him. He hence settled in the Pipa Cave, rebuilding her force and dedicating himself to the practice. However, being male, he struggled to achieve great success, leading to the decline of the Mountain Venom's reputation. Upon learning that the Webbed Hollow was the premier place for insect Guais to practice, he took his sons and sought refuge there. The Dusk Veil. A brief song stirs the valiant heart. Long crows pierce the night apart, leaping high, then falling low, drifting like duckweed in the flow. He laid on the ground, still unsure of how he had been defeated. The previously unremarkable Taoist robed insect Guai, whom he had previously dismissed as insignificant, now stood before him with a smirk on his face. Seeing the Guai holding a radiant golden hairpin, he suddenly understood. He wanted to ask a question, but found he couldn't speak. The pain was unbearable. It seemed that his throat was slit by the vile insect with the hairpin. He should be dying. He closed his eyes, not wanting his last sight to be that of a hideous face. Unexpectedly, someone turned him over and carefully applied decoction to his wound. He could breathe again, but this sought him no relief. The Guai clicked his tongue in amazement. The medicine master gave is truly remarkable. It has mended the severed part completely. What a pity to use it on this alone. He opened his eyes and tried to ask a question, but the Guai stopped him. Don't rush. External medicine cannot heal internal injuries. Besides, I don't intend to cure you. With that, the Guai waved his hand, and two fake Taoists in green robes carried over a jade box covered with brocade. The Guai took out a golden cocoon and said, "We mountain Guais are unworthy of this item. It is best to test it on you." Panic-stricken, he coughed up blood, which spattered on the golden cocoon. The cocoon broke open upon contact with the blood, and the worm, with a human head and a golden body, emerged, quickly squirming into the grass, and disappeared. The Guai remained unperturbed and pulled out another golden cocoon from the jade box. Master was truly wise to have prepared 2 golden cocoons. He tried to struggle, but his body was tightly bound by cobweb, and the Guai commanded, "Pour it down his throat." The fake Taoist brought several buckets of water and forced his head back, pouring some foul-smelling concoction into his mouth. He felt something go down his throat. After swallowing it, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. His mind became hazy. Apart from the lingering concern for his mother, he could hardly remember anything. He silently recited one last prayer, hoping that a glimmer of survival would bestow upon his mother. Interesting, they use this term. After swallowing it, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. His mind became hazy. If we take a look at, I think it was the Yaguai Chiefs and the Armor Worm, the Elder Armor Worm, I'm pretty sure that they use the same term in here for the silk that was made by the armor worms, which means that it was probably the cocoon of an armor worm that they poured down his throat. Here it is right here. The ordinary armor worm spins silk to create cocoons, which they use to trap their prey. The cocoons contain potent toxins that cause the trapped creature to experience the sensation of flying in the wind as if floating on clouds instead of feeling suffocated. So it looks to me like he was probably poisoned by the armor worm. Interesting. The 100-eyed Taoist Master. Tending the furnace, stoking the flame, making pills to immortality aspire, countless eyes and countless schemes, one misstep and shatter all dreams. Will this work? Violet Spider lowered her head, not daring to look directly at 100-eyed Taoist Master. The Master handed a needle to the old woman and said softly, "With what the monkey left behind and this vessel of mine, you have nothing to worry about. If both fail to come to me, I will back you up." He paused as if a new thought had struck him, and added, "If I act first, you will never see the pig again." Hearing this, the old woman quickly took the needle, thanked him, and left. Once the door closed, an immortal with a red scalp and crane face came in holding a fly whisk. He emerged from behind the screen, looking at the Master imposingly. The Master bowed respectfully and reported, "With that pig in our hands, the destined one alone will not cause any trouble." The crane immortal remained committal and sighed. "Your little schemes are all under His Majesty's watchful eyes. He has intervened out of respect for Her Majesty." The Master chuckled dryly and replied, "Her Majesty's words, they've taken too much profit. This time our principal and interest must be taken back." The crane immortal flicked his fly whisks as if shooing away flies and said leisurely, "Once it's done, you leave, but they will still have to stay." No expression could be seen on the Master's face as he bowed deeply to the immortal. The Yin-Yang Fish. Black yin fish, white yang fish, stirring storms with sky, flipping swish, leaping, twirling, never at rest, boundless power in a bowl compressed. In the south, there is a fish over 6 meters long. Its dorsal fin resembles a blade and can change color at will. Whether white or black, this fish can fly into the sky, creating massive winds and waves as tall as mountains. Each time this fish appears, the village suffers from a plague. Once a fisherman returning from his catch encountered an elderly man who could barely walk. Despite his frailty, the old man carried a heavy tattered bundle filled with scrolls. Exhausted and without money to pay for a boat ride, he struggled along the riverbank. The kind-hearted fisherman, seeing the old man's plight, offered him a free ride across the river and even gave him two fresh fish for a meal. Grateful, the old man performed a divinization on spot and said, "In a few days, the young man wearing a bamboo hat and a white robe will pass by. Under no circumstances should you let him come to your village. On the day he arrives, do not conduct any business on the river or you will lose your life." After delivering these cryptic words, the old man vanished from the boat, leaving the fisherman both astonished and frightened. Yet he etched the old man's warning deep into his heart. A few days later, while fishing, he indeed saw a man on the riverbank who matched the old man's description exactly, and the man, claiming to be weary from his travels, asked the fisherman if he could take him to the nearby fishing village to rest. The fisherman initially wanted to refuse, but then decided to take the man to a neighboring village downstream. After dropping the man off, the fisherman docked his boat and dared not return to the river. At that moment, the man pulled a black bowl from his sleeve and threw it into the river. As soon as the bowl hit the water, a massive pitch-black fish emerged, and a fierce storm erupted, with waves surging sky high. The fisherman fled without looking back. Sometimes later, he heard that a severe plague had struck the neighboring village, killing many people. Initially feeling a sense of relief, he soon learned that the refugees from the neighboring village had brought the plague to his own village, and they, too, were not spared. Bishu Golden-Eyed Beast. With auspicious purple skin, a majestic sight, mighty and fierce like a tiger in fight, ice and fire clash, a battle so dire, in scorching hills and frigid lands, a path of mire. The Bull King sat on the mountaintop, utterly exhausted and unable to move. He watched as the Bishu beast limped away from the battlefield. He thought about calling out to it, but decided against it. His longest-serving mount had been heartlessly driven away by him, without even a backward glance. His most trusted weapon had been taken by his own son and discarded by who knows where. The Bull King glanced at the bloodstains on his body. His old wounds had not yet healed, and now there were new ones. The brat's firepoint skills had improved again. Initially, when the boy learned of his origins, he clamored for revenge every day, fearing that his son would bring about his own demise. The Bull King had locked him up for a while and assigned the Bishu beast to guard him. Unexpectedly, the Red Boy managed to escape, and by the time the Bull King arrived, the beast had chased and fought him for quite a while, leaving the boy pinned under its claws and barely alive. It was the beast's fault for being so ruthless, forcing him to severely injure it to save his son. What was wrong with that? Fortunately, he had held back enough to let the reckless beast keep its life, but who would have thought that the brat's injuries were faked? Now the tables had turned, and the son imprisoned the father. Retribution, it seemed. It does not come from the karma, but from the hearts of men. The ones who wanted to save you, you drove away, and the ones who wanted to kill you, you saved. A familiar voice echoed from the depths. Yes, you can save me, and I can save you too, but who will save us? The Bull King's head began to ache again. The Red Boy. On his red skin, talent may shine, eyes glaring bright, a mischievous sign. Samadhi fire forged, yet heart unrefined, the gate to Mount Lingshan lies within the mind. For many years, Red Boy had been having the same nightmare. In his childhood, he shared this nightmare with his mother. Mother, there were so many people, and they were all coming to kill me. My dear, once you fall asleep again, you'll forget about it by tomorrow. Yet the boy was excited. But I am powerful, very powerful. I have defeated monks as tall as mountains, strange birds, fire-breathing statues. I am not afraid of them at all. Oh, how brave you are, my dear. He continued, I dreamt that I grew up into an adult with long horns on my head and long spikes on my hand. I could kill a bunch of bad people at once, but there were too many of them. I couldn't kill them all. Later, some strange people I had never seen before. They hung quietly in the sky, not coming down, just silently watching me from above. His mother pulled him into her arms. If that day ever comes, your father and I will go to the sky with you and kill them all. Will we die? I dreamt that they killed me, and I turned into a red lotus flower, and mother, you picked this lotus flower, and I became your child again. He continued to chatter, Mother, if I die, will you be willing to give birth to me again? Don't you ever say this again. Yaksha King. Fangs bared, eyes like twin lanterns, bright in the battle's clash, he finds the light. Agile and brave, with skills so fine, yet lost and wandering, his fates decline. The raging flames had reached the Golden Hall, and the sounds of battle outside were deafening, though they were muffled within. The king's gravely wounded sat amidst the wreckage, holding a recently deceased young boy in his arms. A figure stood behind the curtain, sighing, Such devastation, don't you see? It's all because of you. The king remained silent. Whether the Yaksha royal lineage continues or ends depends entirely on your decision today. The king couldn't help but glance around the Golden Hall, still able to see traces of its former glory. They say Yakshas are the most resolute, yet you, as their king, are hesitant and indecisive. The king gently stroked his son's face, the body still warm. He wished so dearly that the boy could see the vast and beautiful world. If you have even a shred of linger desire, why not try my method? The unattained wish in your heart, I will take care of it for you. As a king, he was not allowed to die on the battlefield. The king closed his eyes. Finally he opened them and said slowly, "Since there is no salvation, I will leave me and my son at your disposal." Splendid. It's not too late to understand it now. The figure clapped, and the white-clad Taoist emerged from behind. The Taoist approached the Yaksha king, bowed, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He extended his hands above the boy's head and began to chant softly. Before long, a small blood-red lotus flower emerged slowly from the boy's forehead, crystal clear and vibrant. The Taoist carefully plucked the lotus and placed it into a bowl he carried. The Yaksha king fixed his unblinking eye intently at the lotus. The figure said, "This red lotus is the essence of your son's soul. To ensure it does not dissipate before successful reincarnation, we will need your life and the water from the river of childbearing." The Yaksha king raised his arm, taking one last look at the blood lotus. "I will do it myself." And the last one. Giant Shigen Dang. On stone peaks a divine birth is found, yet its dual hearts keep wisdom bound. To shake the sky and earth seem light, but only with schemes known does fortune take flight. In Mount Wago, after birth of the sage stone monkey, the remaining celestial stone continued to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years. Through self-cultivation, it eventually transformed into a Yaogwai as large as a mountain. The celestial stone originally possessed boundless divine power. However, not long after its transformation, someone planted a fleshy Buddha head on it. Since the emergence of this fleshy Buddha head, it had constantly absorbed the will from the celestial stone's body. The celestial stone's spirit grew weary and had to burrow into the ground, absorbing the pure essence of the earth to replenish itself. Over time, it drained the surrounding mountains of their will, causing the flowers to wither, leaves to fall, and all living beings to perish. Meanwhile, the fleshy Buddha head, nourished by the celestial stone, almost became the master of the stone body. Fully energized, it began to develop the skanda of consciousness within. If it were to complete the other four skandhas, who knows how atrocious the celestial stone Guai would become. Alas, the celestial stone nurtured by the universe ended up serving as a mere vessel for the parasitic fleshy Buddha head. Perhaps this is what people often refer to as fate and destiny. Well, guys and gals, I hope you enjoyed going over all of the journal entries from Black Myth Wukong. I had a lot of fun reading them. I did this for me as much as I did it for you guys because I thought it would be fun to go over all those stories. There are a lot of very interesting stories and a lot of backstory to obviously the game and the characters and Yaogwais and monsters that you fight and talk to along the way. And honestly, I had a lot of fun reading them. I think this is probably going to end up being almost like 8 hours long, but I will include chapters, obviously, for you guys to skip around to whichever journal entries that you would like, and I'm going to leave it as all one big video so that, if you want to watch it, listen to it while you're at work or something, you can have some fun doing that. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, hanging out with me, and it really makes, helps my channel grow. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoyed the content. Throw a comment down if you are interested. And as always, keep watching.